Just tell us kung ano na. 8:25 ba tayo mag-admit?
Okay, good morning po, everyone. And again, welcome to our second day of the DRR-CCA webinar series part 2 of Enhancing Capacities of the Mimaropa Management of the Dead and Missing Person Cluster. So we will start at exactly 9 a.m. So while we're waiting, I would like to kindly ask everyone to kindly access and fill up our registration, no, login form for today, which can be accessed through the link. I guess it is already chatted on our chat box. So, ayun po. Para magkaroon tayo ng certificate of completion, we should have a complete login and log out form for days 1 up until day 3. And also, I would like to ask din po to kindly change your username for individual viewing, LGU or the agency name underscore full name. Example is LG Romblon underscore Juan Cruz. And for those who are in group viewing, kindly change your username to GV underscore LGU or your agency. Example is GV underscore DILG Romblon. There. So, excited. I guess lahat tayo ay excited na matuto ulit sa ating powerhouse na mga speakers. So, again, we'll start at 9 a.m. I hope everyone already had their breakfast and ready para sa ating day 2 ng ating webinar. Thank you.
Ito natin.
Po, magandang araw. Doc Dindo.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning po.
And loud and clear, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How about presentation, sir?
For a while.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see it in the screen, ma'am?
Not yet, sir.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Nakikita na po namin.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you rin po.
Okay, magandang umaga po ulit sa ating lahat. So I guess we are 10 minutes before the start of our webinar for today. So before that, siguro we'll do a roll call po of our participants. Pag tinawag po namin yung agency or yung inyong LGU, kindly do a reaction lang po. Either a thumbs up or party, yay! So, asan po yung ating mga participants from the Bureau of Fire Protection? Good morning po. Sa ating magigiting na mga bombero. Fire officers, good morning po. From our participants from the Philippine Coast Guard, good morning po. Pa-thumbs up naman po or heart or party react. Ayan, good morning po. If kaya po ng internet natin, pwede rin po tayo mag-open ng camera para makita po tayo ng ating mga co-participants and ng ating mga speakers for today. And we also have participants from OCD, from the Office of the Civil Defense. Good morning po. Also, we have participants from the Philippine National Police. Good morning po. And our participants from our LGUs, starting with our LGUs from the municipality of, from the province of Oriental Mindoro. Good morning po. A thumbs up, a heart. From the province po of Occidental Mindoro. Good morning. Also, our participants from the province of Romblon. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And also from the province of Marinduque. Good morning. And also from a shout out sa mga taga Palawan. Good morning po. And also from the city of Puerto Princesa. Good morning po sa ating lahat. Siyempre, andito rin po yung ating mga kasamahan from the DILG Mimaropa, from our MLGOOs from Oriental Mindoro. Good morning po. MLGOOs and personnel. And also our DILG personnel in Occidental Mindoro. Good morning po. Our DILG personnel from Romblon. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Also, our DILG personnel from Marinduque. And also from DILG Palawan, I see ang ating Provincial Director, si Sir Ver Tagle. Good morning, sir. And also from DILG Puerto Princesa. Good morning po. And of course, we also have participants from the regional office. From LG Med and CDD. Also from the Office of the Regional Director. Good morning po sa ating lahat. So I guess we are all ready. And today we will already have 164 participants. I hope po na lahat tayo ay makapag-log in and for this morning. And also we would like to say hi. Good morning, ma'am, to our LG CDD Chief, Ma'am Tess Iglesia. Good morning, ma'am. Okay, so syempre gusto ko rin pong i-acknowledge yung ating lead ng training management team, si LGOO5 Sydney Pamela Bihasa.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Shout out daw po sa 51st batch from Ma'am Sydney. Pa-heart naman dyan yung mga taga 51st batch. Good morning po sa ating lahat. Okay, so I guess we have 4 minutes before the start. If you want to take your health break muna before the start, inom ng water, mag-stretching ng konti, mga ganyan, para po ready tayo for our morning session. Medyo exciting and very interesting po ang ating topic for today. Bagay na bagay sa mga nagda-diet. Okay, so good morning again, everyone, and welcome to our second day of the Drr-Cca webinar series part 2, Enhancing Capacities of the Mimaropa Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. So to start our day today, may I invite everyone to put ourselves in the presence of God and make this invocation our own personal prayer.
I come before you today. There's just one thing that I want to say. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord, for all you've given to me, for all the blessings that I cannot see. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. With a grateful heart, with a song of praise, with an outstretched arm, I will bless your name and thank you, Lord. I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Well, I just want to thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Okay, so good morning po again sa ating lahat. And again, welcome to our second day of this webinar. So I would just like to again remind everyone for those who haven't changed their usernames yet, kindly change your usernames to the format flashed on your screen for individual viewing and for group viewing. And kindly also mute your microphone, especially when the resource speakers po are conducting their lecture or discussion. And turned off your video to save po yung ating bandwidth or yung ating internet. And then again, we are also reminding everyone and requesting everyone to please do log in, and the link is already sent on our chat box. So for this morning, we shall have a recap of day 1, which will be done by LGOO2 Ivy Dayan Piramide. Over to you, Miss Ivy.
Yan, good morning po. Loud and clear na po ba ako, Ma'am Sydney? Ayan, okay. So magandang umaga po ulit sa inyong lahat. Wala naman po bang feedback, Ma'am Che?
Wala naman, Miss Ivy, go.
Ayun, so thank you very much po. So I will be doing the recap po of our previous day's activity. But ang ating pong magiging recap for today is in a form of a game. So we encourage everyone po na mag-participate in this game. So let me present my screen. So ayan. The title of our game for today is Name That Actor or Actress Through the Movie Line. And syempre, this game comes with a twist. So for the mechanics, so a famous line from a movie will be shown in the screen. So participants must correctly identify yung name po ng ating actor or actress who said the movie line. So clarification po, ito po yung screen name ng actor or actress who said the movie line and not the name of the actor or actress in the movie. Participants are encouraged to chat their answers po sa ating Zoom chat box. So yung mga participants po natin na mag-unmute at magsasabi ng kanilang answers live ay hindi po namin tatanggapin. So only through chat lang po yung aming tatanggapin na answer. And yung pinakauna po nating participant na makakuha ng tamang sagot will earn po yung 1 point. At syempre, ano po yung twist ng activity natin for today? The twist is, yung participant po na mananalo or makakakuha ng correct answer sa pag-name ng actor or actress will be required po na mag-unmute ng kanilang audio at i-reenact po nila yung line. And after po nila mag-reenact ng line, kailangan po nilang sagutan ang atin pong recap question or yung question po natin na galing sa mga discussions po natin kahapon. And yung participant po natin na yun, kapag nakuha niya po yung correct answer from the recap question, he or she will earn 4 points on top po nung 1 point na na-earn kanina. So total po niyan ay 5 points. However, kung ito pong ating participant ay nakuha niya or hindi niya nakuha yung tamang sagot, tatawagin po namin yung second participant na nakakuha ng tamang sagot kanina ng pangalan ng actor or actress na nagsabi po ng movie line, and then he will be required to unmute and said the correct answer po dun sa ating recap question. And for that po, he or she will earn a total of 3 points. And ano po yung pinaglalabanan po nating premyo po dito, ano? The participant who got the highest score will earn a total of 100 pesos smart prepaid load. Ayan, so let's make at ano po, no? Try po natin ng isang question. So trial po tayo. Ayan, let's try one question. Ayan, who said this movie line? Ayan, sa secretariat po natin, sino po yung nauna?
Go from Gasan, DLG Gasan.
Ayun, DILG Gasan kay Ma'am Maria Carla M. Go. Ang sagot po niya ay si Piolo Pascual. So the right answer po is si Piolo Pascual. Ayan. So Ma'am Carla, pwede po kayong mag-unmute at i-reenact yung line.
Si Sir Ariel po yung magsasagot.
Sir Ariel.
With feelings po dapat.
Wag ako Carla. Ikaw na.
Ayun, Ma'am Carla, nandyan pa po kayo, ma'am, or na-disconnect na po?
Miss Ivy, pag hindi ba dineliver yung lines ay forfeited yung ano?
Yes po, kasama siya sa mechanics, pero ito naman ay trial pa lang.
Alright.
So sige, mag-proceed na ba tayo, Ma'am Sydney?
Sige.
Sige po, so after po ma-deliver yung line, sasagutin po yung recap question nila Ma'am Carla. So for the recap question is, it is a standard on-scene all-hazard incident management concept that can be used by all response groups. So ano po ito? So required po na mag-unmute sila Ma'am Carla to answer this question.
Sasabihin? Like ICS? Oo, may sagot sa chat box.
Ba yung ICS, Ivy?
Yeah, tama po yung ICS. So, ayun, may mga nagsagutin po pala sa chat natin ng incident command system. So, the right answer po is the incident command system. So, ready na po ba yung lahat po ng ating mga participants? Yung kanina po ay trial pa lang. So, ito na po talaga yung question natin. Pwede po kaya kaming makakita ng thumbs up mula po sa ating mga participants? If you're ready na po. Ayan, so nakakita na po kami ng thumbs up. Ayan, so thank you very much. So for the first question, ayan, sino po kaya ang nagsabi ng linyang ito? Ayan, Secretariat, meron na po bang nakakuha ng tamang sagot?
I believe si Ma'am Carla ulit.
Yeah. Okay, DILG Gasan po ulit. So the right answer po would be, she loved me at my worst. So ito po ay linya na sinabi ni John Lloyd Cruz. So, Ma'am Carla, you may unmute po ulit. You are required po to unmute and reenact the line.
Parang ayoko na.
Go, Ma'am Carla. Call a friend ba, Ma'am Carla? 5 seconds lang siguro, Ivy, ano?
Yes po, 5 seconds po.
Lang.
She loved me at my worst. You had me at my best. At pinaliwala mo lahat yun.
Wow. Go, Ma'am Carla. So, thank you very much, Ma'am Carla. For the recap question po, cite at least one of the purposes of the incident command system. Nandito po ba sila, Ma'am Carla?
Yes, Ivy.
Ayun, Ma'am Carla.
Call a friend.
For
Call a-
coordination, to have coordination.
Kindly repeat po, Ma'am.
Ikaw na, baga sa lalaki yung boses.
Management and coordination of incident.
Okay, so management and coordination of incident. Ma'am Sydney, tama po ba?
Hindi ito included dun sa ating list. So maybe we can give Pinamalayan MDRRMO Daniel Proelda a chance to steal.
Yes po, from Pinamalayan. Sir, you may unmute po and answer the question. And still 3 points po. So 1 point po tayo for DILG Gasan for answering po yung sa movie line.
Safety of the responders and others.
Kindly repeat po, sir.
Manage the disaster.
Yung nauna niyo pong sinabi, sir, sa safety of the responders.
And
Ayun,
others.
Ma'am Sydney, tama po ba?
Yes, Ivy.
Ayun. So, yan. Either one of the following answers po. So, nakuha po ni Sir Daniel Fruelda, yung safety of the responders and others. So, 3 points po for Sir Daniel. Congratulations po. And 1 point po kila Ma'am Carla. So, for our other participants, bawi-bawi po tayo. Meron pa po tayong other questions. Next line. Sino po ang nagsabi ng mga linyang ito?
Sure ulit na.
Ayan, may nauna na po ba, Ma'am Sydney?
Yes, Miss Ivy, si MDRRMO ng Gasan, Sir Edgar Asadiwa.
So, ang sagot po ni Sir Edgar ay si Carlo Aquino. So, let's see kung sino po. Ayan, si Carlo Aquino, and this line was delivered po sa movie na Bata-Bata, Paano Ka Ginawa. So, Sir Edgar Sadiwa ng MDRRMO Gasan, you may unmute na po and deliver the line.
Akala mo lang wala, pero meron.
Congratulations po kay Sir Edgar ng MDRRMO Gasan. And for the recap question, sir, for additional 4 points. So if there are 2 or more provinces involved, who owns the incident?
Regional, sir. Regional. Talaga mo. Ma'am, regional.
Regional ano po, sir?
Regional DRRM.
So let's see. Yes po, Regional DRRMC. So 5 points po para kay Sir Edgar ng MDRRMO Gasan. So pa-record po sa ating training secretariat. Ayan, so 1 point po para kila Ma'am Carla ng DILG Gasan. 3 points po sa MDRRMO ng Pinamalayan and MDRRMO ng Gasan. So 5 points. Nangunguna po ang ating participant from the MDRRMO ng Gasan. So next question po natin. Sino po kaya ang nag-deliver ng linyang ito?
Baka may clue ka dyan, Miss Ivy. Super, wala pa nakakakuha.
Yeah. Ay, makikita niyo po siya kung kayo po ay nanonood ng Ang Probinsyano. Matagal na po siyang nasa Ang Probinsyano.
Or saang movie ba ito dineliver, Ivy?
Kilalang kilala niyo po siya sa movie na General Luna. So, sino po kaya yan?
Si Hipolito daw.
Hipolito. May nakakuha na po ba, Ma'am Sydney? I think may nakakuha na po.
May nakakuha na. May isa kanina na yun, medyo mali lang yung spelling. Pero yung tamang spelling ay DILG Palawan, James Ilagan.
Okay, Sir James Ilagan, please unmute po and deliver the line. Sir James, nandiyan ka pa po ba?
Yes.
Ayan, Sir James. Pwede nyo na pong i-deliver ang ating linya.
Negosyo o kalayaan. Bayan o sarili. Pumili ka.
Wow. Pwedeng-pwede na, Sir James. So for our recap question, Sir James, for additional 4 points. While the responsible official serves as link to higher authorities and provides overall policy direction, guidance, and priorities, this person leads the tactical incident response. Who is this po?
Incident commander.
So let's see po kung tama. Ayan, so incident commander. So 5 points po para kay Sir James Ilagan ng DILG Palawan. So ayan, tayo na po ang DILG Palawan and MDRRMO Gasan. So habol-habol po tayo para po sa ating 100 pesos na smart prepaid load. Next line po. Who delivered this movie line? I think, Ma'am Sydney, may nakakuha na po ng tamang sagot.
Yes po. Yes, Ivy. GVMDRRMO ng Binavista, Marinduque.
Yes po.
Magagaling ata sa taga Marinduque,
Matindi po ba ang ilangan natin? So for GVMDRRMO ng Buena Vista, Marinduque, you may unmute na po and deliver the line.
Pero bakit parang galit ka? Pero bakit parang kasalanan ko?
Wow, may hugot po. So for our recap question. Ayun. So, ayan po, sa ating recap question, meron po tayong 4 subclusters under the MD, Management of the Dead and Missing. So, cite po at least 2 of these subclusters.
There are 4 subclusters under the management of the dead and missing. Side of this. Operation and planning po.
Steal, I guess, chance to steal, Miss Ivy.
Yes po, I think there's a chance to steal from DILG Gasan kay Ma'am Maria Carla. Go, Ma'am Carla. You have the chance to steal po.
Wait lang, there are 4 subclusters under the management of the dead.
Please cite at least 2 of these MDM subclusters. Orasan na po ba natin, Ma'am Carla?
Yan, Management of bereaved family and management of the dead.
Ayan, Ma'am Sydney, meron po ba?
Medyo yung last, tama yung management of the bereaved, pero yung management of the dead is the major cluster kasi natin. Siguro
So,
another chance to steal.
Chance to steal po from LGU Victoria kay Ma'am Roxanne Garachico. Ma'am Roxanne, you may unmute po. Nandyan pa po ba si Ma'am Roxanne? Yes po, kung wala na po si Ma'am Roxanne, let's proceed po kay BFP Fire Officer 1, Sir Edrev Angelo Lazo ng Torrijos, Marinduque. Nandyan pa po ba kayo, sir?
Yes po, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, sandali.
Sige po.
Nabablock out ako, ma'am. Kinakabahan ako, ma'am. Desperado po ako manalo ng 100 pesos load ng cash. Saglit na ako. Nasaan na yung akin? Nakalimutan ko na. Pass, ma'am. Pass.
Pass. Sige po. So, pass daw po si sir. Next po natin, ang MDRRMO ng Puerto Galera, Ma'am Gia Margaret Serrano. Ma'am, nandyan pa po ba kayo, ma'am?
Still.
Ano po? Disposition of the dead.
Still.
Isa pa po, ma'am.
Disaster victim identification.
Yun.
Ma'am Sydney?
Tama.
Yes, correct po, Miss Ivy.
So, ayun po, 3 points po. Ang 3 points po natin ay na-steal po from the ng MDRRMO Puerto Galera nila Ma'am Gia Margaret Serrano. So, score po natin ngayon. So, 1 point po para kila Ma'am Carla ng DILG Gasan. 3 points po sa MDRRMO ng Pinamalayan. 5 points at nangunguna pa rin ang MDRRMO Gasan at si Sir James Ilaga ng DILG Palawan. 1 point po for the MDRRMO ng Buena Vista and 3 points po sa MDRRMO ng Puerto Galera. So next question. Ayan, who delivered this movie line?
Ay nakakuha na ng sagot, Ivy, sa ating chat box.
Yes po.
From GV MDRRMO RHU Mamburao.
Yes po. So from GV MDRRMO ng RH and RHU Mamburao, you may unmute na po and please deliver the line.
Ano ba ako? Kailangan mo ako.
Nakapag-unmute na po ba, Ma'am Sydney, yung ating
Take 2 daw po, sir. Take 2 daw po, mga ma'am.
Take 2. Take 2 daw po from the MDRRMO. And RHU po ng Mamburao.
Mahal po ba ako? Dahil kailangan po ako. O kailangan mo ako, kaya mahal mo.
Wow! Ayun pala sila, naka-group viewing po pala sila dito. Ang dami nila. Ayan, thank you very much po. So for our recap question naman, sir. This element of response is responsible for the coordination between the responsible official and incident management team. What is this? I think this is from the discussion of Director Tabel kahapon. And so, orasan na po ba natin, sir? So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ma'am Sydney, sino po ang may chance na mag-steal?
I guess may sinasagot sila, Ivy.
Ay, may sinasagot sila. Sige po. Ano po yun?
Incident Commander.
Incident Commander? Hindi po. Sino po ang may chance na mag-steal? So 1 point po tayo para po sa GV ng MDRRMO and RHU Mamburao. So sino po ang may chance na mag-steal? Si ano po ulit? Si Sir Edrev Angelo Lazo ng Torrijos, Marinduque. For 3 points, sir. This element of response is responsible for the coordination between the responsible official and incident management team. What is this?
EOC, ma'am.
Ano pong ibig sabihin ng EOC, sir?
Emergency Operations Centers, ma'am.
Sige po, let's check. EOC, Emergency Operations Center. So 3 points po para kay Sir Edrev Angelo Lasso ng Torrijos, Marinduque. So congratulations, Sir Edrev. You have 3 points po. Ayan, habol-habol po yung iba po nating mga participants. Nangunguna pa rin ang MDRRMO ng Gasan at si Sir James Ilagan with 5 points. Next question. Who delivered this line po? Meron na po bang nakakuha, Ma'am Sydney?
Yes, I guess si Ma'am Carla ulit from BLG Gasan.
Go, Ma'am Carla. You may unmute na po and deliver the line.
Basahin mo lang.
Oh yes. Oh yes, kaibigan mo ako, kaibigan mo lang ako. And I'm so stupid to make the biggest mistake of falling in love with my best friend.
So very supportive yung mga kasama po ni Ma'am Carla. So for our recap question po, Ma'am Carla. In the management of the dead during COVID-19, these MDM subclusters are initially activated. Ano po ito? I think these are, 2 subclusters po ito. So 10. 9.
Dead bodies. Wait lang. Handling dead bodies and final arrangement of the dead.
Ma'am Sydney, tama po ba?
I guess hindi po. Sorry po, Ma'am Carla.
So, additional 1 point po para kay Ma'am Carla. So, sino po ang may chance na mag-steal? I think ang LGU Sablayan, MDRRMO, sila Sir John Marvin Mendoza. Sir John Marvin, do you have an answer po sa ating recap question?
Disposition of the dead and management of bereaved families.
Ma'am Sydney, tama po?
Yes po, Miss Ivy, that's correct.
Ayun, so another 3 points po para po sa LGU Sablayan. So congratulations po kila Sir John Marvin. So last question po tayo bago po namin itali ang ating points. So habol-habol po tayo. Ayan, sino po kayo ang nag-deliver ng line na to?
Ang pera natin, hindi basta-basta. Pero ang pasensya ko, konting-konti na lang. Sino na nga yun?
Sino po ang nag-deliver ng line?
Ako.
Ayan, si Ma'am Ami, Miss Ivy, si Ma'am Ami from Pinamalayan, MLGO Pinamalayan ang nakakuha.
Yes po, Ma'am Ami, you may unmute na po and deliver the line.
Go, Ma'am Ami.
Go, Ma'am Ami. Napaka-competitive naman ang ating mga participants for today. Nandyan pa po ba si Ma'am Ami?
O, ikaw na. Pera natin ay hindi basta-basta mauubos, pero ang pasensya ko, konting-konti na lang.
Wow! May hugo talaga, Ma'am Ami.
Yes.
So, recap question natin, Ma'am Ami. Last recap question.
Ano yan?
This is one of the ICS facilities that serve as a temporary location to provide services such as accommodation, food, water, and sanitary services for the responders. What is this? Ito po ay under ng discussion ni Sir Jake po kahapon.
Ay, wala ako kahapon ng kasi may meeting kasi ako kahapon. Sorry.
Ay, ganun po. Nako, sige. So, 1 point po for Ma'am Ami para sa pagsagot ng kanyang, ng ating pong movie line. So, sino po ang may chance na mag-steal? Ma'am Maria Carla? Go po. This is for 3 points po, Ma'am Carla.
Carla.
Ano po yun, Ma'am Carla?
Camp.
Camp. Okay, so let's see po kung anong tamang sagot. Okay, camp po. Okay, tama. So Ma'am Sydney, pwede na po ba nating makita yung ating points kung sinong nanalo?
It's a three-way tie between, among pala, MLGOO Carla of the LG Gasan with 5 points, MDRRM Ugasan with 5 points, and James Ilagan. Siguro we can have an icebreaker. Clincher.
Clincher, sige po. Clincher tayo between the three.
Apo. So yung tatlo na lang po muna yung sasagot. Ano po?
Sige po. Ito, last question po natin. Let me share my screen.
Si James, si Ma'am Carla, at si MDRR Mugasan.
So, ayan. So, si Sir James Ilagan, si Ma'am Carla Go, and si Sir James, and MDRRMO Gasan. Okay, sino pong nauna? Pasalo daw po, Ma'am Carla, sabi po ng CDRRMO Kalapan.
Liza Soberano.
Tama po bang spelling, Ma'am Sydney?
I guess hindi. Ayan.
I think ang tatanggapin po natin is yung kay MDRRMO Gasan.
Wait lang ah. Si James ata yung nauna.
Okay.
Na tama yung spelling.
Sige po, go Sir James, you can deliver the line na po.
Dahil sa mabato.
I-deliver pa rin?
Yes, sir.
Bakit niya kaya nagawa yun? Amay natin na? May kulang ba sa akin? May mali ba sa akin? Pangit ba ako? Pangit bang katawang ko? Kapalit-palit ba ako?
Sir James, pwedeng-pwede ka na talaga, Sir James. Ayan, so tama po, si Liza Soberano. So for the recap question, Sir James, it is the place where the retrieved bodies or body parts are collected for identification, documentation, and disposition. So ano po ito? Under pa din po ng discussion ni Sir Jake kahapon. Five, 4, 3, 2, dyan ka pa po, Sir James? 1. Ma'am Sydney, I think may chance na mag-steal yung, sino ba? Si Ma'am Carla po ba, yung sumunod sa kanya?
Sige, okay.
So Ma'am Carla, chance to steal po, 3 points. Plus 1 point po si Sir James kanina, Ma'am Sydney. Ito po for 3 points. Go, Ma'am Carla!
Nasa chat na ang sagot eh.
Connection area.
Ma'am Sydney, tama po ba?
Temporary morgue.
Final answer, Ma'am Carla.
Ma'am Carla. Ano pong final answer natin, Ma'am Carla?
Temporary morgue.
Temporary morgue. Ayan. So, tamang sagot po is temporary morgue. So, Ma'am Sydney, final tally po natin. Ayan. So, final tally po natin si Sir James with 6 points, MDRRM Ogasan, 5 points, and sila Ma'am Carla ng DILG Gasan with 8 points. So, congratulations po, Ma'am Carla. You have 100 pesos po na smart prepaid load. So, kindly coordinate na lang po with us kung ano po yung number napapasahan po namin ng load. Ayun. Sa recap question po nagkatalo, Sir James. Over to you po, Ma'am Che.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Ivy, for that very energetic talaga. And thank you rin, very energetic na recap of day 1. And thank you very much din po sa ating participants for actively participating. So at this point, I will introduce to you our first resource speaker for this morning. So our first resource speaker for today has a degree in Doctor of Dental Medicine. He also has a master's degree in management, major in public administration, and he is certified by the Philippine National Police as forensic examiner in the field of forensic odontology. He is a member of the Asia Pacific Forensic Odontologist Group, Forensic Odontologists for Human Rights International, and the Philippine Dental Association. He is a lecturer and trainer on Scene of the Crime Operation or SOCO, Chemical, Biological, Radiological, Nuclear or CBRN exploitation, disaster victim identification, and forensic odontology. He currently holds a number of positions and designations at the Philippine National Police Crime Laboratory Medical Legal Division, which includes an administrative officer, SOCO team leader, CBRN first responder, disaster victim identification commander, and chief of the odontology section to discuss Module 4, Handling of Dead Bodies and Body Parts. Let us all welcome Police Lieutenant Colonel Jose Dindo Marie T. Herrera. Good morning, sir. Sir Dindo. Sir, nakamute po kayo, sir.
Hello, good morning.
There. Okay na po.
Okay na, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good morning, sir, ma'am. Again, I'm Police Lieutenant Colonel Jose Dindo Marie Herrera, and I'm a forensic odontologist, presently assigned at the PNP Medical Legal Division. But currently, ma'am, because of the pandemic, I'm currently deployed at the Mall of Asia Arena Mega Swabbing Facility as one of the supervisors. This is the our contribution to the government in fighting the deadly pandemic. So if you have any queries, no, or concern with regard to swab testing, no, you may personally text me, no, especially those to yung mga gusto mag-travel. So it's free, no, for as long as you have you're a PhilHealth member. For the next 2.5 hours, I'll be discussing about the module 4, which is the handling of the bodies, no, during MDM operation. But before I begin my lecture, no, wait. So with regard to the topic that I'll be discussing for today, you know, I was able to attend series, you know, of training, seminar, and courses, no, both locally and abroad. No. So as shown in the slide, no, I was able to attend training in Milan, Italy, with regard to human identification. No, I was also trained by the Victoria Institute of Forensic Medicine in disaster in a large number of casualties. No, I also attended a introductory in forensic anthropology in UP. I was also trained in Semarang, Indonesia as a disaster victim identification commander. And lastly, no, as part of the DVI operator, no, definitely you have to be trained by the Interpol in disaster victim identification. Now, before I discuss the handling of the dead and the body parts, no, part of the household, during the lecture you may interrupt. No, if you have any questions with regard to the topic that I'll be discussing, it's okay with me. No, if you want to interrupt, no, just call my attention, call the attention of the admin, or you may write your questions in the chat box. No, because I believe that I'll be discussing this for the next 2.5 hours. No, and I'll be with you only for this day, no, kasi meron pa po tayong mga trabaho. So as much as possible, I'd like to grab the opportunity, no, for this day to answer all your questions, no, as clearly as possible. Okay. Before I begin, do you have any questions with regard to my personal circumstances or background? No, if not, let me begin. So at the end of this session, the participants, no, will be able to know and understand the overall organizational structure of the MDM. So I'll be giving emphasis on the specific agencies involved, specifically the SRR and the DVI. Understand the SRR, what are the specific functions or the roles of the SRR during MDM disaster response. No, develop appreciation to demonstration. This objective, no, I'll try to discuss this as clearly as possible, because during the face-to-face discussion, Normally, we have a demonstration, no, for the participants, no, but in this case, no, I've prepared a PowerPoint presentation and also a video clips, no, on that specific topic. And lastly, no, I'll be discussing the overview of what is DVI, or how do we do the victim identification during disaster. So this will be the scope of presentation. The first topic will be the SRR, or the search, rescue, and retrieval operation. What are the team composition of the retrieval team? No, how do they properly document the retrieved bodies or the cadavers? No, after retrieval, what will be the next procedure, which is the victim identification? What are the forensic examinations to be conducted during the DVI operations? And what would be the final disposition of the body after the conduct of the forensic examination? So the first topic will be the SRR, no, or the search and retrieval operation. Na pardon me guys, no, if I'm speaking too quickly, kasi I have prepared, I think, hundred slides, no. So I'm really not sure if I'll be finishing this topic for the next two and a half hours, no. So this is a very long topic, but I will give enough time for you, no, to have your health break, no, after this topic. So these are some of the pictures taken during the search and retrieval operations, no, conducted by our SR team. This was taken during the Marawi siege, no. This one is taken during the Typhoon Yolanda, no. So our SRR team was where the BFP, no, Bureau of Fire, the Special Action Force of the PNP, some local volunteers, no, international volunteers as well. This was taken during naman the Valenzuela, I forgot the company, Valenzuela, Kentex Fire, no, sometime in 2013. It was a company of the rubber, no, nasunog siya, and most, I think 74 casualties, no, were reported. No? So all of them died due to suffocations. No? So if you're the member of the SRR, you really need to have to be well trained, no, in the retrieval operations. Because for example, in this case, no, how are you going to retrieve the bodies? Are you going to retrieve per section, or per long bone, or per skull? No. So sometimes, no, the SRR should also be well, or at least have a background in human anatomy. Kasi in this case, no, pag ito I mean, hindi systematic yung way of retrieval, magkakaroon tayo ng problema during identification. Kasi this part of the skeletal remains are very fragile, no? So konting mali lang ng galaw natin might masira natin, no, yung evidence natin, which is the human body. Okay? So the organizational structure of the MD model, it was discussed, I believe, yesterday, no, that the SRR will form part of the MDM subcluster group. Okay, so the MDM will be the first phase of the MDM operation and will form part of our 4 subcluster group of the MDM, which is the DVI, which will be led by the NBI and the PNP, the disposition of the dead, which will be led by the local, no, LGUs natin, the management of the missing person, which will be led by the local PNP, and the management of the bereaved families will be led by the local SWDO. Now, the main responsibility or role of the SRR, no, or the search, rescue, and retrieval operation, are the recovery or the retrieval of the dead bodies. No? So sila yung magre-retrieve ng mga cadavers natin in a disaster site. And not just retrieval, no? Kasi before, ang alam natin, the SRR will just retrieve the bodies, will just collect the bodies, but it's not. No? They will also be responsible for the tagging and documentation, initial documentation of the cadaver, and the proper turnover, no, of these bodies to the next DVI phase natin. And most important also is that they must be skilled on how to properly handle the dead bodies and the body parts. No? So before, ang natutunan natin, no, sa SRR, pag nakolekta nila yung bodies, tapos na. They will just turn over to the local police or the forensic team, and then tapos na yung trabaho nila. But in this case, we have already made a systematic procedure on how are they going to retrieve, proper tag, and proper document the retrieved bodies, no, in the disaster site. Now, there are three major phases of the SRR: the pre-operational, the operational, and the post-operational phase. Now, during the pre-operational phase, these are the key activities of the SRR. First, they need to assess the situation. Now, if you are a member of the SRR, you need to properly assess what kind of disaster are we going to respond. Now, for example, if you're the first responder during the DVI operation, no, ikaw yung team leader ng SRR, in the disaster site, you saw people, no, nakita mo yung mga tao natin, they have you see some unusual characteristics like irritation of the eye, no, vomiting, merong sumusuka, merong burning sensation of the eye, no, nahihilo. There's already involuntary movement, no, of the extremities, no, ang tawag natin just twitching or jerking. So if you are the first responder, if you're the SRR's first responder, are you going to uh, come in, no? Or are you going to respond to that specific incident? So definitely hindi, no? Kasi it might be a case of a chemical attack or a CBRN incident, no? If you happen to know the case of in Syria, no, I think in 2018, no, nagkaroon sila ng chemical attack, no, which is the sarin, no. Sarin is a chemical agent, no, which is very potent, and it is correct categorized as a nerve agent, no. It is an odorless and colorless liquid, no, na pagka dinisperse nila, it can cause instantaneous death, no. 1 to 10 minutes pwede ka nang mamatay. And some of the characteristics nito, no, yun nga, difficult of breathing, suffocation, no. And then nagkakaroon ng collapse, no, of the respiratory system. So you need to be careful, no, in handling the initial phase of the disaster. So first, it is very important to first assess the situation. After assessing, proper coordination also with the LGU, no, on where are you going to temporarily hold or uh, initially collect, no, the cadavers, no. So kailangan magkaroon tayo ng initial collection site or temporary holding area for the collected bodies, no, to be recovered, no. Part of the logistical supplies needed during recovery are the PPEs, no, proper PPE. After assessing, ano bang klaseng PPE kailangan natin? Do we need the services of the CBRN team, no, of the AFP, the PNP, or the hazmat team of the Bureau of Fire and Protection, no? You also need retrieval bags, no, body retrieval bags, supplies tags, and some administrative supplies, no. During the pre-operational phase, it's a must also to ensure the complete composition of the SRR team. Now, this is the team composition of the SRR. This is a 7-man team, no, per team of the SRR, the initial or the minimum requirement per team. You have a team leader, the spotter, the photographer, a property custodian, a recorder, and 2 body retrievers. The reason why we made it 7 so that it can be easily, yung team natin can easily check in dito sa ICS natin, di ba? So pwede sila maging isang strike team, no? So per team, these are the responsibilities of the team leader. They're responsible for the overall performance of the team. We need 1 spotter. Itong spotter na to, ang trabaho niya is to ensure the safety of the team. Kasi if you happen to remember yung case natin sa Itogon, no, during the retrieval operation, one of the spotter saw na hindi na siya safe, no, to work kasi nga nagkaroon ng heavy downfall ng rain. So it might cause another landslide. So yung spotter, sinabi niya na i-hold natin yung retrieval operations natin because it's already unsafe, no, to operate. So we also need a photographer for documentation. We also want property custodian to take safe of the properties collected. The recorder responsible for the initial documentation, no, of the cadaver, and 2 body retrievers, no. Sila naman yung charge yung body movement natin sa mga cadavers natin. So these are the initial members, no, of our team during SRR composition. So these are some of the minimum protective PPEs of the SRR. They need hard hats, gloves, masks, SAR uniforms, and boot. But we also recommend them, to wear overall protective white suits, no, because of the pandemic. They will be also requiring cadaver bags, body parts, ziplocs, property tags, labels, and also retrieval body forms and logbooks. Now, during operational procedure, these are the key activities of the SRR. They will be responsible for the tagging or labeling of the cadavers, both the property and the cadaver. They will be needing a photographer to photograph or initial document the cadaver. No, they will also be responsible for the transport, no, from the disaster site going to the temporary holding area up to the turnover to the DVI team. No, so they will be also responsible for the identifying where are we going to hold the cadaver. No? So the location of the temporary holding area. So this is an example of the body tags. No? This is the case, no, during the collection of the fingerprint, post-mortem fingerprint. So for per body, we need to initially put a tagging, both on the cadaver and also on the sa properties to be collected. So you can put it in the wrist, no, or in the ankle. May nagtanong sa atin, no, how about nung walang wrist, walang upper extremities, walang lower extremities, you can put it sa leg, sa leeg, no, for as long as it is well secured. No, you can use cable tie, no, to secure this body tag. So the tagging, we also recommend to do double tagging both on the cadaver and also on the cadaver bag. No, so these are the at least the minimum requirements, no, data that we need. First, we need to know where the location, where the cadaver was collected, who collected the cadaver, sino yung mga SRR team natin, date of collection, and the body number. So these are just the minimum data needed doon sa body tag natin. So in the body tag, no, this is our recommendation. But hindi naman namin siya tinasabing ito yung pinakatama, ito yung pinaka the best, no. If you have any suggestions with regard to on how are you going to do your tagging, it's okay with us, no, for as long as the minimal informations are there, no. Para madali, ang tinatanong natin diyan, yung lagi nating tatandaan is the TLB formula, the team, the location, and the body formula. So ito yung pinaka-basis natin, initial basis natin dun sa body tag na kailangan natin makita sa body tag. No, at least pag chinek namin yung body tag, makikita namin sino yung team leader na nag-collect, no? Saan siya na-collect, saan siya nakuha, pang ilang body siya na-recover, the date recovered, and at least the initial of the team leader. The reason why we need to identify the initials of the team leader is for us for accountability. Kasi for example, in a given scenario, if you are going to respond to a disaster site, mostly pag sinabi nating SRR, it will be maraming agencies will magre-responde sa atin. There will be a lot of government agencies that will help us during the recovery phase. No? Pwedeng AFP, pwedeng BFP, pwedeng Coast Guard, pwedeng PNP, pwedeng local volunteers, no, private volunteers, or also international volunteers. So if you're the SRR team leader or commander, you really need to identify who are these teams that will compose your SRR. So at least for us, no, alam namin na ang hahabulin namin is si AFP. No? For example, merong nawalang gamit, no, during the recovery phase, no, ang na-recover natin is Rolex. Pero pag turnover sa amin, naging Seiko na lang. At least we know sino nga habulin namin from the AFP, who is the team leader. So it's just for accountability. Okay, at least on the minimal information, the minimal data that needed to be included in the tagging is the TLB formula, which is the team, the location, and the body number. Now, questions: if you're going to, if you happen to collect a property, how are you going to tag this property? So for us, we recommend to just put letter P, meaning property. Okay, if it is human, we suggest not to put the TLB formula. So pagka ang katawan na na-recover natin, I can suggest, no, I would suggest to use this formula. If you have any other suggestions na sa tingin nyo mas maganda, it's fine with us for as long as the initial informations are there, no, are identified. So if it is a property, no, again, these property are unattached to the body, no. If the property is attached to the body, for example, a watch, no, kung ang relo nito ay nakasuot sa katawan ng tao, no need to separate, no need to tag the property. Ang sinasabi natin dito are detached properties. For example, a cell phone located beside the body. This will be considered detached properties. So ito yung lalagyan natin ng letter P sa body tag natin or property tag. Can you follow, guys? Do you have any questions? Okay, let's proceed. So in the case of Marawi incident, ito yung ginawa ng mga SRR team natin, no? So the PNP DVI is the PNP or the SRR team na nag-recover sa body. 01 is the body number. The BRM is the location or Barangay Marinaot. It is the place where the body was recovered and the date recovered. And they even included the time recovered. So again, no, these are just suggestive. No, if you have any recommendation or suggestion that you think it is more appropriate, no, or mas maganda, no, did you think it would be more successful, you know, in the identification, in doing the body tag? It's fine with us for as long as the minimum informations are there. Now, I will give you a scenario, an example, on how are you going to tag the bodies recovered. For example, you have a case of a burnt building, a hotel, which has a 20-story building. And then if you're the SRR commander, and then we will be recovering thousands of casualties inside the hotel. And then per floor, there are 20 rooms per floor. No? So ang sabi ni SRR commander, we will simultaneously recover the bodies because time is of the essence. No? In any moment, no, the body or the building might collapse. No? So at least we will be recovering as many cadaver as possible. So ang sabi ni SRR commander natin per floor, no, ang magre-responde sa atin, tutulong sa atin is the BFP and the AFP. Now sabi ni ni SRR commander, no, the right wing, no, will be ang magre-responde dito will be the BFP or the Bureau of Fire SRR team. And on the left wing, it will be the AFP SRR team. Now again, they will be responding simultaneously. No, now if you are the SRR commander, how are you going to tag these individuals? No, so paano natin sila itatag properly, both the cadaver and the property? So this will be my suggestion, my recommendation. For example, in this case, no, ang sabi ni SRR on the left wing, it will be responded by the AFP. Now, if you are the AFP responder SRR, what would be your tagging? So papalagay niyo, sir, ano yung mga code nyo. No, I would suggest, no, if you can give suggestions, no, or answers, no, do you think what would be the proper tagong in this cadaver, sir? Anyone from the participants po, sir? You may write your answer in the chat box, sir, if you want po. So in this case, pwede nating sabihin, no, the AFP-205-001, the date and my initials. Now the reason why I used the room 205, it's because what? Kasi meron na tayong manifesto, no? Alam na natin na per room, no, nakapag-register na yan, nakapag-check-in na yan, kilala na natin kung sino yung tao na nandun na nag-check-in. So it will be easier for us to identify initially who are these people inside this room. Can you follow, sir? So mas madali sa atin, no, if you're going to do it simultaneously, no, pag nakita namin sa DVI na itong cadaver na to was recovered by the AFP SRR team dun sa room 205 and siya yung kauna-unahang cadaver na na-recover sa kwartong ito. Now, the date recovered and plus the initial of the team leader. Okay? So that's just an example on how are you going to do the tagging. Now, kayo naman, sir, in this case, how are you going to do the tagging? Any volunteer, sir, from the participants, ma'am? You can unmute po. Anyone po, ma'am. Sensya na po, wala po tayong premyo, wala po tayong prize. So you may tag this victim as AFP-2005-002, meaning from room 205, pangalawa po siyang na-recover natin sa kwartong ito. Okay? So after this, no, pag tinurn over sa amin tong victim na to, by just mere looking at the body tag, we know from the DVI team that this cadaver was recovered by the AFP team. sa room 205, at pangalawa siyang cadaver and recover. Now, ang gagawin naman ng DVI team namin, we will coordinate with the hotel management and check the manifesto kung sino yung naka-check-in sa room 205. And then it would be easier for us to initially identify who are these victims inside room 205. Can you follow po, guys? Sir, ma'am? Okay. On the other hand, no, sa right wing, sabi natin si BFP po siya. Si BFP po ang mag-recover dito. So again, sir, kayo naman po, do you have any volunteer po, ma'am, on how are we going to do the tagging? Pwede po ba ako magtawag?
Tindo.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, volunteer po, ma'am.
Matining daw po, sir, from the LG Marinduque.
Yes, ma'am. Can you, ma'am, please unmute, ma'am?
Hello po, good morning po. Eric
Yes, sir.
Matining po from
Yes.
DILG Marinduque.
Yes, sir.
Sir, bali recommendation lang po since po sunog yung ating scenario po. I guess po it is impossible po to easily identify the rooms since po yung rooms natin ay yung number ng rooms nakalagay lang usually sa sa pintuan, and kung sunog po, mahirapan po tayong ma-identify yung number ng rooms. So I suggest po siguro, recommendations pala po ay left wing or right wing, then po yung floor, then po yung mga initially na kailangan po na parts, like yung dates and initials po. Yun lang po, sir. Thank you so much po.
Yes, sir. That's a good suggestion, sir. But I made this presentation for lecture purposes lang po, sir. Masyado yun na pong tinutuyo yung scenario natin, sir. So I made this presentation for easy appreciation po of the participants po, sir. But it's a good suggestion po. But if I were the SRR team leader po, definitely po hindi po tayo mag-respond sa isang scenario without us checking the environment and also the floor plan. So initially, before entering the premises, we need to coordinate with the hotel management, no, to check the blueprint, no, para malaman natin kung saan tayo dadaan. Kasi ito yung mga real scenario natin, real makayan natin. But in this case, I made this presentation for lecture purposes lang po, sir, for easy appreciation of the participants. But in the real scenario, definitely, we need to coordinate with the hotel management, check if there's available floor plan, identify what are the rooms, no, are we going to enter, kasi baka mamaya wala namang mga tao. So I think, isasama din natin, no, yung proper coordination dun sa ating pupuntahan. Now, but in this case, for example, we have already identified the rooms, no, by checking the floor plan, by coordinating with the hotel management. They were able to give us, no, the floor plan of each floors. No, we were able to identify the number of the cadavers inside the room. No, so ang question lang kasi dito is how are we going to tag the bodies? No, how are we going to properly, systematically tag the bodies? Kasi if you're going to recover this simultaneously, no, sabay-sabay tayo magtatrabaho. For example, both rooms, kanya-kanya tayong team, per team tayo, and then we will bring it to one collection area. No, pag dinala mo yan sa isang collection area at in-over mo sa DBI, now if I were the DBI team, member of DBI team, paano ko siya malalaman na itong cadaver na to ay nakuha sa first floor, second floor, third floor, sa room 205? Can you get the point, sir? Diba? At least po, no, pag na-recover natin siya, kasi wala kami sa scenario, wala kami sa disaster site. Hindi namin alam saan siya nakuha. It would be the responsibility of the SRE team during the retrieval, no, to identify where these cadavers were recovered. No, pag turnover sa amin yan, hindi namin alam saan siya nakuha. So for us, by just mere looking at the body tag, we have already the initial information on where this cadaver or cadavers were collected. Did you get the point, sir? I hope I was able to explain it properly, sir. So in this case, for example, sir, no, it is already pre-planned. No? Ang sabi ni SRR, left wing will be the AFP and the right wing will be the BFP concern. So if you're the BFP, you're the part of the BFP SRR team, how are you going to put the suggestion niyo po, sir, sa body tagging natin? How are you going to identify this cadaver? Or how are you going to tag this cadaver po, sir? Sir, can you also answer po sir the question if you have any suggestion po sir?
Hello po. Ako pala ulit. Ayan po.
Yes sir, yes
I
sir.
guess po I will be following po yung first example po. Then ilalagay ko lang BFP, then room 204, then yung number po.
Room 202.
202,
Yes,
then yung
202.
date po and initials po.
What would be your body number, sir? So BFP dash 202, and then what would be your body number, sir?
003 po, sir.
003. Amenable po ba yung mga participants natin sa 003?
I think 001.
Ayan, sir.
Yes. No. It would be 001, sir.
001.
Okay, kasi
Yes.
una pa lang from BFP.
Yes, sir. Kasi
Ayan
magkakaroon.
po.
Yes, sir. Kasi again, the scenario is we will be doing this simultaneously, sir. So paano natin malalaman, sir, kung 003 siya kung hindi natin alam yung nangyayari sa 205,
Okay po.
sa 201?
Thank you, sir. Noted
Okay.
po.
Okay, sir. And it will be easier for us for accountability. No, so madali siyang
Sir.
i-account. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Do you have any questions po, sir?
Sir, yung although this is only the presentation, sa actual scenario, kung magna-number tayo ng body, siyempre ang una natin makikita ay nasa pintuan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Sir, so mas appropriate ba yun?
Yes,
So
sir.
yung una mo makikita ay yung una magiging number 1.
Yes, sir. That's correct po, sir.
Saka na yung nasa loob. No,
Yes, sir. That's correct. That's correct po,
Pwede
sir.
lang, sir. Observation lang, sir.
That's a good observation po, sir. That's correct po, sir. It doesn't follow naman po, sir, kung sino yung mauna. For as long as kung siya yung una natin nakita, na cadaver natin, yung pinakamalapit dun sa entrance natin, definitely po siya po yung magiging number 1 natin. Sa body numbering po
Ano na lang,
natin.
sasama doon po yung
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sir.
Isa pang letter na ano.
So be careful lang po, sir, on the numbering, no? So ang numbering natin,
Sabay na lang. Na iniimbitahan sila, wala pa yun.
okay. So ang numbering natin is per room. Okay? So amenable tayo po lahat, sir. So another example po, sir, if this is the case, no, let's go to room 203. Any volunteer po, sir, on how are you going to do the tagging po, sir? So again, it's BFP, room 203-001. So per room po tayo, back po tayo sa 001. Okay? But in this case, kunwari dismembered po, no? Putol po yung katawan. So how are you going to do it? So another one. So sa DVI case po natin, one body part is considered one body. Okay? Unless, for example po, isang tao lang po talaga yung nasa loob ng kwarto. But for example po, sa isang kwarto, marami po dong nag-occupy. For example, 4. Tapos po, nakita niyo po, dismembered. Meaning putol-putol po yung mga katawan. Maybe dahil nagkasunog-sunog na siya. No? So pag nakakolect po tayo ng katawan na nakahiwalay sa katawan, it will be considered one body parts and you will put another body number. Can you follow, guys? So again, in a DVI operation, one body part is considered one body. Okay po, guys? Okay. Now let's go to properties. How are you going to do the tagging if you were able to recover a property? For example, cell phone po. No, naka-recover tayo ng cell phone. Again, a while ago, I suggested to just put letter P, no, before the AFP. So magiging body tag natin dyan or property tag would be P1, no, dust AFP dust 205 dust 001. Okay? But question po, if you happen to recover another property po beside 001, how are you going to do the property tag po, sir? Any volunteer po, sir?
P2, AFP 205 001.
Correct, sir. That's correct, sir. What would be the logic, sir, for including 001, sir?
Para kung ma-identify man kung sino man yon, ibig sabihin pag-aari na yon, posible na pag-aari niya yung property.
That's correct, sir. Thank you very much po, sir. So the reason why we indicate 001 is because ang pinaka-logic dyan is because this property were located near body 001. Okay? Tong 001 reflects the body number. So property yun. But it doesn't follow that this property belongs to 001. No, we can assume, presume, pero definitely it will not be a basis for identification. No. Now, during forensic examination, pag na-identify natin siya, that this body is already belongs to a certain person, pwede natin siyang i-associate that this properties belongs to that 001. Can you follow po, guys, sir? Now, again, if you have any suggestions with regard to the body tagging or property numbering, no, it's up to you. Again, for as long as the initial informations are there. Okay? So, ang magiging property po natin is P2, AFP 005.001. Any question po, sir, ma'am?
Sir?
Yes,
Sir?
sir. Yes, sir.
How about, sir, if the property is in between of the two persons? In between. Saan natin po, sir, ito?
Sir, may I know po, sir, kung sino po yung nagtanong na yan, sir? Sorry,
San Isidoro, sir, o no license?
Sir, kasi every time na nagkakaroon ako ng discussion itong sa presentation ito, hindi po nawawala yung question na yan, eh, no? Meron mo po nagtanong sa akin dyan, what if yung cellphone po, hawak po ng parehong tao, no? In between the palm, no? Kasi magsyota po, sir, eh. So, yung cellphone po, hawak po ng parehong kamay, no, ng victim. So, kanino po siya manggagaling? So, sa palagay niyo, sir, ano po talagang sagot dyan, sir? Imimetro na lang natin, sir, kung sino yung pinakamalapit, sir?
Ay, hindi sa siguro. Possibly. Isang ano yun, isang way.
Yes, sir.
Yung pinakamalapit.
Sir, ang suggestion ko, sir, you can put either 001/002.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Meaning that this property were located in between 001 and 002, sir.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. But again, no, it doesn't follow po, sir, that this property belongs to that specific cadaver po, sir. Suggestive lang po tayo, sir. Para lang po tayo meron tayong basis that this property were located near or beside that specific body po, sir. But it's a good question po, sir.
But at the same time, sir, di ba, pwede din ilagay din yun doon sa body number 2. Cadaver number 2, ano? Property 1 slash, kung dalawa po, sir, sila, in between of the two bodies, so pwedeng ilagay yung either property na 001 or property na 002.
Yes, sir. That's correct po, sir.
Okay,
That's correct po, sir. Kasi sa accounting natin, sir, hindi naman siya mawawala, sir. Kasi P1, P2, meaning in room 205, we were able to recover two properties po, sir. P1 and P2. Okay? So yes, sir. Dalawang property po yung na-recover natin, so hindi tayo mawawala dyan. Properly accounted dyan, sir. Ngayon sa 001, sa 002, ibig sabihin po that this property P1, no, ay na-recover natin in between 001 and 002, sir. So hindi tayo malilito dyan, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hindi tayo magkakadoble-doble, sir. Again, these are just suggestions, sir. Suggestions lang namin to, sir.
Opo, sir. Thank you, sir.
And based on experience, sir, it is very effective po, sir. Based on our previous operations po, sir. So again, sir, for example, no, ang na-recover natin, no, per floor, we were able to recover hundreds, no, of cadavers. Per floor, we're just talking about per floor. So dalawang agency ang nag-recover sa atin, AFP and BFP. Now, these bodies will be brought to a temporary holding area, okay, which is pre-identified by the SRR through the coordination with the LGU. So pag nilagay niyo sa temporary holding area, by just mere looking at this property tag and body tag, alam na agad natin yung mga initial informations na hinahanap natin. Okay? So pwede natin pagsama-samahin yung lahat ng 205, 201, 202. Okay, hindi sila magkakamas-kamas. Instead of recovering the body, bring it to a temporary holding area at doon pa lang kayo magdo-documentation. Can you follow, guys? Okay, sir? So do you have any questions po with regard to the tagging? If not, let's go to the next slide. So during the retrieval operations, you really need to do photography, no, or initial photographs of the cadaver. So these are just some of the sections that needs to be taken. Overview, mid-range, close-up, no? Very basic naman po to, sir. So you can use an SLR camera or just a simple yung phone nyo po. Pwede nyo pong gamitin as your equipment for photography po, sir. So during photography, kailangan natin, one of the requirements is for you to have an identifier. Yung identifier natin, yung case number, tawag namin dyan, case number. Na don't take pictures without, for a while, sir.
Saan ito? Ah. Ah.
Doc Lindo, you're unmute.
Now, in photography po, kailangan natin meron tayong identifier or case number during taking of the photographs po, sir. Kasi pagka wala po tayong identifiers, mahirapan po tayo siya ma-identify kung kanino siya, no? So I suggest, no, for every picture, for every shots, no, there must be an identifier. Yung identifier natin, ito po yung pinaka-case number natin. Same also po with the tag, with the body tag. Kung ano po yung nilagay natin sa body tag, same po yung case number or identifier na ilalagay natin during photography po. Can you follow, guys? Okay. Now, during initial documentation, what we need is to identify as much as possible, no, the sex, and the age, the clothing. We need to specifically describe the initial clothing, no, or properties, no, attached to the bodies. What are the personal belongings, specifically the identifying marks. If you happen to see scars, deformities, abnormalities, put it in your report, no. Kung nakita nyo, no, merong putol yung kamay, no, merong mga body marks, tattoos, no. These are scars, no. This can be easily identifiable. No? So you can easily initially put it in your document reports. Okay. Now, special handling considerations. We do not suggest not to put any preservatives, no, or yung lime, no. Sa province kasi, part of the culture, no, or yung tradition nila is sinasabuyan nila ng apog, no, to lessen the odor. But we don't advise, no, or recommend to put any preservatives, no. Special handling, no, dun sa extremities natin, sa hands, sa fingerprint, kasi as the body decompose, so as the ridges. So pagka natanggal natin yan, matatanggal natin yung mga ridges, no, and it will be difficult for our forensic examiners, no, to get the fingerprint of the cadaver. Okay. Now, again, if you happen to if the body has a property attached to the body, do not remove this property, no. Kung ano yung nakita natin sa bodies, kung meron siyang relo, no, after documenting the watch, put it back, no, dun sa body, no. Put it inside the cadaver bag, no. You are not allowed to remove properties attached to the bodies. That's one of the requirement, no, of the SRR, no. Hindi tayo allowed, no, na magtanggal at ng mga properties, no. So kailangan nakasabay po siya doon sa cadaver bag natin. Now, one of the yung pinaka-last na requirement for the SRR is the turnover of the bodies, no, to the DVI team. So during the first phase, after recovery, after initial documentation, after putting it into one temporary holding area, we need to properly turn over these recovered bodies to the DVI team, which is the next subcluster group. Okay, how are you going to do it? You need a retrieval form, a turnover logbook. So in a retrieval form, so from the ground zero, after recovery of the cadaver, you have to transport it into one collection point or holding area. No, sa collection point, dito tayo magte-turn over from the DVI team. Okay? So from the SRR, itong trabaho nila, no, from the ground zero, going to the collection point. Now, after that, it will be turned over to the DVI team. Now, ang DVI team naman will identify a temporary morgue where all the forensic examinations will be conducted. Can you follow, guys? So how are you going to do it? You need a turnover slip or custody form. Okay, so this custody form will be your evidence that you were able to turn over this number of cadavers to the DVI team. Again, for accountability. So si SRR po, pipirma na sinasabi, I will be turning over 100 cadavers to the DVI team. Si receiving party naman po, pipirma. Okay? One copy will be given to the SRR, the original copy will be given to the DVI team. All properties that need to be turned over must be indicated dito sa lower part. For example, we were able to recover 10 properties, no? Properly identified, 5 watch, sing-sing, properly identified, ita-turn over din po natin sa DBI for accountability. No, nagkaroon tayo ng the reason why we're doing this is nagkaroon tayo ng problema. Again, for record purposes lang, no, meron kaming kaso, no, sa isang hotel, no, na nagkaroon ng sunog. The reason it is a human-induced disaster, so wala kaming proper equipment, no, to respond or to penetrate the scene. So tinap namin yung mga local LGUs, no, yung mga first responder natin. Ngayon, unfortunately, pag-recover sa amin, nawawala na yung mga properties. Okay? So hindi na namin na-recover. So in this case, ito yung magiging pansalo natin na to have a proper documentation for turnover, both the properties and the cadavers. Okay? For documentation naman, you're going to use the body number information form or the dead body form information, Annex 1 of the ICRC. No? So ito yung gagamitin yung initial documentations. Later part of this lecture, I'll be showing you how are you going to fill up this form. So dito, lalagay nyo lang kung ano yung mga initials na na-recover nyo, initial description of the body, items recovered. No? You can see this, you can download this form sa ICRC, no? Management of the Dead After Disaster Manual of the ICRC. You can download this form. No? So in recap, no, for our recap, no, it is just remember the ABCD of the SRR, no, which is A represents assessment. No? Before entering to a disaster site, the SRR must assess the situation. No? After assessing, no, do you think now you can build your team? No? How many teams do you need? Kailangan ba natin ng 10 team? No, per member natin, 7 natin, di ba? So how many teams do you needed para na mag-respond to a certain disaster? Now for the C, after assessing, checking your team, now what equipment do we need? Kailangan ba natin ng self-breathing apparatus level A or level B or ordinary level C PPE natin? So there are certain levels, no, PPE that we require during disaster operations. No? If it is a CBR incident, definitely it's level A or level 1 PPE. Yung merong self-breathing apparatus. Do we need the help of the CBRN team from the AFP or the PNP or even the BFP? The BFP has their own hazmat team, no, that can respond to this kind of scenario. Now, after assessing, building your team, checking your equipment, now documents. What are the documents needed, no, during the recovery? So you need your dead body form of the ICRC for initial documentation. You also need the chain of custody form, no, for proper turnover to the DVI team. You also need the documents needed for the tagging, no, the logbook. Now, in wearing PPEs, no, definitely you have to identify what level are you going to use. No, it is level 1. No, alam ko naman yung mga SRR natin, alam na natin yung mga level ng PPEs natin, no. In a DVI, no, pwede na tayong gumamit ng level C, no, yung Tyvek type of suit and wearing a N95 face mask. No. So yung mga tagging requirements natin, photos, no, the forms and the packaging as well. So do you have any questions po with regard to the SRR topic? I'm open to questions po, sir, madam.
Hello po, Sir Dindo. We have questions po sa ating chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
About this one's from NDRRMO of Rizal, Palawan. Sir, sa pag-recover po ba, is it okay na body parts should be put in one cadaver bag or individual cadaver per body parts?
Now, we have two scenarios po dito, madam. No, the question is, are we going to put the body parts into one cadaver bag? Tama po ba, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Now, if the body was recovered, no, kung isa lang po naman talaga siya, ma'am, no, alam na natin naman po talaga na isa lang po talaga yung body at dismembered po siya, we can put it into one body bag, ma'am. But the question is, for example, ang scenario natin is bombing, no? Meron po tayong terrorist, no, na suicide bomber po tayo, no? And then ang scenario natin is marami tayong casualty. So if you have a case of a bombing incident, definitely marami po tayong makikitang body parts. So in this case po, per body part, per body one body part, one body number, one cadaver bag po. Okay? Pag maliliit po siya, meron po tayong tinatawag na body parts, no, na ziplock na pang body parts. Maliit lang po siya, no, para po siyang plastic envelope. No, we can put the body parts, no. The reason why hinihiwalay natin yung mga body parts kasi hindi natin alam if you're not a forensic specialist, no. Hindi po natin pwedeng sabihin na itong kamay na po to ay galing sa isang tao. So ang reason po natin diyan is let the DNA identify who are these, kung kanino galing tong body parts na to. Okay? If you happen to know the case nung sa Basilan bombing po natin, sa Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi po, di ba nagkaroon tayo ng mga bombings dyan, na-identify po natin yung mga specific casualties to include the suicide bomber because of this procedure po, sir, ma'am.
Alright. Thank you so
Yes,
much. Noted on that, Doc Lindo. Another question po from our colleagues from OCD. How do we identify property? Do we identify all the objects in the room or only those we presume as personal property of the dead inside the room?
Yeah, that's a good question, ma'am. The only properties that we're going to collect, ma'am, is the assumed personal properties, no, of the victim. So, yung mga personal cell phones, no, ring, watch, ito po. Basta for as long as it can correlate, no, doon sa victim natin, ito yung mga kukolektahin natin. Okay? That's a good question po, ma'am.
Noted, sir. This one, Doc Lindo, is from PCG, from Sir Ralph. For cases when SRR team has difficulty in identifying the sex of a cadaver, is it proper for the SRR team to conduct physical examination or should they just mark it unknown and let DVI identify them?
Yes, you can mark unknown po, sir, ma'am. No, you're not naman required to identify the sex. No, it's the responsibility of the DBI. Again, these are just initial documentations po, but it's not. It can help no during the investigation or during the identification, but definitely, this work will be done by the DVI team po, ma'am.
All right. So we don't have any questions, Doc Lindo, sa ating chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much for clarifying those queries po.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ma'am, I will turn over the webinar to the admin, no, for the video presentation of the proper donning and doffing of the PPE.
All right.
So guys, I'm gonna turn over the webinar to our admin. They will be showing to you the video presentation on how are you going to do your the proper donning and doffing of the PPE. And then after that, I'll be discussing the disaster victim identification. Okay, ma'am. So, do you have any questions po, sir, ma'am, with regard to the proper donning and doffing of PPE? So, the video shown a while ago, ito yung procedure na ginagawa namin dun sa MOA Arena Mega Swabbing Facility, no, for our swabbers, no, and encoders. So, ito yung mga procedure, no, ito yung everyday na ginagawa nila proper before going to the facility, before going to the red zone. No, I will just emphasize, no, that this is for the swabbing facility, no, for COVID-19 scenario. But if for the SRR, you need to wear rubber boots, no, instead of a cover shoe cover, no. So sa mga SRR natin, ang susot natin dito is a rubber boots, no, para mas matibay siya, and then tack out, and then you should also need to tape it, no. We suggest no to do taping kasi because of the present condition, no, for kasi hindi natin alam if we will be exposed to COVID-19, no, virus. So again, we always suggest, no, to do taping, no, for your PPEs before, during our previous ma'am, for a while, ma'am, may tumatawag lang for a while.
While waiting po for Doc Bindo, again po yung ating pong attendance link po para sa mga hindi pa po nakapag-attendance today. Ito-chat po ng ating secretariat sa ating pong chat box. And also po yung presentation po ni Doc Bindo, ito po ating module 4 for handling of dead bodies and body parts ay uploaded na rin po doon sa ating MDM2 underscore. So you can access it po and pwede niyo pong sabayan si Doc Bindo sa kanyang presentation. So please feel free po to chat it on our chat box po. Kung meron din pong katanungan or clarification doon sa ating pong video na present patungkol po sa donning and doping of PPEs. Thank you so much.
Hello, ma'am admin. Opo, ma'am. Ma'am, dineliver po yung food sa MOA. Wala po ako sa MOA. Sorry.
Ay,
tumawag yung lalamog. Sorry. Anyway, let's go to my next presentation. Again, sir, do you have any questions po with regard to the proper donning and doffing of PPE?
So far po, Doc Dindo, wala po tayong questions sa ating chat box. Same po sa ating YouTube channel po.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. If you want to view our operations po sa MOA, you can like our official FB page, PNP Medical Reserve Force. You can see our daily operations and some of the video clips of the proper donning and doffing of PPEs for during swabbing operations po. Now, yes, ma'am.
We have po an incoming question from our division chief,
Yes,
Ma'am
ma'am.
Tess, regarding sa PPE, sir. Ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am Tess, over to you po.
Hi, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning po, ma'am.
Ask if there's a standard specification for the PPEs to be used.
Yes, ma'am. Is your question, ma'am, with regard to the materials to be used, ma'am?
Yes daw po, sir.
Yes, ma'am. During, ito po, ma'am, kasing level natin, tinatawag natin, ma'am, level C kind of PPE. So the official or the standard material to be used, ma'am, is the Tyvek type of PPE, ma'am. Kasi dalawa po yung PPE natin, ma'am. It's a Tyvek and the other one is a Tychem. Yung Tychem po natin, ma'am, parang tarpaulin po yan, ma'am, yung materials niya na it can prevent entry of a chemical agent. So ito po yung level 1 and level 2 or level A or level B. But in this case po, yung white suit po, it is considered a level C or level 3 type of PPE. And the materials to be used po is a Tyvek type of material po, ma'am. It's for biological, ma'am. Biological purposes po, ma'am.
All right. So noted on that po, Doc Dindo.
Yes,
Thank you
ma'am.
so much for your clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
So we can proceed, sir, sa ating pong next part ng Module 4.
Yes, ma'am. So to begin with, ma'am, no, wait, ma'am. Let me just emphasize during the wearing, no, of the PPE and during the donning and doffing. Donning, ma'am, is the wearing. Doffing, ma'am, is, no, the removal of the PPE. Hindi siya masyadong napakita dun sa video, ma'am, that we have an extra gloves and extra face mask dun po sa bulsa. So after removing all your PPEs, you can wear another pair of gloves and a face mask, no. Tapos before going to, it is a must for us also, no, to take a shower. Sa amin po yung mga swabbers po namin, hindi po sila lalabas ng red zone, also ng green zone unless nag-shower po sila. So for us, it's a must, no, to take a shower. And I also would like to suggest it also for the SRR also, no, para just lang to be uh, to be safe, no, as a DVI operator. Now let me go to the next topic, which is the disaster victim identification. Now DVI, no, is a term given to a procedure to positively identify victims of mass fatality, no. So kung marami tayong mga namatay, marami tayong kailangan i-identify, we will be doing the DVI procedure, no. Now the DVI, no, ito yung photo taken during the Typhoon Yolanda in Tacloban, no. Ang katuwang namin dito is the BFP, ano, for the victim recovery, and after recovery it will be turned over to the DVI team, no, of the PNP and the NBI. This one naman is during the getting of the fingerprint, no, of the cadaver. Ito yung sinasabi natin, no, yung white part, no, ito yung lime, ito yung apog. Ito yung hindi natin na ina-advise, no, na gawin, no. It is part of the tradition in the provinces, pero ang nangyayari kasi, it will cause blockage dito sa ridges natin. So ang ginagawa ng DVI operator natin, nililinis pa siya. Now you cannot easily remove this powder no, sa hand, kasi ang ginagawa niya, dinadab niya lang ng paper kasi it will also cause distortion. So again, it will contaminate, it will cause ano pa, kasi nga yung ridges natin is very fragile. So again, we do not advise, no, to put lime nor apog or even any preservative sa body. Now, the DVI, or the Disaster Victim Identification, we adopted the DBI Interpol guidelines, no, of the Interpol. No, the Interpol, no, we have a manual, no, sa PNP. Again, I'm not sure if this topic was discussed, no, in previously yesterday, that we have two kinds of disaster, di ba, ma'am? Human-induced hazard and the natural hazard. Now, if it is a human-induced hazard, it is the PNP DVI team who will handle the DVI examination. If it is a natural hazard, it will be the NBI team that will handle the DVI operation. So it's a case-to-case basis po. No? Now, on a part of the PNP, we were able to come up with a manual. We call it a DVI manual for human-induced hazard po. Adopted po sa Interpol DVI guidelines. So we adopted the procedure of the Interpol and put it in our own manual. Now, the Interpol is the largest police organizations, no, with 190 countries, including the Philippines. Now, the reason why we adopted the Interpol DVI guidelines, it's because so that we will be utilizing or promoting one single protocol in identifying human remains, no. For example, meron po tayo kagaya ng Yolanda incident, no. We requested for international responders to help us, no, in the DVI operation. So maraming dumating ng mga international responders from the Australia, from Indonesia, Thailand, Japan. So because we are using the same protocol, hindi na sila nahihirapang mag-adapt sa situation natin. Okay? So this is the main purpose of utilizing one single protocol for international responders. Now, one of the requirements of the DVI is to have a single use of DBI forms. So we will be using single form, no? Ito yung ginagamit din sa ibang bansa. Ang tawag natin dito is a DBI form. Now, we have two DBI forms, the pink form or the post-mortem form, or the yellow form or the ante-mortem form. Now, they are basically identical. They are basically the same. Whatever details you have sa PM ay parehong-pareho ng ante-mortem. The only difference is the use or the purpose, no? If we're going to examine, no, cadavers, we will be using the DBI pink form. Now, if you're going to interview surviving relatives, if you want to know information from the surviving relative, we will be using the yellow form. So lahat ng impormasyon na pangpatay, ang gagamitin natin is the pink form. Lahat naman ng pangbuhay, ang gagamitin natin is the yellow form. Can you follow? But they are basically the same. Okay? The only difference is the uses or the usage. Now, there are 5 phases of the DBI. The phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, and phase 5. Now, for the phase 1, it's the scene phase. The main responsibility of the phase 1 is the retrieval of the body. In every phases, they have their own responsibility. They have their own team members. They have their own team leaders. Okay? But they have different responsibilities to undertake. Now, in the phase 1, ang tawag natin dito is the phase 1, it will be handled by the SRR team. So yung SRR will be form part also of the DVI team. Now, the reason why we included phase 1, it's because sa SRR, ayun nga, iba yung magre-responde sa atin during the natural hazard at iba rin naman during the human-induced hazard. Okay? For phase 2, ang trabaho naman ni phase 2 or the post-mortem phase is ito yung conduct of all forensic examinations. So sa phase 2, lahat ng forensic examinations will be conducted to include autopsy, dental examination, fingerprint examination, and DNA extraction or collection of DNA samples from the cadaver. Now, while phase 2, habang nagtatrabaho si phase 2, which is the post-mortem phase, si phase 3 naman, simultaneously nagtatrabaho din. They will be collecting information for the surviving relatives. They will be conducting interviews sa mga pamilya. Sir, ano po ba suot ni nanay bago siya nawala, bago siya namatay? So, in this phase, lahat ng mga antemortem data collection or information will be collected by the phase 3. Now, si phase 4 naman, reconciliation phase ng trabaho niya is to match the antemortem and the postmortem data form. They will be the one responsible for the identification of the cadaver based on the collected information. So sila magsasabi kung identified or unidentified. Imamatch nila yung antemortem form and the postmortem form. Sa debriefing naman, ito naman just to check the welfare or the status of our personnel. Now, this will be the DVI phase, DVI process flow. No? So pagka nagkaroon ng disaster, si phase 1, which is the phase 1, ang trabaho niya is to retrieve the body from the disaster site. Okay? It can be the SRR or it can be the PNP. Okay? Depending on the type of the disaster. Okay? After retrieval of the body, sa nila dadalhin, it will be brought to a holding area or a collection or temporary collection area. Okay? Pareho lang yan. It's either a temporary holding area or a holding area or collection area. And then after that, it will be turned over to phase 2. Now, si phase 2 naman, si antemortem phase, in the postmortem phase, again, all forensic examination will be conducted. The main responsibility of the phase 2 is to identify a temporary morgue. A temporary morgue, dito tayo magko-conduct ng examination. Again, it is a disaster. We don't expect that we have a facilities. So, what we normally do is to identify a temporary morgue where we can conduct our forensic examinations. Now, on the other hand, si phase 3 will establish a collection data person center. No, doon yung sasabihin sa mga relatives, so, sir, dito po kayo magpunta, i-interviewin po namin kayo at kukunan po namin kayo ng mga impormasyon. Okay, in the phase 4, they will do the comparison on the information collected from the antemortem phase and the postmortem phase. They will now identify whether the victim is unidentified or identified. No, kanina sinabi ko there are 2 types of disaster. Meron tayong natural hazard and a human-induced hazard. Now, for the natural hazard, ang phase 1 natin will be the SRR team. Okay? They will be the one responsible for the collection of the bodies if our case is a natural hazard. So pagka nagkaroon na kunwari landslide, typhoon, earthquake, ang magre-retrieve ng mga bodies natin is the SRR team. Same flow, same process flow. It will be brought to a temporary holding area, postmortem phase, antemortem phase. Again, si postmortem phase, they will set up a temporary mortuary. Si antemortem phase naman will set up an antemortem data collection center. It is a center where you will conduct initial interviews or collection of antemortem data. Okay? Si phase 4, they will be the one matching the information or the data, and then they will responsible for the identification of the bodies. Okay. Now, if the body is identified, no, they will immediately issue a death certificate. No, the health officer can immediately issue a death certificate. Now, if it is unidentified, again, it will be turned over to the final disposition for the temporary gravesite. Okay, if it is unidentified, it will be turned over to the final disposition subcluster group for the temporary gravesite. No? Now, if our case is a human-induced hazard, no, magkakaiba ngayon tayo sa phase 1. No? It is the PNP SOCO who will be in charge of the retrieval of the body. Now, question po sir, bakit po naiba yung phase 1 natin pagdating sa human-induced hazard? Any volunteer po sir, ma'am? Especially for the PNP, do you have participants from the PNP?
Criminal kasi yan eh, minsan.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. Can you elaborate, sir, your answer, sir? That's correct po, sir. Meron lang po kayo nahanap
Oo,
na
kasi
specific.
kaya so
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
kasi pag ganyan kaya SOCO para ma-identify kung sino man yung perpetrator.
Correct, sir.
As well as yung sa victim. Ganun po yun.
Correct, sir. Yun nga, sir, if our case is a human-induced hazard, for example, bombing, no, suicide bomber po, like what happened to Marawi, no, it was considered a human-induced hazard because of the proper collection of the evidence, no, at the crime scene. Kasi pagka inasa natin to sa SRR, they are not trained to collect pieces of evidence, no, proper storage, proper handling of the evidence. So masisira siya, mako-contaminate. So we in a human-induced hazard, it is very kumbaga, it is part of the responsibility of the PNP to identify who are the perpetrators, no. And in this case, we need to preserve whatever evidence possible at the crime scene. So the reason ito yung in-insist namin during the creation of the MDM manual na pagka human-induced hazard, we insisted that the PNP SOCO will be in charge of the retrieval operations of the phase 1. Okay, so that's the logic. Okay, on the other hand also, dito sa reconciliation phase, pag na-identify namin yung body, before issuing a death certificate, we need the phase 4 reconciliation team must issue a certificate of identification prior to the issuance of death certificate. Can you follow, sir? So kanina, sir, dito, pag natural hazard, pag identified na sila, pag sabi ni reconciliation phase, identified na, the reconciliation phase can easily immediately issue a death certificate. No? Pwede kay MHO, si health officer, or the medical legal officer. But if our case is a human-induced hazard, before the issuance of a death certificate, kailangan mag-issue muna sila ng certificate of identification. Now, the purpose of this is for presentation, no, sa court. Kasi sa court po, sir, no, pagka ang case natin is a criminal case, ang hinahanap po kasi ng korte is, ang question po kasi dyan is, how were you able to identify both the victim and the suspect? No? So ang sasabihin natin dyan, hindi pwede kasing sabihin natin kasi sir, putol yung daliri eh. Hindi pwedeng sabihin natin kasi sir may scar. Dapat na-identify natin siya through proper identification, either through the primary identifiers or through secondary identifiers. Okay? So it will form part of our evidence presentation in court. Any question po sir, the difference natin between the human-induced and natural hazard po? And also, sir, nga pala, sir, in the human-induced hazard, only the medical legal officer can issue the death certificate. Okay? Sa natural hazard, pwede po any doctor, any government doctor, health officer, no, medical legal officer. But in this case po, if it is a human-induced hazard, under po namin ng SOCO, it will be our medical legal officer who will issue the death certificate. Again, for court presentation po, sir. No, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sa human-induced at doon sa natural. Paano daw po kung before ng sunog, may naganap daw po pala na krimen?
Ma'am, automatically po, kailangan po natin itap yung local investigators po natin, ma'am. Alam naman po natin mga BFP personnel natin yan, ma'am.
That docking though. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Initially, ma'am, for example, kasi initial response po ng mga BFP natin, for example, nagkaroon ng sunog, and then nalaman nila during initial investigation, it is a case of arson, di ba sir? So, tapos meron pong namatay, automatic naman po yan, they will coordinate with our local PNP po for proper investigation po. And identification of the victim as well. Okay, ma'am?
Got it po. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. This is a case of ma'am, yung Cantex fire. It happened in Valenzuela, wherein one factory of the rubber, no, unfortunately 74 died, no, during the incident, fire incident. What happened was all workers, no, natrap sila sa isang, there was parang meron lang atang isang entry and exit, no, dun sa company, and then all of the windows are grilled, so hindi sila nakalabas. So most of the victim died of suffocation, no, and toxic inhalation, no, because of the rubber. So if you're itong incident na to was handled by the PNP SOCO because it was considered a human-induced disaster po. Our PNP SOCO were the one who collected, recovered, no, the cadaver. So all of our members, no, of our SOCO team, no, were properly trained in DVI and both in the collection of the evidence, which is the collection of evidence at the crime scene. I also do exhumation po, no. This was in Davao, no. Ito po yung mga victims ng summary execution of the terrorists, no, yung mga NPA. So batang-bata pa po ako dyan. So this is the example of what we call the temporary holding area or temporary morgue, no. It happened during the Ginsaugon mudslide, no, in southern Leyte, wherein part of the mountain collapse covering the whole barangay of St. Bernard. So in this case, no, we don't have any facilities in the area. So what we did was to we saw an abandoned nipa hut, no, along near the area. So we considered this, no, we converted this house into a temporary morgue area wherein we can conduct our autopsy examination. So ito yung mga typical scenario natin during a DVI incident, no, na talagang we will respond, no, to whatever resources we have in the area. In Cantex Fire, ang ginawa naming temporary holding area is the barangay hall, no, parking lot of the barangay hall. So ito yung pinakamalapit na facility dun sa incident. So ito lang yung ginawa namin temporary mortuary. During the DVI examination, we recommend to use this PPE, no, a minimum requirement, no, nitrile gloves, no, mask, no, N95 or N100. We don't advise to use face mask, ordinary face mask. It will not help. Overall white suit. Again, the material is a Tyvek type of suit. Rubber boots, no, pwede po yung rain boots, no, for as long as it's made of rubber, and eye protector po. So these are just the minimum requirement, no, during DVI operation po. Now, for the examination, ito po yung magiging format natin during examination, DVI examination as phase 2. Now, the first examination to be conducted will be the fingerprint. Next will be, this is the only time that you can extract, no, you can remove the properties attached to the bodies, no. After documentation of the properties, now number 3 is the conduct of the autopsy examination. 4th will be the collection of DNA sample, and the last will be the dental examination. Now, question po, sir, why is it the fingerprint is always the first one, no? First forensic examination to be conducted, and the dental is the last procedure for forensic examination? What would be the logic behind this po, sir? Especially if you're handling hundreds of cadavers per day. Any volunteer po, sir? No, the reason why fingerprint is always the first forensic procedure to be conducted, sir, it's because as the body decomposes. Yes, yes, sir.
Madaling ma-decompose.
Correct, sir.
Madaling ma-decompose yung mga grooves sa fingerprint, pero yung ipin, matagal ma-decompose.
That's correct, sir. That's correct, sir. That's a correct answer po, sir. As the body decomposed, so as our ridges, no, the ridges, no, of our fingerprint, no. Remember that the body after 24 hours, no, magde-decompose na yan, no. So una maninigas, no. Tawag natin yung mga rigor mortis, algor mortis, no, yung decrease of the body temperature. Now after 24 hours, magi-start na po yung decomposition process. No, body submerged in water, mas mabilis po mag-decompose yan, magbo-bloated po yan, no. So pag nag-start po mag-bloat yan, no, gas formation, no, magkakaroon po ng gas formation inside the body, kaya po siya lumolobo. And then this is the reason why kaya po siya nilalangaw, because these fumes, no, emitted inside our body attracts insects. Kaya po pag naamoy yan ng mga langaw, kaya po siya dyan naglilay ng egg, no, yung mga maggots, no. At it can be also help us, no, in a forensic investigation, yung forensic entomology, no, the time of death, no, we can identify, no, anong oras po siya namatay through the examination of the maggots, no. Now, as the body decomposed, no, so as the ridges, so as much as possible, no, kung meron tayong hundreds of body collected, automatically lahat po muna yan i-fingerprint examination muna natin. Now, ang dental po natin is always the last. It's because, again, siguro with the yung we are created so perfectly, no, kahit sa pagkamatay natin, perfect pa rin po tayo. Kasi as the body, yung habang buhay po tayo, no, baliktad po no, pag buhay tayo, the more na nasisira yung ngipin natin. No. Pag patay po tayo, the more na na-preserve. Now, the reason why nagkakaroon tayo ng dental caries or cavities inside our mouth habang buhay tayo, it's because the dental caries or the bacteria inside our mouth needs 3 factors. First, the body needs the host, the bacteria needs the host, he needs the food, and the bacteria needs the enzyme. Yung host, which is our tooth, no? So yung bacteria, dental caries will cling, no? Yayakapin niya yung ngipin natin, no? Dun sa mga fits and fissures or grooves, no? Sa ating ngipin. Ngayon, pagka nakakapit na siya sa ngipin natin, kailangan niyang kumain. And ang pinaka-paboritong pagkain ng bacteria or dental caries is sugar. So lahat ng kinakain natin mostly are with sugar. Coffee, candy, rice, no? Even yung rice natin is with sugar. So gustong-gusto niya yan. Another kailangan niya is the enzyme which can be found in our saliva. So these 3 factors, no? Dahil present yan sa mouth natin, no matter how frequent we brush our teeth, no matter how frequent, 3 times a day, again, the bacteria can survive inside our mouth. Now, pag namatay tayo, nawawala yung sugar, yung food niya, nawawala yung enzyme. So, ang natitira is only the host. So, hindi mabubuhay yung bacteria. This is the reason kung bakit even millions of years ago, after recovery, kumpleto pa rin yung sets of teeth natin. Okay? So, kahit isang linggo mo siyang i-delay yung examination, same procedure pa rin, same examination pa rin yung makikita natin din sa body natin. Okay? So that's the logic behind why is it fingerprint is always the first and the dental is always the last. Now, there are some questions why, for example, mudslide, but natin kailangan i-autopsy? But kailangan pa natin i-autopsy? Alam naman natin na na-suffocate yan because of the mudslide. Now, during autopsy, we can still find identifiers. No? Baka mamaya, the victim has pacemaker, previous operation, baka meron siyang titanium plate, meron siyang nagkaroon na siya ng medical condition before, hysterectomy, mastectomy. So it will also help us during the identification. Also, it will also be part of the requirement in the issuance of the death certificate na kailangan na autopsy natin yung body. Okay? Do you have any questions po dun sa body movement ng bodies natin during the forensic examination? None, no. Ito again, no. This was taken during the incident in Cebu, to-go ship. No, nag-collide yung Sulpicio and to-go ship, no. So immediately after recovery, we requested our fingerprint team, no, to conduct the post-mortem fingerprint examination of all the bodies recovered. Again, this was taken during the Southern Leyte incident, no, in Southern Leyte, no, taking of the fingerprint, post-mortem fingerprint examination. This was in typhoon, I think in Bicol, no, Typhoon Frank. No? You can see our medical legal officer is holding already the DBI Ping form, no? Conducting the initial documentation. And then our property manager, this is our DVI team responsible for the collection of the properties attached to the body. They're now starting to remove, no, the properties, no, attached to the body. At ang gagawin nila dyan, lalaban pa nila yan. No? In the Marawi incident, no, ito yung mga na-recover namin properties. No? Unfortunately, most of the bodies were already skeletonized. No? You can see there's a watch, meron niyang singseng, there's a belt. No? It can help us, no, in the initial documentation. This is what I do during my dental examination. Again, in post-mortem phase, all forensic examinations will be conducted. No, the autopsy, the DNA collection of DNA sample, fingerprint examination, and also the dental examination. In dental identification, I do facial dissection. No, kasi I need to identify each tooth as possible. No. So bawat ngipin natin yan, I do the dental charting. No? So in a dental charting, if you will not do facial dissection, you cannot easily open the oral cavity. So the reason why I do facial dissection is to have an access of the oral cavity. So through facial dissection, sometimes I do remove the mandible. No? After removing the mandible, now I can do dental charting. No? So one by one. So for every sets of teeth, no, for an adult, we have 32 sets of teeth. Sa minor, we have 20. So individually, tooth by tooth, no, I do describe, no, if there are restorations, dental restorations, there are abnormalities, if there are implants or prostheses or dentures, no, removable or fixed dentures. So I need to indicate it. No. So unfortunately po, limited lang po yung forensic odontologist natin sa PNP. So in this case po, during the Cebu to go ship, no, mag-isa lang po ako nag-examine dito. So mostly, ginawan ko ng facial dissection. No? And then, ano naman siya, meron naman akong technique dyan na pagka sinolin mo siya, magkakaroon tayo ng suture. Hindi siya halata, no, na nagkaroon tayo ng facial dissection. Now for the collection of DNA sample, these are some of the tissues, no, recommendations that we can collect, no, either through the hair, no. If you're going to collect the hair, kailangan kasama yung root, no. We can also use the tooth, no, as a basis for a DNA sample, the muscle, and the blood, even the sperm and the bone. But if we have a case, no, if our body is already decomposed, no, pag decompose na yung body natin, the best sample to collect is the long bone, no. So i-open yung sa may hita, no, yung hita, no, you do an eye incision. Ito eye incision, expose the center of the shaft, no, and then lagariin nyo lang yung gitna, maybe 1 to 2 inches, and have it, yan, and then bring it to the laboratory. So kung sino po yung mga mahihilig sa mga, sino po ba dito yung mahilig magpunta ng Batangas po, sa Tagaytay? Diba, ang kinakain po natin dyan is bulalo. No? So yung bulalo po, gustong-gusto nyo po yung mga bone marrow. So ito po yung kinokolekta natin during the DNA sampling po natin. The reason we don't advise to get muscle is because ito na hindi na siya makakapag-generate ng profile because it's already liquefied. No? Bulok na siya kung saka kumbaga. So hindi na siya makapag-generate ng DNA profile. So again, if our case is already decomposed, no, if our body is already decomposed, the best DNA sample to collect is the long bone. Okay? Now I'll give an example on how are we going to do documentation using the DBI ping form. For example, we were able to collect a piece of hand, no, wearing a jewelry. No, now how are you going to fill up, no, the DBI ping form? So this is an example of our DBI ping form. No? So nakalagay dyan, no? We notice that the patient or the victim is wearing a jewelry. No? So hanapin lang natin sa DBI ping form yung category ng jewelry. No? So for every property, no, meron niyang category sa DBI. For example, a short, a brief, an earring, no, even an underwear, shirt, So meron niyang specific category. For in this case, for example, ang case natin is a piece of jewelry or ring. So hanapin natin sa DBA form yung jewelry category. Now, sa palagay niyo, anong klaseng ring yung na-recover natin sa ating victim? Is it a wedding ring or an other finger rings? So for me, I can consider this an other finger ring. So we just have to put 0 to here. Okay? Now you have to describe what kind of materials itong ring natin. Is it a metal? Is it a plastic? Or it is a I forgot this specific material. Yung mga titanium, no? So in this case, ang cabinet natin dito is a metal type of ring. No? Ang color is a silver. You will have to describe also the design, no? Ang tawag namin diyan is a mason ring, no? If there are inscriptions, no? Letter G, yung sa mga wedding rings, no, 'di ba most of the wedding rings meron inscription sa inside the ring yung pangalan ng spouse natin. So you can also include, no, that inscriptions. And specifically saan siya nakasuot. So this is an example on how are you going to fill up, no, the DBI forms. No, in details, no, you have to describe the specific properties recovered from the body. Pag nakakuha tayo ng, for example, an underwear, no? If it is a female underwear, you need to describe what kind of materials. Is it a silk, a cotton, no? A linen? Is it a T-back? No? What brand? What size? No? If it is yung design na kung may mga lace, or it is a yung I forgot yung mga inscriptions na may mga pangalan, no? So you really have to put it dun sa inscriptions natin. If the patient is also wearing another jewelry, for example, an earring, for example, meron siyang hikaw, so you just have to put 03 here. What kind of material? Is it a metal with color gold, no? Kung may design siya with pearl, no? Kung meron siyang gold plated or with diamonds, no, along the pearl. And kung for example, saan niya suot, is it sa ear, left lobe or in the right lobe? Okay? Now in phase 3, no, in phase 3 antemortem phase, again, you have to establish an antemortem collection data or a missing person center. It is where you will advise the surviving relatives, no, to go in that specific area for interview, no. Dito rin magkokolekta tayo, no, in the picture. You can see that our DVI phase 3 team are conducting interviews from the surviving relative, no? Using the DBI yellow form. No? So sasabihin niya, tayo, ano po ba suot ng asawa nyo nung bago nawala? Is she wearing a duster? No? Anong klaseng duster? Or a t-shirt? No? Ano po bang mga suot niya? Meron po ba siyang relo? Ano po ba edad niya? Meron po ba siya dating previous operation? So one by one, tatanungin natin sa kanya every questions indicated in the yellow form. Okay? Hindi po siya spoon feeding. Hindi po natin aantayin si Lolo siya ang magsabi sa atin. Tayo po ang magtatanong one by one. Kasi sometimes hindi po alam ni Lolo kung ano po yung mga iba pa niyang naalala. So we will help, no, the victim recollect, no, the information, no, of the victim. In phase 3, we will also need for them to submit any antemortem dental any antemortem records, no, yung mga dental records, old passports, no, old NBI records with fingerprint, old pictures, no, any antemortem records that could help us identify, no, the victim. In phase 3, sila rin also magko-collect ng DNA standard, no, through buccal swabbing. No, it is very important to identify kung sino po yung mga patients na kokolektahan natin. No? For example, ang nawawala po yung asawa, kunwari yung asawa po yung hinahanap natin, sino po yung kukuhanan natin ng DNA standards or reference sample? Is it the husband or the children or the siblings? Okay, kung ang hinahanap nating asawa, it must have a direct bloodline. So for example po, si asawa yung nawawala, ang kukolektahan po natin reference sample, it's either the child, the children, the brothers or sisters, or the parents. But definitely hindi po yung spouse. Okay? So magne-negative po yan, magne-negative po tayo sa DNA examination natin. Again, it is very important to identify kung sino po yung kokolektahan natin ng DNA standards or reference. Okay, can you follow, sir? Now, during the reconciliation phase, again, it is just a comparison of the antemortem and the postmortem phase for us to be able to identify the victim. Okay, so yung postmortem and the antemortem will be matched, will be compared, no? And then they will be the one to identify whether the victim is identified or unidentified based on the available information gathered. Now, in this case, no, we have two sets of standards of identification. One is the primary, and the second one is the secondary identifiers. Now, the primary identifiers is the fingerprint, the dental, and the DNA. These are the three specific and the most specific method of identification. Now, this primary identifier is a must during human-induced disaster. Now, in a criminal investigation, for example po, may nakita tayong bangkay, no, decomposed po siya, visually, you cannot really identify the victim, no? Maybe because the victim is already decomposed or skeletonized. Now, if it is a case of a criminal case, no, part of the investigation, this victim must undergo these primary identifiers. Automatic yan, sir. If i-fingerprint natin yung bangkay, kung kaya pa, dental examination and DNA examination. Now, in a criminal investigation, prior to filing of a case of murder or na homicide, the victim must first be identified. Hindi po tayo pwedeng mag-file ng kaso ng murder or homicide without first identifying who is our victim. No? Ito yung reason kung bakit pag kung nanonood kayo ng mga soko, no, yung soko kay Gas Abelgas, no, yung mga suspects natin, no, ang ginagawa sa mga victim nila, it's either china-chop-chop, sinusunog, tinatapon, no? Kasi the more na hindi natin ma-identify yung victim, the more na wala tayong case na pwedeng i-file. Okay? So if the victim cannot be identified through these primary identifiers, definitely we cannot file a case of a murder or a homicide. Okay? Can you follow, guys? But kung ang case naman natin is a natural hazard, we can use, no? In the PNP, we have this DNA building, no, DNA analyst branch, or it's already a division. No, ito po yung DNA building namin wherein we also naging part of that building also was converted to a COVID lab. So, pwede na rin tayong mag-examine ng mga COVID laboratories po natin. We have also a system, we call it the CODIS or Combined DNX Index System. So lahat po ng mga personnel namin have already a standard, no, sa database namin. So for example, wag naman po sana may mangyari sa amin. No, meron na po kaming standards dito sa database namin that can help us easily identify our personnel. No, we suggested this, no, dito sa national ID system namin during in the lower house, no, during the resolution made by some of our lawmakers, no. Sinuggest namin na sana at least dito sa national ID system natin meron tayong CODIS, no, pero hindi nila pinayagan. Ang pinaka biometrics lang na pwede is the fingerprint. Pero sana itong DNA sana is a very good method, no, for identification. But syempre, mas medyo mahal, pero it's the most effective method of identification. It's the CODIS system. Ito yung sinasabi ko, no, ito lang yung na-integrate dito sa national ID system natin, which is the automated fingerprint identification system. We have already a system in the PNP wherein all our fingerprints were encoded, no, in the database. So for example, meron tayong nakuwang fingerprints sa crime scene and have it subjected to our AFIS. So si machine na yung mag-identify kung sino to yung mga suspects natin. Okay? We have also a system na ongoing sa amin sa PNP Crime Lab. We have already procured 22 units of portable dental x-rays distributed all over the regions. No, so kung for example, meron tayong kailangan sa i-x-ray sa during disaster, you can easily bring this, no, in a disaster site, no. It's like an x-ray with a laptop, no. So real time, no, during exposure, you can easily do exposure without doing the laboratory for an X-ray. Now for the human natural hazard, no, kung hindi natin sila ma-identify through primary, we can use the secondary identifiers through medical, personal belongings, or photographs. No, yung medical example is tattoo, body marks. No, magkaroon siya ng previous operation, mastectomy, hysterectomy. Meron siyang na-aksidente siya, meron siyang titanium alloy inside the bone, screws, dental implant, no, pacemaker, no, yung pacemaker for example pagbukas natin sa cadaver mayroong pacemaker, all of the pacemakers has serial numbers, no, see the serial numbers, no, pwede natin malocate kung sino yung owner niyan, or even the doctor na who conducted the surgery. Okay. Again, for the personal belongings, it must be attached to the body, like the earring, the watch, no, the necklace, no, and also the old photographs. No, so I'll give you an example. No, in this case, no, during the Ginsaogon mudslide, no, during the post-mortem examination or autopsy, nakita ng mga medical legal officers natin that the victim has a tattoo. No, it's like an eagle with a bow and arrow. So the family brought with them an old picture of his father, no, showing a tattoo marks on his arm. So based on the identification board, no, so in this phase, no, yung meron tayong identification board that will handle the identification phase. So ang sabi nila, no, based on the tattoo marks, the victim was identified using the secondary identifiers. Okay? Now, using the old photographs, ito yung nangyari sa Cebu to go ship. No? During the post-mortem phase, we were able to initially document a child, no, a child victim wearing a red and white striped shirt. No? Then during the conduct of the examination, yung mother niya, we were able to recover the cell phone of the mother. So yung cell phone na to, kinuha namin yung SIM card, inserted into our cell phone. Nakita namin sa gallery that prior to the sinking of the ship, the mother, no, nag-selfie sila mag-family. So through old photographs, no, before the sinking, we were able to compare the picture, no, of the victim with the same information, no, sa ating postmortem phase. So according to the reconciliation phase, the victim was identified based on the photographs. So again, in the final disposition of the body, no, in the reconciliation phase, they will form a DVI identification board. Now, this board comprises of the DVI commander and all the specialists, no, the medical legal officers, the dentist, the fingerprint examiner, the DNA analyst. They will be responsible for the decision whether the victim is identified or identified based on the information gathered from the postmortem phase and the antemortem phase. If it is identified, no, for example, nag-positive siya through the primary or even the secondary identifier, now they will issue a death certificate of identification. Sa certificate of identification, nakalagay dyan kung paano natin siya na-identify. Sasabihin dyan that the victim was identified through dental examination or through the secondary identifiers. Now, after issuance of death identification, now that's the only time that the medical legal officer can issue a death certificate indicating the name of the victim. Now, immediately after, we can immediately release the body to the family. Okay? But if it is unidentified, meaning wala tayong nakuha both primary and secondary identifiers or wala naghahanap sa kanya, no? So, it will be categorized as unidentified cadaver. So, ang gagawin natin dyan, we will coordinate with the subcluster group of the MDM, which is the disposition of the dead, sa LGU, for the temporary, doon muna natin dadalhin sa temporary gravesite. Okay? So, coordination with the local LGU, with the mayor, sir, saan po ba yung temporary gravesite natin at temporarily ililibing muna namin yung cadaver while waiting for the relatives or for the identification phase. Can you follow po, sir? Now, the word mass grave is not being used, no, because of this photo. This photo was taken, no, personally. Ako mismo yung nag-take ng picture during the Yolanda incident, no. Literally, no, talagang masasabi ko kamas-kamas, no, yung nangyari during the Yolanda incident because of the absence of the MDM manual, no. During that phase, wala pa tayong MDM manual. Would you imagine, ito pong phase na to is phase 1 pa lang po yan, ma'am. Because of the overwhelming number of cadavers recovered, hindi na po namin alam kung saan namin ilalagay. And then the mayor, no, of Tacloban decided to put this body, no, into a temporary gravesite. No. Ang tawag natin during that time is a mass grave. No. So while waiting for the NBI, because this is a natural hazard, while waiting for the NBI, ang ginawa muna nila is nilibing muna. So would you imagine pagdating ng NBI, isa-isa pa nila muna yan i-unearth, no? Kukunin. At doon pa lang sila mag-start ng phase 2, which is the postmortem phase. So lahat ng mga kamalian natin, no, during the Yolanda is tinama namin during the Marawi incident. Now in the Marawi incident, even though that the victim was considered unidentified, no, nilagay namin sila one body per pit, no, and then it's properly marked, no, proper with matrix na yan, following the culture or traditions or the norms of the Muslim brothers natin. So nilibing natin sila, no, based on their traditions, no. So one body, one pit, no, approximately at least 2 to 4 inches, 2 to 4 feet, no, yung depth natin, no, para at least kung kailangan natin silang hukayin ulit, mababaw lang siya. Okay. So in summary, sir, no, again, for our DVI process, no, if there's a disaster, we have to identify whether this disaster is a human-induced hazard or a natural hazard. Now, for our SRR, in phase 1, if it is a human-induced hazard, it will be our PNP SOCO who will respond, who will retrieve the bodies. If it is a natural hazard, it is the SRR. The main consideration, the main importance in this phase is for proper documentation, no. Specifically the tagging, no, the body number, the date recovered, the time recovered, the body number, the place recovered, and the date recovered. So ito yung tagging natin. No. Again, after recovery, saan natin dadalhin? No. We have to put it in a temporary holding area or a temporary collection area. No. Important, no, is the proper turnover the bodies to the SOCO team or the NBI team. So using the custody form and the logbook. Okay. So it must be properly turned over to from the SRR to the DVI team. Now for the phase 2, again, we have to identify, no, or establish a temporary morgue, no, through the coordination with the LGU using the DBI pink form. Again, all forensic examinations will be conducted to include fingerprint, autopsy, DNA, and dental examination. Now, while phase 2, habang nagtatrabaho si phase 2, the phase 3 will also establish the Anti-Mortem Data Collection Center or Missing Person Center. Now, they will be using the DBI yellow forms. No? Now, collection of DNA samples, no, from the surviving relatives. Again, yung kukunan natin ng reference sample must be with direct bloodline. No? And then you can also collect ante-mortem records of the missing person, like all dental records, fingerprint records, no, like in the NBI, picture with ID, picture with thumb marks, IDs. And then for the reconciliation phase, no, they will establish a creation of the identification board led by a DVI commander. And then if the victim was identified through secondary or primary identifiers, they will issue a death certificate of identification prior to the issuance of the death certificate. Now for the proper disposition, the final disposition, again, through the coordination of the final disposition of a subcluster group led by the LGU, no? Release natin yung body, no? Release natin yung body. If it is unidentified, dali natin sa temporary gravesite. Okay? By just mere looking at this process flow, you can now easily know what is the process flow of the DVI team. So do you have any questions po, ma'am, sir? I'm open to questions.
Doc Dean, do we have 2 questions po sa ating chat box right now?
Yes, ma'am.
First question is from MLGOO of Locromblon, Ma'am Alessa Refe. Her question is, since there are responsible persons in dealing with DVI operation, such as PNP for human-induced and AFP or maybe NBI for natural disasters, sa lahat ba ng LGUs, at least sa provincial level, may trained na gumagawa ng ganitong operation or need pa maghintay ng personnel from Manila, saan po papasok ang LGU sa ganitong operation?
Yeah. That's a good question, ma'am. No, I can only speak for the PNP, ma'am. Now, for the PNP, we are capable up to our provincial level, ma'am. Now, we have up to our provincial levels DVI team that can respond to a disaster po for a DVI operations po, ma'am. But for the NBI, ma'am, I'm sorry, I cannot speak for the NBI. But in the absence of the DVI team, for example, in the provinces, we can initially tap our DVI team from the province, ma'am. We can initially respond. No, then while waiting for the NBI, kami po muna mag-respond sa disaster, ma'am. And then pagdating nila, we will initially turn over it to the NBI team. Ayun po yung naging agreement namin with the NBI, ma'am. Okay, kasi ang alam ko, ma'am, hanggang regional level lang sila. And they also lack forensic specialists, no, for the NBI, DVI operations, ma'am. But for the PNP, I can proudly say, ma'am, that we are capable up to the provincial level, ma'am.
That is well noted, Doc Lindo.
Thank you, ma'am.
Another question po from MDRRMO Pola Oriental Mindoro. May nakitang bangkay na lumulutang sa dagat. Nakilala at nalamang pinatay. Sino dapat kumuha ng bangkay kasi pinatay nga po?
Simulan natin, ma'am. Ha? So meron lumulutang na bangkay sa dagat, ma'am? Isa lang po?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Yes, ma'am. And then? Initially, ma'am, it's a case of what, ma'am? Meron po
Nakilala daw po at nalamang pinatay. So, sino daw po dapat mag-retrieve doon sa body considering na it's a crime po?
Oh, ma'am. Ito, ma'am, although it's another topic, ma'am, pero magko-fall to kasi, ma'am, under ng crime scene preservation, ma'am, or crime scene processing. So, pagka meron po tayong nakitang bangkay, lumulutang, and identified, and sa tingin natin, it is a case of an homicide or a murder, definitely, tatawag po tayo ng local PNP sa area natin. Ang gagawin natin po is preserve po muna natin yung body, no, as much as possible. Kung pwede natin dalhin sa pangpang at i-secure natin yung body. Now, itong local PNP naman po, will call a SOCO or Scene of the Crime Operation Team. At yung SOCO po ang mag-retrieve ng bodies. And this will form part of the investigation po, ma'am.
That is well noted po, Doc Lindo.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir Ivan Padre po, our CMLGO of Calapan City is raising his hand. Yes po, Sir Ivan.
Yes. May question na ako. Kasi knowing the archipelagic nature of our country at hindi at yung limited personnel ng mga authorities, what is the best way na gawin ng mga LGU para ma-preserve yung mga evidences? Ano yung mga pinaka-basic na pwede nilang gawin? Kasi parang nangyari...
Sir, can you give an specific example, sir? Kasi
example yung nangyari doon sa yung bagyo dati na may lumubog sa Palawan ba yun? Sa Mangsi Island. Ang tagal dumating yung ang tagal dumating yung mga taga-DVI. So parang siyempre hindi naman alam ng mga naandun kasi barangay level lang yun eh.
We are talking about, sir, how are we going to preserve the bodies po, sir? Is that
yes.
correct?
Anong pinaka-basic na pwedeng gawin ng LGU while waiting for the authorities to come?
Medyo tricky question yan, sir. Kasi if we're talking about a remote area, tapos, yes, sir, we're talking about hundreds of bodies ba? Tama po ba, sir?
Hindi naman. Kasi yung sa Mangsi Island, parang kunti lang naman yun eh. Pero kasi yun yung mga nag-seek refuge dun yung mga fishermen, tapos inabutan sila ng bagyo. So, nalubog yung bangka nila doon.
Yes, sir.
So, so ganun na nangyari.
Ito, sir, ito it's a case.
Sa Balabak yata yung Balabak.
Yes, sir. It's a case-to-case basis, sir. No? Definitely, wala po tayong magagawa doon kasi natural process of the body. Definitely, the body will decompose after 24 hours. Now, what can we do? No, if we can secure the body to a colder place, kunwari isa pong lugar na malamig, no? Which I believe wala po kasi liblib nga po na lugar. Kasi pagka ang isang lugar po ay malamig, it can prevent, no, the process of decomposition. But definitely the best way to do is to initially document the body po. If you have cell phones, no, if you have photographs, initially take pictures po, sir. Kasi it will help po during the identification po, sir. But definitely, you cannot stop the process. You cannot stop the process of decomposition. Now, if you have available morgue po, sir, sa lugar po ba, sir, may morgue? Hello, sir? Sir, sino
Hello,
po yun?
wala po doon kasi island barangay siya. Parang fisherman's island barangay siya.
Ayan, sir, wala na po tayong magagawa talaga dyan. Basta take initial documentation po, take pictures. Kasi sir, kung meron po sanang morgue doon, we can top no yung mga pininarya po natin, yung mga morticians, no, to conduct embalming po, no. We can do initial preservations of the cadaver. Total, hindi naman po siya criminal case. It is a natural disaster. So we can top our morticians, no, to conduct initial embalming process. But in this case, it is a secluded area. It's an island. Kung sino po yung mga first responder natin, lahat naman po tayo may cell phones, we can take initial pictures or photographs of the victim habang hindi po sila nade-decompose. Kasi it can help us identify through visual identification po, sir.
Thank you po.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much po, Sir Ivan and Doc Lindo. Yes po.
Yes, sir. Do we have more questions, ma'am?
From Miss Myra. Ayan. So hindi na po ata na DVI yung iba dun, sir. Diretso living na po yun. Comment on the Mangsi Island case. And another question po from DILG Marinduque. Doc, are there cases po na hindi na na-identify yung victim?
Yes, ma'am. One good example is, or siguro bad example po, is the Typhoon Yolanda. No? As per recorded, no, there were only 6,000 plus, no, that were reported missing. At until today, ma'am, wala po tayong exact numbers, no, on the number of identified victims po. So most of these victims were nalibing lang. But to include also in Marawi, no, the reason why medyo nagkaroon tayo ng failure sa identification sa Marawi is because wala pong naghahanap sa mga victim. Most of the victim, no, allegedly were members of the Maute group. So ang nangyari dun, ma'am, no matter how, kasi ang ginawa namin, nag-set up kami ng mga anti-mortem data collection center or missing persons within the camp, no, evacuation center, para po hindi matakot yung mga tao sa amin. We even, hindi na nga kami nagsuot ng, if you notice a picture, no, hindi kami naka-uniform, no, kasi during the Marawi incident, no, pag naghanap ka ng tao, naghahanap ka ng member of the family, pagdududahan ka that you are also a member of the Maute group or the ISIS. So in this case, sa Marawi, ang na-identify lang namin is yung mga members ng mga PNP members namin and even the soldiers. But for yung mga other victims, wala po. So one failure, no, the reason for our failure is because wala po naghahanap. Wala po tayong nakuha ng mga anti-mortem dental records. Mortem records po, ma'am. Pero that's a good question po. That's a good question.
Thank you so much, Doc Lindo. Another comment or manifestation regarding po doon sa incident natin sa Mangsi. As per NBI Medical Legal Headquarters, may schedule po sila to conduct DVI. Sorry, I can see the chat box. Wait po, sir. So, as per NBI Medical Legal, may schedule po sila to DVI the buried bodies in Mangsi Island, Balabac. But then pending pa din po ang biyahe nila dito dahil sa pandemic. So yun po yung update from our colleague from OCD Mimaropa, Ma'am Sheila Reyes.
Yes, ma'am. Again, ma'am, sorry I cannot speak for the NBI. But if ever naman po, ma'am, you can also seek assistance, no, sa aming PNP. No, diyan sa Mimaropa, ma'am, we have an office in Calapan, ma'am, Region 4B, no, headed by our medical legal officers, Police Colonel Drr-Cca. And then we have also doctors assigned in Palawan, ma'am. Kasi ma'am, yung isa po, ma'am, nag-resign yung isang doctor namin, si Dr. I forgot the name of isa pa, ma'am, sorry. So we have only 2 medical legal officers assigned in Mimaropa area, ma'am. So you can ask assistance, ma'am, sa amin po sa SOCOP team namin.
Alright, thank you so much, Doc Lindo.
Yes, ma'am.
another manifestation from our colleagues sa DILG, ito po, currently assigned sa Balabac. Possible po ba yun, sir? I mean, decompose na yung mga body nung na-living daw po doon. Isang libigan lang lahat yun.
Yun nga ma'am eh. Siguro ma'am kung ako po yung tatanungin no kung ano yung magiging procedure natin if ever ma'am. Kung sana yung mga first responder were able to initially document the victim no through photographs no, it can help in victim identification kasi sa batas naman natin ma'am, if the victim is visually identifiable ma'am, it can be a basis for identification no. So kung initially ma'am upon recovery, upon responding to the incident, nagkaroon tayo ng initial documentation and then have it submitted to the NBI, siguro baka pwede na makapag gawa ng conclusion yung mga NBI team natin. But in this case ma'am, if it is kung hindi tayo nagkaroon ng initial documentation, nilibing natin sila and then we decided no, if the NBI will decide no to respond or to examine the victim, definitely ang magiging base na natin for identification would be either through dental examination and DNA examination, ma'am. And then kung possible pa, ma'am, yung mga properties, kung hindi pa siya ganun sira, no? Like, baka meron pang mga personal belongings, the watch or sing-sing, or even the mga damit, no? It can also be a basis for identification, ma'am. Pero kung ang tanong dito, ma'am, ilang taon na po ba, ma'am, or months na po ba, or days?
Ma'am Myra, ilang years na yung scenario po natin dun sa Mangsi Island? 2017, I guess that's 2017 or 2018.
Medyo malabo na yan, ma'am. Definitely, ma'am, skeletonized na yung mga bangkay natin dyan. And the problem is, ma'am, kung sama-sama sila at hindi properly buried, baka magkaroon tayo ng problema, ma'am, sa retrieval operations natin. Sana man lang, ma'am, sana per grave, no, isang tao, at least para hindi magkahalo-halo yung skeletons natin. So ang mangyayari dito, ang magiging case natin dito is exhumation na po. Hindi na po DVI operation. It's an exhumation na po, ma'am.
Alright. So noted on that.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. We might need another specialist, ma'am, a forensic specialist, ma'am, yung anthropologist po, ma'am, a forensic anthropologist. And we have one in the PNP crime laboratory, a very good forensic odontologist from UP. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Doc Nindo. Siguro po for our last question, Sir Ivan Padri of DILG Calapan is again raising his hand. Sir Ivan?
Ay, follow up ko lang kasi nabanggit niya yung mga gamit. What are the basic equipment na kailangan meron sa level ng LGU para sa ganyang mga while waiting for the authorities? Like, aside from camera.
Sir, are we talking about the SRR team, sir?
Yes po, at saka yung para at least ma-preserve kagad nila yung mga evidences as much as possible.
Yes, sir. Basic po natin, sir, is camera talaga. At least you have one camera, sir. And then yung mga PPEs po natin is very important, especially ngayon pong pandemic po, sir. So yun po yung basic consideration natin, yung basic PPE natin po. Yung level 3 po natin, sir, na PPE po.
Yun na po yung mga equipment, wala na?
Yes,
sir, mga devices?
Wala na po, sir. Kasi
okay.
What is important, sir, is yung initial documentation natin is in the tagging. Okay. Again, yung proper examination po, trabaho na po ni DBI yan, sir.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sir, do you have any more questions with regard to SRR and DBI? I think that will end. Sorry, admin, one last, I'll just discuss this in passing, ma'am, yung how to fill up the form. Yes, ma'am.
Carry on po, Doc Nindo.
Okay. For the last presentation, ma'am, ito lang, in passing lang, no, i-discuss ko lang how are you going to fill up the form. So, using your Annex 1 or Dead Body Information Form located in your, I'm not sure if it will be part of your materials. No. Yan, sa unique code, no, there's a box there or yung, sorry, do you have a copy of this? Admin, sorry for asking this. Meron po ba silang copy ng dead body form, ma'am?
Yung form, sir, included po sa manual po na provide po natin sa mga participants.
But they have it.
Sa lang, sir. Opo.
Okay, sige, sir. I'll just discuss this in passing, ma'am. So, in this DVI form, sa Unicode po, ma'am, sa box ng Unicode, just put your tagging po. Kung ano po yung nilagay niyo sa body tag, yun po yung ilalagay niyo sa Unicode natin. No? So, kung ang ginamit niyo is AFP-TAC-001, just put your initial body numbers po do sa Unicode natin. Now, how are you going to fill up, no? So meron diyang part of the yung sa box niyan, possible identity of the body. If during the recovery you were able to recover personal identification, for example, an ID, driver's license, or a passport, no, you can indicate that the victim is initially identified or possible based on the informations recovered, no. So kunwari nakalagay dyan possible identity of the buyer kasi you were able to recover an ID. So pwede natin siyang indicate na possible that the victim, pwede niyo ilagay yung pangalan. But if kung hindi siya unidentified, lagyan niyo lang siya unidentified. Okay? So I will, in this case, no, physical description, no, of the body, i-encircle nyo lang po yan, ma'am. For example, the body is complete, incomplete, or body parts lang siya. If the body is complete, no, just encircle body, well preserved. If it is incomplete, for example, mga body parts lang siya or decomposed. If it is skeletonized but complete, fully skeletonized, or burnt victims. So just i-encircle nyo lang po yung mga category natin. Okay? Madali lang po siya i-accomplish. No? Kung sex, no? Pag sinabi nating sex, it's either male or female. Pag sinabi nating male, dapat lagyan natin, bakit nyo nasabing male? Lagyan nyo lang positive for penis or male organ. Merong facial hair. Okay? If it is a female, female organ, positive with breast. If you cannot identify whether a male or a female, just encircle undetermined. Okay? Decomposed. Age group, how are we going to determine whether it is an infant, child, adolescent, adult, no? You can consult your dentist if you have dentist in your if you have a member who is a dentist, they can easily identify this individual. But if not, alam naman natin if it is infant, child, or adolescent, or an adult. No? Physical feature, again, short. No? If you have a measuring equipment, no, you can put the exact height of the victim. Approximate weight, either slim, average, or fat. So madali lang po siya, sir. Kung presence po ng mga hair, no, lagyan niyo lang po kung saan, anong color, is it short, round. So madali lang po siya talaga. Now I will focus more, no, on the physical aspect, no, or the properties recovered. Pagka may mga amputated limbs, no, indicate niyo lang po if it is the patient is wearing a may mga amputations, no, or abnormalities or deformities. Skin marks, no, presence of tattoos, body marks. Kung meron po siyang mga scars, no, yung mga extra fingers, no, cleft palate, cleft lip, or tattoo, what kind of tattoo. Kung hindi nyo ma-describe yung tattoo, pwede nyo po siya drawing. No? So all informations, no, ilagay nyo na po sa ating form. Okay? Now, if there are medical conditions, no, abrasions, contusions, lacerations, pwede nyo rin po ilagay. If the patient is wearing a denture, no, pwede nyo rin po ilagay. Complete RPD, removable partial denture, or complete denture, yung postizo po. Kung meron po siyang retainer or the patient is wearing a braces, no, you can also indicate it in the form. Now, I'll just teach you on how to describe, no, the clothing. No. Pagka nilagay nyo po is the patient is wearing a black shirt, lagay nyo po if there are yung specific designs, no, what brand, no, ng maong. Also indicate the size, no. For example, Levi's brand, 501 ba siya? or what color? Is it a dark blue, faded? The size of the pants, is it 32, 33? Yan, for example lang naman. In the description, if you found a shoe, no, hindi po pwede ding rubber shoes lang pong indicate natin. You have to describe what kind of shoe. Is it a rubber shoe? So you may indicate that the victim is wearing a pair of rubber shoes, Nike, colored maroon with pink and white sole. And then also indicate the size of the shoe. No? Kung sizes po, it's either UK or US brand. No? US standard. Okay? For example, a pair of piece of glass, an eyeglass, no? So you can also say that if the patient or the victim is wearing a pair of eyeglasses, colored black with yellow stripes. Brand, kung Oakley. If it's a reading glass or just an ordinary eyeglass po. Now, if the patient is or the victim is wearing a personal jewelries, no, lagay natin wristwatch, no, Timex, what color. Now, I'll be ngayon sa cash, no, how are you? Is it enough to document doon the number of cash recovered? O pwede ba nating sabihin 45 pesos lang yung na-recover natin? So in this case, ang ginagawa namin dito is ina-itemize namin kung yung mga dominations.
Denomination.
Yes, denominations. Hindi wag na yung serial number, yung denominations lang. For example, how many 1,000s, 500s, 50s and 20s. Tapos ito total natin 45,000 pesos. Okay? Dapat properly documented with photographs na during recovery, na recover natin is only 45, hindi 100,000 pesos. Okay? So again, pag 45 pesos with domination, how many 1,000s, 5,000s, 50s, 20s. Okay? That's all lang naman po, ma'am. Do you have any questions po, ma'am? Okay, for the logbooks po, you can also use these logbooks for the turnover. Kasi pag turnover na natin yung properties, wala po tayong copy. So you may also indicate it in your logbook, yung mga personal properties na recovered natin and have it signed both by the SRR and the DVI team. Okay? Again, in the turnover, no? The SRR, no, kung sino po yung magta-turnover, pipirma, agency, signature, and the receiving agency. Okay, so chain of custody form, very basic lang naman po yan, sir. Kung ano po yung ita-turn over natin sa DVI, just indicate the number of bodies, the number of properties to be turned over, and that's it. No? Now, in this case po, ang first na pipirma dito is the SRR team. And the last person to sign this document will be the family. If ever po na ita-turn over na natin sa family. Okay? So in this case po, sa chain of custody natin, malalaman po natin kung sino yung mga pinagdaanan ng mga agencies. And during the course of that travel or turnover, meron pong nawalang gamit, madali po natin mahanap for accountability. Okay? So the first person to sign this document will be the SRR, the person who recovered the body, and the last person who will sign this document will be the family or the receiving family. Okay? And then this will form part of our evidence. Any questions po, ma'am? So if there are no more questions, ma'am, thank you very much, ma'am. No? That will be my last presentation, ma'am. And I will turn over the floor to the admin po, ma'am.
Okay, so
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much po, Sir Dindo, for that very comprehensive and interactive discussions. It is really our privilege, sir, to have you as our resource speaker for this morning. To our participants po, so we will now have our lunch break, a 1 hour lunch break, but we ask you to be back in our Zoom 10 or 5 minutes before 1 p.m. And we would just like to remind din po everyone, especially those who are doing the group viewing, to please follow our health protocols such as wearing of masks and social distancing. So again, thank you very much po, Sir Dindo. And in behalf of the DILG, again, thank you very much po.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
for this.
Yun, I was
And so magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. We'll just be performing a quick audio and presentation check po. Attorney Ann, are you on board? Po, Attorney Ann? Muli po magandang hapon sa lahat. We'll just be conducting a audio and presentation check po. Attorney Ann?
Hello, Sydney. Naririnig niyo na ako?
Yes po, Attorney Ann. Loud and clear po.
Opo.
How
Sabit
about...
lang. I-check ko lang yung sa share screen.
Alright, sige po, Attorney Ann. I'll stop sharing po.
Opo. Oh, wait.
You can see your presentation.
Okay na po ba?
Yes po, Attorney. Apo. Nakikita naman na po namin. Thank you po.
Sige, thank you. Thank you. Wait.
So good afternoon po, everyone. So we will be starting our afternoon session in 8 minutes po. So we are hoping na sana po ay maka-onboard po tayo at least 5 minutes before the start of our activity this afternoon. So para po sa mga participants po natin na hindi pa po nakakapag-time in for day 2, kindly access our attendance link po in our Zoom chat box, and para po sa ating mga participants na nasa YouTube po namin, ay kindly access din po the attendance link na nandyan po sa comment section ng aming YouTube live stream. Maraming salamat po. Webinar Series Part 2, Enhancing the Capacities of Mimaropa Management of the Dead and Missing Persons Cluster. So before we start our afternoon session for the day 2 of our activity, we would like to remind po our participants of some of our training reminders for this afternoon. So please change your username po into the formats chatted in our Zoom chat box. So kung kayo po ay individual participants, kindly change your screen name po into office/agency _ your name. So for example po, my name is Juan Cruz and I am from LGU Romblon. I will rename my screen name into LGU Romblon _ Juan de la Cruz. And if you are attending po in group, ibig sabihin po nag-group viewing po tayo, kindly rename po your screen name into GV, which indicates po na kayo po ay naka-group viewing, _ the name of your LGU or agency. So for example po, if I am from DILG Romblon, I would rename my screen name into GV _ DILG Romblon. So ayan po kanina po habang nagdi-discuss po tayo nitong umaga, marami po tayong mga participants na hindi po siguro natin napapansin na naka-on po yung ating mga microphones. So please make sure lang po sa ating mga participants na yung mga microphones po natin ay always po na naka-mute para po ma-avoid natin yung distraction habang nagdi-discuss po yung ating mga resource speakers. And to save bandwidth po sa inyo pong internet, we encourage you po na mag-turn off ng inyo pong mga camera para po maging stable po yung ating internet connection. However, kung alam naman po natin na medyo malakas-lakas talaga yung ating internet connection, pwedeng-pwede po tayong mag-on ng atin pong camera. Para po sa inyong mga questions and concerns, feel free po na i-chat yon sa atin pong Zoom chat box at sa atin pong mga YouTube viewers, feel free po na i-comment yon sa ating comment section ng ating YouTube live stream. So yan po mga questions ninyo ay atin pong itatanong at the end of the discussion of our resource speakers. And lastly po, please time in as a participant doon po sa ating required login forms na nakachat na po dyan sa ating Zoom chat box. So 1 minute po before po mag-start ang ating activity. So sana po ay naka-onboard na po ang lahat. Time check po, it's already 12:59. In the afternoon at onboard na rin po ang ating resource speaker for this afternoon. Ang mga iba pa nating participants, please kindly po time in as a participant dun po sa ating attendance sheet at lagi nga po namin paalala ang mga participants lang po na may kumpletong time in and time out during our 3-day activity ang mabibigyan po ng certificate of completion. Time check po ulit. It's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Ayan, so magsisimula na po tayo. So we would like to invite everyone to please settle down na po. Maupo na po ang lahat and we will now start our activity. So our resource speaker for the Module 5 of our webinar series Part 2 is a graduate of Bachelor of Science in Nursing at Centro Escolar University. She graduated and earned her Bachelor of Laws degree from the Philippine Christian University. She assisted in the formulation of some policies on the management of the dead and the missing and co-authored the MDM module which we have been learning since yesterday. Now, she is currently working in the Commission on Elections Campaign Finance Office. Kaya naman po, sama-sama po natin na i-welcome ang isa sa mga powerhouse speakers ng ating webinar series. Let us all give a virtual round of applause to Attorney Ann Bernadette A. Mendiola for her discussion on the final arrangements of the dead. The virtual floor is yours, Attorney.
Good afternoon po sa atin, sa mga participants natin at sa secretariat po ng training na ito. Iyan ako lang po sana sa secretariat po. Kung okay lang na i-allow ako. Ayun, sorry. May technical difficulties lang. Okay, good afternoon ulit sa inyo, sa ating mga participants sa training na ito. Ako po ulit si Attorney Ann Bernadette Mendiola at isa po ako sa mga magdi-discuss na ng Module 5 or the final Module 5. It's short activity po para dito sa Module 5. I would like to encourage our participants po na i-chat lang po sa chat box kung ang tingin sa kung sa tingin nila yung phrases po definition ng final arrangement of the dead. Okay? I would flash the proposed definition within 20 seconds, then paki-post na lang po sa chat box natin. And I would like to encourage also the participants to close their training materials po kung meron kayo habang ginagawa natin itong activity natin. Okay na po ba? Okay. So, ang tawag po sa option A. Final arrangement of the dead has been defined as the process of complete documentation after handling the body has been done by the DVI team up to the turnover, the identified remains, the temporary burial, or the legitimate claimants for the unidentified remains and those without claimants. Paki-chat na lang po ang sagot ninyo kung itong option A ay true or false. Okay. Then next, B. Final arrangement of the dead has been defined as the process of complete documentation has been done by the DVI team after handling the body up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants for the identified remains or temporary burial for the unidentified remains and those without claimants. Option C. Final arrangement of the dead is the process of complete documentation has been done by the DVI team after handling the body up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants for the identified remains and temporary burial for the unidentified remains or those without claimants. Paki-chat na lang po ang sagot nyo kung ito ay true or false. D. It is the process of final arrangement of the dead is the process of handling the body up to the turn or temporary burial for the unidentified remains and those without claimants after complete documentation has been done by the DVI team. Okay. Option A. It is the process, final arrangement of the dead is the process of handling the body up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants for the identified remains and those without claimants or temporary burial for the unidentified remains after complete documentation has been done by the DVI team. Okay. Letter F. It is final arrangement of the dead is the process of handling the body after complete documentation has been done by the DVI team up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants for the identified remains or temporary burial for the unidentified remains and those without claimants. Is letter F and is the true or false definition of final arrangement of the dead? Then letter G. Final arrangement of the dead is the process of handling the body up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants for the identified remains or temporary burial for the unidentified remains and those without claimants after complete documentation has been done by the DVI team. Is it true or false? Letter H. Final arrangement of the dead is the process of handling the body up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants, the identified remains, and the unidentified remains, or for temporary burial for those without claimants after complete documentation has been done by the DVI team. Okay? So, ang tamang sagot po sa activity na to ay ang letter F. Which is, ang definition po talaga ng final arrangement of the dead is that it is the process of handling the body after complete documentation has been done by the DVI team up to the turnover to the legitimate claimants for the identified remains or temporary burial for the unidentified remains and those without claimants. So dito pa lang sa definition natin ng final arrangement of the dead, it summarizes po the whole module 5 and the rules po ng LGU. Kapag dating sa disposition ng human remains, kapag merong mga mass casualty incidents or marami yung mga bangkay na namatay dahil sa isang disaster or health emergency. So, ang may responsibilidad po, lagi nating tatandaan, lahat po ng mga namatay sa isang disaster, dapat po dumaan sa DVI process para po malaman yung kanilang pagkakakilanlan. Upang sa ganun, kung malaman ang kanilang pagkakakilanlan, may bibigay po ng LGU concern ang bangkay po or labi ni deceased doon sa mga legitimate claimants natin. At sila na po ang bahala na magpalibing kay deceased. Then, kung sakali po na after the DVI process, hindi pa rin po malaman kung ano yung identity ni deceased or kung hindi pa, kahit na nalaman natin yung identity ni deceased, ay hindi pa rin po walang nagkikling sa bangkay niya either dahil ayaw ng family or yung surviving family ni deceased ay kasama din po sa mga namatay. So si LGU concern po ang magpapalibing kay deceased dun sa designated na temporary burial site ng kanilang munisipyo or syudad. Okay? So the following are the objectives of Module 5. At the end of this session, the participants will be able to define the final arrangement of the dead. Second, understand the legal perspective of death. 3, understand the organizational structure and identify the key offices or officers involved in the MDM process. Understand the guidelines and the final arrangement of the dead. 5th, explain the procedures to be observed by the key actors in this process. 6, enumerate the requirements for the claiming of remains and describe the features about proper temporary burial. The following are the scope of my presentation in this module. First, I will be discussing the legal perspective of death during disasters or health emergencies. What are the national government agencies and local government units organizational structure sa final disposition of the human remains, guidelines on the disposition of the dead, local government units responsibilities and the final disposition of the dead, identify what are the difference between identified and unidentified remains, what are the distinction between legitimate and rightful claimants, pareho lang ba sila nito or may pagkakaiba? Then, what are the features of a temporary burial site? Also, before I proceed my lecture proper, I would like to encourage the participants po na kung may mga tanong po sila regarding sa topic ko, pwede po ninyo itong ibigay sa secretariat natin. 3 questions po. Tapos kung hindi po namin ma-entertain ang question nyo ngayong araw, babalikan po namin ito bukas during the open forum. Okay? Thank you. Then, okay. Death. We must remember that death is not just an event but signifies the start and end of someone's rights and obligation. Hindi lang po ito pangyayari na kung saan nawawala po or nawawalan na ng buhay yung isang tao. Kasi sa legal perspective po at sa MDM, pwede natin sabihin na ang kamatayan po ay isang pangyayari na pwedeng magbigay ng karapatan po, either sa mga minamahal sa buhay po ni deceased or sa gobyerno po niya, or yung pagtatapos po, simbolo ng pagtatapos ng mga karapatan po ni deceased. Okay? Kasi lagi nating tandaan, there is death when all the vital organs po ng isang tao ay hindi na po nagfa-function. Bukod dito, kapag meron pong namamatay, may mga konsekwensya po kapag namamatay ang tao. Una, kung sa personal po na aspeto, yung katauhan po ni deceased, strictly speaking, ay nawawala po. Ibig sabihin po nito, hindi na po pwedeng makipagkontrata si deceased or yung pamilya niya na gamit ang pangalan ni deceased sa ibang tao or ibang organisasyon. Pangalawa, yung mga personal po na karapatan ni deceased ay nawawala. At hindi niya po ito naisasalin sa kanyang pamilya. Like for example, yung karapatan na pumasok sa isang kontrata, yung karapatan ng mag-asawa na ipagpatuloy yung kanilang relasyon kapag ang isa sa kanila ay namatay. Tapos, yung karapatan na tumakbo po sa public office. Yun po. Tapos, may mga karapatan din po na naisasalin dun sa pamilya ni deceased or sa organization or sa bansa po kung nasaan siya. Like for example, yung mga karapatan po ng family niya or ng tagapagmana ni deceased na kunin po ang mga naiwan na property ni deceased. Tapos, yung obligasyon po ni deceased na magbayad dun sa mga naiwan niyang utang sa ibang tao. Tapos, yun po. Tapos, ang ano din po ay obligasyon po ng pamilya ni deceased na bayaran po yung sinasabi nating estate tax. Kapag halimbawa may mga property po na minana sila mula sa napag-aari ni deceased. At sa MDM perspective po, yung pangyayari po na may namamatay is an indication din po kung kailan nga ba i-activate ni LGU ang kanyang MDM response sa kanyang community. Ang lagi nating tandaan, as of now po, wala pong strict rule dun sa pag-activate ng MDM response natin sa ating mga local government unit. But it depends po dun sa LGU concern kung ano nga ba yung dinesignate niyang threshold or number of deaths ng mga namamatay sa kanyang lugar upang kung kailan niya i-activate itong MDM response. So, tapos isa po sa mga pwede nating guidelines na pwedeng gamitin sa pag-activate ng MDM response ay meron bang mass casualty incidents na nangyari sa ating lugar nung nangyari itong particular disaster. Kapag sinabi nating mass casualty incidents, ibig sabihin, 2 o higit pa ang namatay na mga tao sa insidente na ito. Like for example, yung nangyari sa Super Typhoon Yolanda sa Marawi Siege. More than 2 persons po ang namatay sa incident na yon sa isang lugar sa parehong date or same event. Okay? Tapos, sa death, lagi nating may 3 uri ng pwedeng masabi natin na patay every time na merong mass casualty incidents. Ito yung identified human remain, unidentified. Identified human remain, sila po yung mga bangkay po na nakuha ng ating SRR team sa place of incidents. Tapos nag-undergo po sila sa DVI process tapos after the DVI process, nakilala po kung sino itong si human remain. Si unidentified human remain naman, yung katawan niya po ay nakuha dun sa place ng disaster. Pero after tapos tinurn over siya sa DVI para i-process po at malaman yung identity niya. Pero after the DVI process, hindi pa rin po malaman yung identity ni human remain. Si missing person naman, siya po ay kilala natin na itong taong ito ay nandun po sa lugar kung saan nangyari yung disaster at isa po siya sa mga nawala. Pero kahit na anong hanap po ng otoridad at ng pamilya ni missing person ay hindi pa rin po siya mahanap. So pag sinabi nating missing person under the context ng MDM, ito po yung mga tao na nawawala na under sa circumstances na maaring nalagay sa alanganin or nasa panganib po ang kanilang buhay nung sila ay nawala. So ano ba yung pagkakaiba nitong tatlong disease po, disease sa MDM? So for the identified and unidentified human remains, yung proof po na nag-cease na po yung kanilang buhay or yung nag-cease na po or tumigil na po sa function yung kanilang mga vital organs indicating cessation of life is meron po tayong pruweba. Kasi meron nandun po yung nakuha natin yung kanilang bangkay. Okay? While si missing person po, generally po, hindi po natin siya masasabi na patay na hanggat walang pruweba na ibinibigay po ang kanyang pamilya or otoridad na magsasabi na talagang namatay si missing person sa insidente na iyon. So then, both kay identified and unidentified human remain, yung nature po ng date nila ay masasabi natin permanente na po. Kasi nakuha po natin yung kanilang human remain which serve as a proof po na talagang patay na sila. While si missing person po, alam lang natin na nawala siya at ang kanyang buhay ay nalagay sa alanganin during that disaster. Pero at maaaring siya ay namatay. Pero hindi po natin pero yung pamilya po ni missing person or other interested person ay pwede pa rin magpakita ng pruweba na itong si missing person ay hindi talaga namatay during the disaster at buhay po siya, either nagtatago lang po or walang maalala at nasa ibang lugar po. Okay? Katulad po ng sinabi ko, for the identified human remain, his identity is known and the body was found. Then, for the unidentified human remain naman po, after the DVI missing person naman, the identity is known but the body was not found. Okay? Ano ba yung proof of death nitong tatlong sinasabi nating disease sa MDM? For the identified and unidentified human remain, pwede po silang ma-issuehan ng certificate of death, which contains po yung mga personal information. Person A ay talagang namatay na sa ganitong date, sa ganitong place, at ito po yung manner ng kanyang manner and cause ng kanyang kamatayan. Then, si missing person naman, lagi nating tandaan, kapag may nawawala po sa ating munisipyo, hindi po automatic na kailangan na i-declare po natin si missing person as dead. Kahit na under the circumstances, talagang may chance na hindi siya makasurvive sa disaster po kung saan siya nawala. But the family or other interested person must file court action po sa appropriate regional trial court, which is yung sinasabi namin na petition for declaration of presumptive death a missing person. Na kung saan yung pamilya po ni missing person or other interested person ay kailangan ipakita po sa korte at salaysay sa korte kung sino yung nawala, paano at kailan nawala si missing person, and under the circumstances kung saan siya ay nawala ay talagang may chance na hindi mabuhay si missing person. At bukod dito, kailangan din po i-prove ni family or other interested person na talagang naghanap po sila. Hinanap po talaga nila si missing person at gusto nilang malaman kung ano ba talagang nangyari kay missing person. But despite their effort, hindi pa rin po nila makita si missing person. So after na ma-satisfy nila si court or si judge, maglalabas po ng court decree si judge na granting the petition for declaration of presumptive death of the missing person. So, ang lagi nating tandaan, yung presumptive death or yung fact po na nawala si missing person ay hindi po pwedeng mairehistro sa local civil registrar. Hindi po sila pwedeng issuehan ng certificate of death. Ang pwedeng gawin lang po ni local civil registrar is kapag meron na pong available na court decree ang family or yung other interested person na pinadeclare si missing person as presumably dead, annotate or record po ito sa libro po ni local civil registrar. Okay? So, ang lead agency po natin for the final arrangement po of the dead is the DL for both for the identified and unidentified human remain is the DILG through the local government unit concerned kung saan po nangyari yung disaster. Okay? Then for the missing person po CPNP. Okay? Then di ba nasabi ko tatlo yung grupo natin para sa mga sinasabing disease. So, i-categorize din natin yung death. Meron tayong sinasabing actual death and presumptive death. So, sino-sino ba yung pag sinabi nating actual death, ito po yung mga bangkay po na nakuha po ng mga SRR team or ng MDM team natin doon sa area po kung saan nangyari yung disaster. So, meron po tayong proof na talagang itong si person A, B, and C ay talagang patay na kasi nakuha natin yung kanyang bangkay. Okay? So, actual death applies only to the human remains na na-retrieve ng SRR team. Okay? Then, yung presumptive death naman, ito po, sila naman po ay nag-apply. Sabihin, at mag-a-apply lang po ito kung sakali po na meron pong inilabas na court decree si judge or yung court kung saan final yung petition for declaration of presumptive death declaring the missing person as presumably dead. Kung wala pong court decree na nagde-declare na si missing person ay presumably dead, si missing person ay missing person lang po. Hindi po natin siya masasabi na talagang patay na po siya. Okay? Then, the proof po ng actual death is the certificate of death. Then, while the presumptive death ay napatay ng si missing mo, yung court decree po declaring the time of death po is yung actual time po kung disaster. Or depende po sa examination po na ginawa ng DVI team or ng medical legal officer, may pwede din po nilang malaman kung kailan ba talagang namatay si disease based po dun sa estado po ng katawan nung nakuha si bata. Then sa presumptive death po, madedeclare po na araw ng maaring namatay si deceased ay depende po sa circumstances kung kailan po na-declare si dead, si missing person as dead or nawala siya. So, lagi nating tandaan, dito sa death, may mga legal implications po kasi ito nakaakibat, like the right to receive compensation po ng surviving families, the succession po or yung hati-hati po ng mga naiwan na property ni deceased dun sa kanyang mga tagapagmana, tapos yung status po ni surviving spouse are so important that courts should not easily be carried to the conclusion that the man is dead. The result is that death cannot be taken as a fact. So kung sino man po yung gustong magdeklara na itong si person A, B, and C ay talagang patay na, kailangan po nilang magbigay ng pruweba sa appropriate government agencies to prove po na talagang namatay na si A, B, and C during that particular disaster or incident. Okay? So define natin yung 3 categories po ng possible na disease po during the mass casualty incidents. 2 types po ng death, the actual and presumptive death. So, dun sa presumptive death, meron din tayong dalawang klase. Ito po yung sinasabi nating ordinary and extraordinary presumptive death. So, pag sinabi nating both ordinary and extraordinary presumptive death applies to the missing persons. Pag sinabi nating ordinary presumptive death, ito po yung law po na nag-a-apply sa kanya ay yung Article 390 of the New Civil Code or yung mga instances po na kung saan si missing person ay nawala sa lugar na ito at base po sa circumstansya kung saan nawala si missing person ay hindi po nalagay sa alanganin yung kanyang buhay. Like for example, itong ordinary presumptive death or ordinary circumstances kung saan nawala si missing person ay kung halimbawa si missing person ay naglayas sa kanilang bahay at hindi na po nagpakita sa kanyang pamilya, or other instances po na intentional po yung pagkawala ni missing person dun sa kanyang place of residence or place of work. While for the extraordinary circumstances po, gino-govern po ito ng provisions po ng Article 391 of the New Civil Code. Ibig sabihin po, yung mga circumstances po na enumerate dun sa Article 391 ay ang mga sumusunod. Kung si missing person ay nakasakay po sa isang barko or eroplano at ang eroplano or barko na ito ay napabalita na nawala or na-aksidente at ang kanyang bangkay ay hindi na po ang kanyang katawan ay hindi na po na-retrieve ng SRR team or ng other persons. Pangalawa po, kung si missing person ay isang miyembro po ng army or ng appropriate agency po under the Armed Forces of the Philippines at sumabak po siya sa digmaan. And after the war ay hindi na po nakabalik si missing person. Hindi na po nakita yung katawan ni missing person kung saan siya na-assign or kung saan siya napabalitan na pumunta. Pangatlong insidente naman is kung si missing person ay nawala sa mga circumstansya na nagsasabi na yung kanyang buhay ay nalagay sa alanganin. Like for example, kung si missing person ay kinidnap ng known na notorious at talagang pinapatay yung kinikidnap nila. Kung si missing person ay isa sa mga biktima po kung saan nangyari yung mga malalaking at malalakas na mga bagyo or calamity dito sa Pilipinas. Like for example, yung nangyari po sa Super Typhoon Yolanda sa Eastern Visayas, yung Marawi Siege po dun sa Marawi City, and Typhoon Ompong po, na kung saan alam po ng lahat ng tao dito sa bansa at sa ibang bansa din po na talagang marami po ang namatay dun sa lugar na ito kung saan nangyari yung incident po. So ang aanhin natin, for the extraordinary presumptive death, lagi pong merong danger po dun sa life ni missing person. While sa ordinary presumptive death po, wala pong danger po na kaakibat noong nawala si missing person. So kailan po natin madedeclare na presumably dead po si missing person under the ordinary circumstances? After po na ma-file itong sinasabi nating petition for declaration of presumptive death, the missing person can be declared presumably dead po when the date when the decree was promulgated. So ibig sabihin, si missing person under the ordinary circumstances ay madedeclare lang as presumably dead kapag inilabas na po ng korte yung desisyon po niya na sinasabi na etong si missing person ay talagang patay na under the circumstances po kung saan siya nawala. While for the missing person po na nawala under extraordinary circumstances, his death po, the missing person can be declared presumably dead at the time po na nawala si missing person. So both for the ordinary and extraordinary presumptive death, kailangan po ng family or other interested person na mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death sa korte po para ma-declare si missing person as presumably dead. Kasi kung wala po yung court decree na yon, hindi po natin ma-declare na presumably dead si missing person. Okay? So, what are the proof po? And also, dun sa time of death pala, gusto kong i-reiterate din na yung pag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death, tapos kung kailan po mai-issue yung court decree na declaring the missing person po sa circumstances at sa purpose. So for the ordinary circumstances po na kung saan nawala si missing person, yung family po ni missing person under the ordinary circumstances po ng disappearance ay pwedeng mag-file po ng petition for declaration of presumptive death after 7 years po from the date of appearance po ni missing person. For all purposes po, except po dun sa paghahati-hati po ng mga property po na naiwan ni missing person. So, kung ang purpose po ng pagpapadeclare kay missing person is para paghatian yung mga naiwan na property or naiwan na property ni missing person sa kanyang mga tagapagmana at mahal sa buhay, pwede pong mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death yung kanyang family or other interested person after 10 years po from the date of appearance ni missing person. Pero kung sakali po si missing person po ay nawala under the ordinary circumstances po at ang kanyang edad po ay 75 years old and above nung siya ay nawala, yung kanyang pamilya po ay pwedeng mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death after 5 years po for all purposes, either marriage or yung paghahati po ng mga mana. For purposes of remarriage naman po, under the family code, yung mga nawala po under the ordinary circumstances, yung surviving spouse po ay pwedeng mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death nung nawawala niyang spouse after 4 years. Okay? However, ito po, yung sa extraordinary circumstances naman po, kung si missing person ay nawala under dun sa circumstances na sinabi under the Article 391 po, for all purposes po, like for example, paghahati ng mga mana, pag-avail ng mga death compensation benefits and other benefits po na pwedeng ma-avail ni family or other interested person nung kapag na-declare na si missing person as presumably dead, pwede po silang mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death after 4 years po na nawala si missing person. But for purposes of remarriage po, si surviving spouse ay pwedeng mag-file po ng petition for declaration of presumptive death after 2 years po from the time na nawala si missing person. So, for the ordinary circumstances, yung period po bago mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death is 7 years or 10 years kapag 75 years old and below po si missing person, 4 years for purposes of remarriage. Then, kapag si missing person ay 75 years old and above, 5 years po ang pag-file, hihintayin ni family bago sila mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death. Then, for extraordinary circumstances po, 4 years, for all purposes po, para si family ay mag-file ng petition for declaration of presumptive death. But for yung 2 years lang po ang hihintayin ni surviving spouse. Ano po ang proof of death na pwedeng ipakita ni family or other interested person sa pag-claim ng benefits po kapag na-declare na si missing person as presumably dead? So, for purposes of remarriage po, and yung sa mana po, kailangan po both for the ordinary and extraordinary presumptive death, kailangan meron pong court decree. For death compensation benefits naman, depende po ito sa organization kung saan po mag-file ng death compensation benefits ang surviving family. Kasi may mga organization po na okay lang sa kanila na after makandak yung administrative investigation kung paano nawala si missing person, ay binibigay na po nila sa surviving family and other interested person yung death compensation benefits po na dapat makuha ni family. Pero meron namang mga agent, like halimbawa yung sa SSS po and other agencies po. Then meron namang ibang organization na para mabigay yung death compensation benefits dun sa surviving family ni missing person, kailangan po talaga mag-file ng court decree sila at makakuha ng decision po declaring the missing person as presumably dead. Okay? So, anuhin natin po dito. Ito po yung ito yung mga agencies involved po, both for the national and local government units na involved po sa disposition of the remains of the dead po. So, lagi nating tandaan, si NDRRMC po, si NDRRMC po shall have the oversight function over the MDM cluster. For purposes of rapid reporting of retrieved dead bodies, the NDRRMC shall issue information based on the report po submitted by the local government unit through the regional NDRRMC Operation Center. Also, lagi nating tandaan, as much as possible, si NDRRMC lang po ang dapat na mag-declare ng official reports on the dead. Based naman po ito sa mga information na nakuha niya po sa reports na sinabit po ng DILG Central Office. While the DSWD shall provide a leadership and guidance po to all national response cluster here in the Philippines. Also, generally, they are the lead agency in the management of the bereaved families and shall provide technical assistance and resource augmentation to the local SWDO po kung saan nangyari yung incident, to provide po either financial, psychological, or physiological assistance to the bereaved families. While the OCD shall serve as the secretariat of the NDRRMC and shall link between the NDRRMC and its member agencies and other implementing partners engaged in the MDM. It shall logistics support mechanisms for systematic coordination. Offices shall coordinate with the appropriate provincial, city, or municipal SWDO to facilitate the processing of requirements for the benefit claims of the bereaved families. Also, in case po na magkulang po yung mga cadaver bags na purchase ni LGU concern, COCD po ay pwedeng magbigay po ng resource augmentation or sa local government agencies concerned para sa pagsusupply ng cadaver bag. Then the DILG is tasked to lead the DILG is the lead agency in the management of the dead and the missing. It has the prime responsibility in the planning, monitoring, and evaluation of the MDM implementation and coordinates with the local government units and other concerned agencies like the DVI team, the SRR team, the management of the bereaved families, and management of the missing persons. Okay? So, si Armed Forces of the Philippines and kasama po yung other member agencies nito, sila po yung naatasan na mag-lead ng search, rescue, and retrieval operation. Pwede pong magbigay din ng resource augmentation si BFP, PRC, and Philippine Coast Guard and si Philippine Air Force sa pagkakandak ng search, rescue, and retrieval operation during mass casualty incidents. Parang I would like to remind also the SRR team or the LGU concern na kung sakali po na kakailanganin nila ng resource augmentation or assistance from the EFP, kailangan din i-consider natin kung ano ba yung type po ng disaster ang nangyari sa ating lugar. Para sa ganun, yung agencies concerned po ang pwedeng magbigay po ng assistance sa LGU na to. Kasi maaaring sa disaster na nangyari sa lugar sa LGU na to, may kailangang special skills po na dapat i-possess, parang possess or qualified po yung SRR team to conduct that SRR operation based on the incident po na nangyari, type of incident na nangyari. Then si PRC naman po, usually ay nagpo-provide ng resource augmentation sa MDM team, especially the DOH and the DSWD sa pagkakandak po or pagbibigay ng assistance sa psychological, medical, and psychological assistance sa mga bereaved families or the calamity victims. While si DOH po, siya po yung nagko-collate ng mga information regarding dun sa sino-sino at kailan yung namatay during sa disaster na ito. Siya po yung nagko-collate ng list of the deaths and other information regarding that sa mga namatay dun sa PNP or NBI or the DOH hospitals and local health officers. Also, si DOH din yung pwedeng magbigay ng assistance or guidance sa other member agencies ng MDM to ensure lang po na yung provisions ng yung code of sanitation po natin ay masusunod. Like for example, paano ba yung tamang paglilibing kay disease to ensure po na hindi po makakapag-cause ng infection po sa mga surviving tao dun sa lugar kung saan inilibing si disease. Also, si DPWH naman po, ang concern po na ang agencies po na involved na pwedeng magtumulong sa pag-clear po nung mga debris doon sa lugar kung saan nangyari yung disaster. While the DFA po is the agencies involved po na kung saan si LGU through the NDRRMC shall coordinate with the DFA para sabihin kung meron bang namatay na mga foreigners dito sa Pilipinas nung nangyari yung isang particular na disaster. Okay? Tapos si NDRRMC naman ang makikipag-coordinate sa concerned embassies or consular office sa bansa kung saan citizen si alleged foreign disease para i-process po yung repatriation ni human remains. Okay? And yun po, yung katulad po ng sinabi ni Director Tabel kahapon, di ba, na kapag may mga namamatay na mga Pilipino sa ibang bansa, especially during this pandemic, yung NDRRMC po, the DFA shall coordinate po with the concerned agencies doon sa ibang bansa at dito sa Pilipinas para i-process po yung repatriation ng bangkay po ni human remains. Okay? Also, si development partners, pwede pong maghanap or makipag-partner si yung mga national government agencies natin at local government units dun sa mga NGOs, CSO po na nasa ating lugar upang mag-provide ng resource augmentation po sa MDM response ng LGU or national ng MDM cluster. Also, the PNP is the lead agency po in the conduct po ng DVI process kapag merong human-induced disaster, while the NBI is the lead agency in the conduct po ng DVI process in case of natural calamities. So, as we all know, the local government units, the DILG through the local government units is the lead agency po in the disposition of the human remains po na nasa kanilang lugar. Okay? So, ang under po kay LGU, katulong po ni local government unit, si PNP or NBI, para sa pagkakandak po ng disaster victim identification dun sa mga human remains na na-retrieve dun sa lugar or sa kalapit na mga lugar kung saan nangyari yung incidents. Lagi nating tandaan, si PNP ang magkakandak ng DVI process kapag human-induced disaster ang nangyari, while the NBI shall conduct the DVI process kung natural disaster po ito. The local civil registrar shall ensure po na lahat po ng information sa death certificate as much as possible ay tama po. At dapat po ay ang ma-issuehan lang po ng mga death certificate ay yung mga bangkay po alleged deceased po na nakuha po yung kanilang human remains. Okay? Tapos na-process po ng DVI team. Well, the local BFP and the local DRRMO shall conduct po the SRR operation po. Okay? Yan po yung primary responsibilities nila. Then the local health office naman po, yung municipal health officer natin, usually siya po yung mag-i-issue ng certificate of death, magse-certify ng mga information dun sa certificate of death about dun sa information kung paano namatay si disease. Like for example, yung death, name ni disease, yung other personal information ni disease, yung date and place of death, the manner of death, the cause of death. Then the local health officer also shall issue or certify the certificate of death based on the information po na provide ni DVI team. Okay? Also, the local health office shall ensure po na yung provisions po ng Code of Sanitation of the Philippines shall be observed po. Okay? Lahat po ng health protocols na kailangan i-observe sa pag-transfer po ng katawan ni human remains from one place to another sa paglilibing kay disease po or sa pagpukay ulit kay disease ay dapat po ma-observe yung ma-observe yung
Hello po, Attorney Ann.
Hello, Sydney. Sorry. Lalo ko bang internet ko?
Apo, medyo breaking po yung internet nyo, Attorney.
Sige. Okay. I-off ko na lang muna yung video kung anuhin natin.
Okay po yun, Attorney. Apo. Sige po.
Saglit lang. Wait lang. Okay lang mag-break ng 5 minutes. I-ano ko lang, ayusin ko lang ulit. Mag-join lang ulit ako.
Sige po, Attorney.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ayan, so health break po tayo for about 5 minutes po. Time check po natin is 1:54. So baka pwede po tayong bumalik ng around 2 o'clock in the afternoon po. So habang nag-health break po tayo, pwede na po muna kayong pumunta ng CR or kindly fill out po yung ating attendance sheet na nasa chat box po natin. So while waiting po kay Attorney Ann. So thank you po. Also, kung meron po tayong mga... yes po, Attorney.
Itatanong ko lang sana kung anong slides ako, parang na-stop yung discussion ko. Or nagloko yung connection.
Diyan din lang po, Attorney, sa mismong slide po na yan.
Ulitin ko na lang ba yung ko dito, yung discussion?
Wait lang po, Attorney. I mean, kakaano lang po, nung in-interrupt po namin kayo, kakawala nyo lang din po.
Kasi parang late ko din nabasa yung message mo.
Apo, dun lang po siguro, Attorney, sa sa LGU portion na po.
Sa LGU portions. Sige.
Thank you po, Attorney.
Thank you.
So while waiting po kay Attorney Ann, so ang ating mga participants po, kung meron po kayong mga questions, you can chat it po sa ating Zoom chat box. Yan po ay aming kinokolekta para po maitanong mamaya after the discussion. And para po doon sa ating mga participants na nasa YouTube live stream, please do not hesitate po to send your questions po sa ating comment section sa YouTube. So thank you very much po.
Hello? Okay na po ba na magbalik po ulit tayo?
Alright, so ituloy na lang
Opo.
po natin yung discussion po natin. Muli po nandito po si Attorney Ann Menjola to discuss our fifth module for this MDM training. Carry on po, over to you, Attorney Ann. Thank you.
Naririnig ulit ako. Okay, thank you. Okay, balik po ulit tayo dito sa LGU level. Sorry. Sa LGU level, in terms po, kapag nandun na si LGU sa process po or phase ng final disposition of the dead. So again, si DILG through the local government units concerned po, ang lead agency po sa disposition of the dead po. Okay, so si LGU also, the concerned LGU also shall ensure po na may angkop po na training po yung kanyang mga MDM, local MDM cluster para makapag-provide ng appropriate MDM response sa kanilang lugar, or kung sakali na i-request yung kanilang services sa ibang lugar, to provide resource augmentation. Okay. Part po ng local MDM cluster ni LGU is si kapag si DVI po, ang DVI process kapag ang nangyaring disaster sa LGU ay human use disaster, like for example yung nangyari sa or the NBI shall DI process kung ang type naman ng incident is natural calamity po. Okay? Also, kapag halimbawa masyado malaki na talaga yung nangyaring, or kapag nagkaroon ng mass casualty in local government units or conduct ng timely na DVI process, we must always remember na si PNP or si NBI po shall accredit the volunteer experts who will help in the established set of standards as basis for allowing foreign groups to participate. Kasi as much as possible, dapat po yung local and national agencies ng Pilipinas
Attorney Ann.
Pilipinas like the PNP and NBI. Sa SRR naman operation, usually ang nagsasagawa ng SRR, DRRMO ng LGU concern. Okay, sila po yung usual na magkakandak ng retrieval operations ng mga human remains dun sa area po kung saan nangyari yung disaster. Also, the local DRRMO usually ang nagfo-formulate ng MDM response plan po, response plan dun sa kanilang lugar. Tapos i-integrate po ito sa kanilang local disaster risk reduction management plan or contingency plan. Then, yan po, si local DRRMO usually ang magsasabi kung ano ba yung as much as possible, ano ba yung mga equipments na kailangan na i-purchase ni LGU para sa pagpe-prepare ng MDM response nila at ano-anong agencies yung kanilang kailangan na itap to provide MDM response. Also, kapag may mga na-retrieve na human remains at nag-undergo na sa DVI process, yung mga cadaver, usually the local health officer shall certify po the certificate of death po ni deceased. At usually itong certificate is the certified ni local health officer ay depende po dun sa certificate of identification na finildapan at pre-process po ng DVI team natin. And also the local health officer shall also provide the appropriate, the local health officer or the DVI team shall provide also the necessary information po about the disease, yung mga circumstances po kung paano nawala si disease, and shall observe, the local health office shall also observe yung provisions po ng Code of Sanitation of the Philippines to ensure po na hindi po magkakos ng disease kapag si disease ay transfer or inilibing sa LGU concern. Tapos kung sakaling yung katawan ni human remains is uhukayin ulit for halimbawa kung magkakandak ng medical legal examination dun sa body ni disease or ililipat yung katawan ni human remains or ni disease papunta sa ibang area kung saan siya dapat na ilibing. Also, the local civil registrar shall ensure na ang i-issue niyang death certificate ay para lamang sa mga human remains na kung saan na kita po yung katawan po talaga ni disease. Okay, for the disease po or alleged disease po na nawala or namatay during the disaster at hindi po nakuha yung kanilang katawan or hindi na-identify, may proseso po tayo na susundin para sila ay ma-issuehan ng certificate of death or yung sa declaration of presumptive death. Okay? Then also we must remember na yung pag-i-issue po ng certificate of death ay usually ginagawa po as a general rule dun sa lugar kung saan po allegedly na namatay si deceased. Pero kung sakali po na ina-allow ng certain LGUs na gawin yung out-of-town reporting po ng certificate of death or halimbawa si deceased ay namatay sa Manila pero pwedeng may register yung kanyang certificate of death sa Quezon City, ay pwede po itong gawin. Okay? Then the local SWDO such as the provincial, city, or municipal SWDO shall be the lead agency in the management of the bereaved families. They shall provide psychological or financial assistance to the bereaved families. They shall also the local SWDO shall establish also the local social welfare inquiry desk for data generation or information management of the missing persons presumed to be dead during disasters and their surviving families. Also, they shall validate and process documents of the missing persons presumed to be dead during disasters. In case po na hindi po kaya ni local SWDO na mag-conduct ng psychological assistance or financial assistance sa bereaved families, the DSWDO shall provide technical assistance and resource augmentation to the local SWDO on the overall management of the bereaved families. Okay? And then, si engineering office naman po, sila yung usually na naatasan para make sure po na lahat po ng mga staff na kakailanganin sa MDM response ay magagawa po ng maayos. Like for example, yung pagpapatayo ng temporary holding area, size, tapos kung saan po pwedeng. Okay? Then the General Supplies Office naman, ang usually na mag-ensure na lahat ng mga supplies na kakailanganin ni MDM team ay kailangan niyang ma-purchase. Okay? Then the Public Information Office naman, shall ensure na lahat ng kanyang i-release na information sa public ay tama po. Okay? Tama. Okay? Official informations only ang dapat niyang ilabas sa public, okay? For the public consumption. Then the local government units also can establish a partnership with their volunteers or other development partners or other agencies po na makakapag-provide ng resource augmentation sa kanila in case po na isasagawa na nila yung MDM response. Okay? Okay, primarily, balik ulit tayo kay local government units. Di ba sinabi ko, si local government units ang lead agency in the final disposition of the dead. But the LGU concerned also shall ensure na makakapag-identify sila kung saan i-establish yung collection sites for the human remains, the temporary burial sites, temporary holding areas. Then they must ensure also na makapag-acquire sila ng appropriate or sapat na caliber bags that is DOH compliant. Then it shall incorporate in the respective local DRRM and contingency plan their MDM response plan. Okay. Next. We must always remember that special consideration shall be taken in determining the cause, date, place, and manner of death of the human remains na nakukuha natin dun sa disaster-stricken area. So, bakit kailangan natin malaman kung ano yung cause of death ni disease? This is para lang po malaman natin kung yung cause of death ni disease ay disaster related or hindi. In order to determine the cause of death, kung ang cause of death ni disease ay disaster related, kailangan mapagtagni natin na kung ang dahilan po ba ng kamatayan ni disease ay may connection sa umiiral na disaster dun sa area natin. Like for example, kung si disease ay sa kasagsagan ng lindol or ng bagyo, si disease ay natabunan ng parang naanhan siya ng puno kasi naglalakad siya at natabunan siya ng puno. So maaari ba natin tong sabihin na disaster related death yung kanyang kamatayan? Or kung halimbawa si disease ay naglalakad sa kasagsagan ng bagyo tapos bigla siyang binarel. So, pwede ba natin siyang masabi na disaster-related death? So, in order na mapagtagdi natin na yung cause of death ni disease ay disaster-related, dapat po yung cause po or dahilan kung paano namatay si disease ay dapat may connection po sa nangyaring disaster sa ating lugar. So, dun sa sinabi kong example, si disease po na namatay dahil nadaganan siya ng puno, ay pwede po nating masabi na cause of disaster related kung yung puno po ay natumba dahil sa lakas ng hangin nung nangyari yung bagyo. Then, yung si disease po na naglalakad habang umaano po yung bagyo at siya ay binaril, masasabi natin na yung cause of death niya ay hindi disaster related. Okay? Tapos yung date po ng death ni disease ay kailangan natin malaman para po masabi natin na base sa date po kung kailan namatay si disease, ito ba ay nangyari nung kasagsagan or nung umiiral yung disaster or calamity na to sa lugar ni LGU concern. Okay? Then yung place of death po ni disease. Kung si disease po ba ay namatay doon sa lugar kung saan nangyari yung disaster, so pwede natin siyang, isa sa mga consideration is pwede nating masabi na kailangan isama ito si disease sa listahan ng mga official list of deaths na namatay during that calamity at ipapasa sa NDRRMC. Then also for purposes ng civil sa issuance po ng civil death certificate of death, yung place of death po ni disease ang kailangan pagbasihan din po para ma-issue siya ng death certificate. Tapos yung manner of death po ni disease. Ito ba ay natural yung kamatayan ni disease or maaaring si disease ay pinatay at may nangyaring krimen po. Okay? Kasi dun sa manner of death, kung halimbawa si disease ay namatay through violence, si LGU concerned po ay kailangan mag-conduct po ng appropriate na investigation at i-refer niya po yung kaso ni disease sa appropriate government agencies para malaman po kung makapag-conduct ng medical legal examination sa body ni disease at malaman kung si disease ay pinatay or hindi. Also, the manner of death usually provide po a clue sa ating MDM response team kung ano nga ba yung pwedeng maibigay na tulong sa surviving family ni disease. Okay? Then, we must always remember that all human remains na na-retrieve natin sa disaster-stricken area shall undergo the DVI process. This is to ensure po that it is mandatory po na lahat ng human remains ay dumaan sa DVI process to determine po as much as possible kung ano po yung pagkakakilanlan ni human remains and to record also the possible identifiers po ni disease para kung sakaling may pumunta po sa LGU at gustong kunin yung katawan ni disease, ay malalaman po nila kung ito po si claimant ay legitimate claimant po ni disease. Okay? Also, by conducting the DVI process, we ensure also, the government ensure also yung right po ng mga tao to their identity. Kasi mahalaga po yung right to identity ng isang tao kasi nalalaman natin kung yung bukod sa nalalaman natin kung ano yung pagkakakilanlan nila, nalalaman din natin kung sino-sino ba yung may responsibilidad na magpalibing kay disease. Okay? Tapos, anong batas ang PEA? Okay? Tapos, sino yung pwedeng magpalibing kay disease? Okay? Also, whenever necessary, a medical legal examination must be conducted to a cadaver. So, kailan ba natin gagawin itong medical legal examination sa isang patay. Okay? We must remember that if the local health officer who issues a death certificate has reasons to believe or suspect that the cause of death was due to violence or crime, he shall notify immediately the authorities of the Philippine National Police or the National Bureau of Investigation concerned para po mag-conduct itong mga agencies na to ng medical legal examination kay deceased. We must always remember that there is violence when the cause of death was due but not limited to the following: stab wounds, gunshot wounds, suicide of any kind, strangulation, accident resulting to death, actual physical assault inflicting injuries upon persons resulting to death, or any other acts of violence upon a person. Resulting to death of undetermined cause. Okay, so lagi nating tandaan kung pinagsuspetsahan po ni local health officer na si deceased ay namatay due to violence, mandatory po na gawin itong medical legal exam. Tapos may mga permit or yung families po or other government agencies sa DOJ, like yung sa mga fiscal po, para mailibing po si deceased. Bago, okay? Tapos tandaan natin, sino-sino ba yung authorized na pwedeng mag-conduct ng medical legal examination? Una, ito po sila local health officers po, medical officers of law enforcement agencies like yung sa PNP and NBI, members of the medical staff accredited by hospitals. Then, if ever po, isasagawa po yung medical legal examination kung ito ay nire-require po ng mga special laws upon orders of competent court, a mayor, and a provincial or city fiscal, upon written request of police authorities, whenever the Solicitor General, provincial or city fiscal as authorized by existing laws shall deem it necessary to conduct the medical legal examination. Tapos kapag ni-request po ng nearest of kin ni deceased in writing. Okay? Ang ano po natin laging tandaan, kung sakali po na pinaniniwalaan po ng local health officers or medical legal examiner na talagang namatay si deceased due to violence, lagi nating tandaan na hindi po pwedeng i-waive yung pagkakandak ng medical legal examination. Kasi kailangan pong isagawa itong medical legal examination para malaman kung ano yung cause of death ni deceased at kung sakaling pinatay siya ay mapanagot po ng gobyerno natin yung pumatay kay deceased. Okay? Then, next is, no remains shall be buried or cremated without an approved or signed death certificate, except in special circumstances. Also, we must always remember that unidentified and unprocessed human remains shall never be cremated nor buried in mass graves. Okay? Under the ordinary circumstances po, kung wala po yung pandemic, dapat nating tandaan na yung paglilibing po sa mga human remains ay hindi po dapat na madaliin. Dapat po i-ensure natin na dumaan po sa tamang proseso yung katawan ng mga na-retrieve nating human remains bago sila ilibing dun sa temporary burial site or sa libingan po na gustong ilibing ni deceased or ng kanyang pamilya. Tapos malilibing lang po yung katawan ni human remains or ni deceased kapag meron ng approved or signed death certificate. Pero in case po na halimbawa pinaniniwalaan natin na si deceased ay namatay dahil sa isang dangerous communicable disease, pwede po natin ilibing po agad si deceased within 12 hours tapos saka na po natin asikasuhin yung kanyang certificate of death. Okay? Then, ito po yung mga circumstances kung saan pwedeng i-waive po yung pag-i-issue ng certificate of death. Okay? Para mabilisan na mailibing po si deceased sa temporary burial site or the designated burial site. Kung sakaling si deceased ay namatay due to dangerous communicable disease that needs to be buried or cremated within 12 hours. Ano itong dangerous communicable disease? Ito po yung mga sakit po na i-declare ng Department of Health na sinasabi nila na kung sakali po na namatay kapag namatay si deceased, si deceased po, yung kanyang sakit po ay may chance pa rin po na makapangawa sa mga nabubuhay na tao. At kailangan na siya ay agaran na mailibing. Halimbawa ng mga dangerous communicable disease na ito ay yung AIDS po, coronavirus, SARS, meningococcemia, and other dangerous communicable disease na dineclare ni Department of Health. Okay, then second is kung nag-request po yung immediate family ni deceased na kailangan mailibing kung nag-request po yung surviving family ni deceased for the immediate burial without embalming or viewing ng katawan ni deceased due to religious beliefs, culture, and tradition. Then, if the deceased died in a far-flung or hard-to-reach location of the deceased, or where the embalming facility is not available. Then for body parts, death certificate is not required unless they are the actual remains of the individuals who really died. So for example, sa number 4 circumstances is, if ever po familiar naman tayo na sa mga diabetic patient po, minsan po may mga parte ng katawan nila ang inaalis po sa katawan nila surgically. Like for example, napuputulan sila ng paa, ng kamay dahil sa complication ng kanilang sakit. So if ever po ordinarily, kapag ganyan po yung circumstances, hindi po ini-issuehan ng certificate of death yung person po na naoperahan dahil natanggalan siya ng parte ng katawan. Kasi considered pa rin na buhay po si person A. Kasi yung nawala sa kanya ay parang hindi po vital organs. Pero kung halimbawa, kung sakali po na may nangyaring disaster at talagang masyadong malakas itong disaster, like for example sa Super Typhoon Yolanda, na sinasabi ng iba na survivors na yung ibang tao na na-retrieve is yung kamay na lang or parang nawala yung kanilang apat na yung mga paa at kamay at ulo. So kapag ganun at nakilala kung kaninong katawan po, kung sino yung may-ari ng katawan na yun na nawala ng vital organs, is pwede pong ma-issuehan ng certificate of death. So ang natin, kapag ordinary circumstances, yung mga nawalang organs ng tao is hindi po makaka-apekto dun sa survival ng ganyang katawan, hindi po siya ma-issue ng death certificate. Pero kung sakali yung vital organs po ang nawala kay deceased during the disasters at hindi na nakita yung katawan ni deceased at na-identify na itong katawan ng human remains ay kay deceased, pwede po siyang issuehan ng certificate of death. Pero dapat may annotation pa rin to inform lang the public na kapag parang nakikipag coordinate sila sa family or sa nagpe-present ng certificate of death na yon, ani disease, is parang parang may caution po sila na i-observe to protect their interest. Also, we must always remember na, di ba parang sinabi natin na pwedeng i-delay yung issuance ng certificate of death ni deceased. Pero lagi nating tandaan na kahit na na-delay yung issuance ng certificate of death ni deceased, kailangan pa rin itong asikasuhin ng kanyang pamilya or other interested person at kailangan maiparehistro yung certificate of death ni deceased doon sa local civil registrar within 48 hours after the burial po ni deceased, or sanction will be imposed po dun sa concerned person. Also, we must always remember na yung certificate of death ng isang tao ay hindi lamang po isang papel, but it serves also many purposes po. Like for example, yung certificate of death serve as a proof po na talagang namatay na si deceased. Also, it can be used in claiming death compensation benefits. Then, for purposes of remarriage po, ito po ay kailangan ma-present ni surviving spouse para po hindi siya makasuhan ng bigamy or concubinage or adultery kapag nakapit pa po si Then we must always remember that dun sa final disposition of the dead, all efforts shall be exerted po to should be exerted to return identified remains to their legitimate claimants. All identified body parts and corpse shall be turned over to the rightful or legitimate claimants accordingly. The legitimate claimants shall be responsible for the ultimate disposal of the identified cadavers. Then the legitimate and rightful claimants of the remains shall have the prerogative to have the dead bodies involved. Okay, so lagi nating tandaan, kung sakali po na na-identify ni LGU kung sino-sino po yung legitimate and rightful claimant doon sa bangkay ni deceased, pagkatapos po na may turnover nila yung katawan ni deceased doon sa claimants, si claimants na po ang may prerogative kung paano po ililibing at isasagawa yung funeral rites ni deceased. Okay? But we must also remember kung sakali po na halimbawa si deceased wala pong claimant, or kung sakali po na may mga claimant, we must always remember na yung pagsasagawa po ng funeral rites or burial rites ni deceased ay dapat po depende po sa express wishes po ni deceased as long as it is valid po under the Philippine laws. Also, kung sakali po, paano ba natin masasabi na itong manner ng paglilibing or pagbuburol kay deceased ay based sa kanyang express wishes? Kailangan lang po natin hanapin kung meron bang naiwan na last will and testament po si deceased. Okay, na naaprubahan din po ng korte. Kung sakaling walang last will and testament, yung pagsasagawa ng paglilibing at burol kay deceased ay depende po dun sa social standing ni deceased sa kanyang community, also the wishes po ng kanyang pamilya, at dun sa parang ano ba yung umiiral na burial rites dun sa kanyang base po kung sa affiliation niya or sa religious organization kung saan siya involved. Okay? Then, if ever po na kung sakali na yung mga human remains po ni local government, may mga foreigner po at na-identify po natin kung ano po yung citizenship ni foreigner at ano yung identity niya. The local, provincial, city or municipal MDRRMC through the MDRRMC shall provide the DFA a list of identified and unidentified human remains. Then the DFA, if ever po na-identified si foreign cadaver, is makikipag-coordinate po sa foreign embassy to process po yung repatriation of the identified foreign national, and yun po yung pagre-release po ng katawan ni foreign national dun sa kanyang claimants, legitimate claimants. Also, all efforts should be exerted to return the identified remains to their legitimate claimants. Then all identified body parts and corpse shall be turned over to the rightful legitimate claimants accordingly. Legitimate claimants shall be responsible for the ultimate disposal of identified cadavers. Okay? Then yun po, parang yung prerogative to involve the foreign national shall depend on the prerogative po ng family niya or ng foreign embassy. We must also remember that the LGU shall be responsible for the final disposition of the unidentified bodies to be buried in the collective or individual graves marked with their unique case number and or labels. Bawal na po ang pagsasagawa ng mass grave. Pag sinabi nating collective individual graves, ibig sabihin po nito, sa isang lugar, may mga hinukay po tayo na mga graves po na may pagitan po or may pagitan kung saan ililibing si cadaver A, B, and C. Okay? Bawal pong paghalu-haluin yung mga ililibing po. Kasi kung sakali po na may mga claimant dun sa mga inilibing natin na cadaver, mahihirapan po ang MDM team sa pagre-retrieve kung ano ba yung katawan na kanilang ibibigay kasi napaghalu-halo yung body parts ni disease tapos yung mga possible na identifiers ni disease. Also, the LGU shall consult community and religious leaders of the disaster site regarding the final disposition of the unidentified bodies. This is to ensure po na as much as possible, ma-observe po natin kung ano yung mga special burial rites na ino-observe ng isang organization na yun. Upang sa ganun po ay hindi na po madagdagan yung possible na problem na pwedeng ma-encounter ni MDM team sa pagpo-provide ng response dun sa lugar kung saan nangyari yung disaster. Okay? Then the LGU shall, through the local health officers or officials, shall observe the exhumation of dead bodies with proper disinfection of the disinterment area. So, lagi nating tandaan, under ordinary circumstances po kung saan namatay si disease, pwede pong ma-exhume yung kanyang katawan after 3 years. Pero kung sakali po na si disease ay namatay dahil sa dangerous communicable disease, kailangan ma-exhume yung kanyang katawan only after 5 years po. Also, appropriate yung health protocols po ay dapat i-observe ni LGU to prevent po the spread of disease in the community. Also, the LGU shall acquire adequate supply of cadaver bags that is compliant with the DILG Memorandum Circular 2016-139 dated October 3, 2016. In case po na katulad ng sinabi ko kanina, in case po na magkulang ang cadaver bag ni LGU, pwede po silang humingi ng resource augmentation kay Office of the Civil Defense. Ito po yung specification of cadaver bags para sa MDM po. Okay? Makikita nyo po itong mga specifications na to sa DILG Memorandum Circular 2016-139. Then, the LGU shall establish the preposition in appropriate locations, temporary storage facilities, within standard for human remains. Then, they shall pre-identify temporary burial sites shall be pre-identified by the LGUs. Then, ito po yung possible na roles ng local health officer and local social welfare officer. Okay, both the local health officer and local social welfare officer shall provide their contact information to the legitimate or rightful claimant. Then they must maintain the confidentiality of all information, divulging any information only to the legitimate or rightful claimants of the remains. Okay, then the local health officer shall report the list of casualties to the local DRRMC, copy furnish the DOH regional office. In cases of foreign nationals, only the Department of Foreign Affairs and the involved foreign embassy shall have access to such information po. At lagi nating tandaan po yung provisions ng Data Privacy Act dito sa Pilipinas, kasi kung sakali po na meron pong unlawful na pagdi-disclose ng mga personal information ng bereaved families or ni deceased, baka po tayo makasuhan. Then, we must also remember that efficient, timely, and effective coordination shall be observed among and between all agencies and other stakeholders in the MDM. Okay, kailangan sa MDM po, kailangan po talaga na makipagtulungan ang LGU at ang kanyang mga and the MDM team sa ibang government agencies po para successfully po ay ma-implement ang MDM response sa kanilang lugar. Okay. And then, there should be a prior coordination between the government agencies, especially the local SWD and local health officer, with regard po to the reconciliation of the rightful claimants with the identified remains. Then, identify information management system on the ante and post-mortem data shall be developed and implemented. Then the MDM team members must technically adapt through development and establishment of training programs in discharge of their functions during disasters. Then, dito po, ito yung usual na process na mangyayari dun sa final disposition of the dead. So if ever po na si SRR team ay merong nakuha na mga human remains dun sa disaster-stricken areas after proper documentation, they shall turn over the dead bodies na na-retrieve nila at yung documents po na ginawa nila sa DVI team. Na kung saan si DVI team naman ay ipaprocess yung mga na-turn over na katawan sa kanila to determine po yung identity ni deceased. Okay? While si claimant naman po or yung mga relatives ni missing person or ni alleged deceased ay makikipag-usap po sa local social worker natin. Upang sa ganon ay ma-record po yung information po ni missing person or ni alleged deceased at yun po, to receive also the appropriate psychological or physiological or financial assistance from the local SWD and other government agencies. Once po na ma-receive ni local SWDO yung information from the client or claimant, i-report niya po ito sa PNP or dun sa missing persons desk. Okay. Also, yun po, appropriate assistance to the families will be provided to the bereaved families. Then, itong list of the missing person po, tapos dun sa list of identified bodies na ginawa ng DVI team, ay pagkukumparahin po ito ng MDM team para malaman kung sino-sino sa mga missing persons yung na parang patay na based dun sa ginawang DVI process ni DVI team at dun sa nilabas na list of identified bodies. So kung sakali po na nalaman na ng MDM team kung sino si deceased at sino-sino yung kanyang legitimate and rightful claimants, that's the time po na ito turn over ni DVI team yung katawan ni deceased, both identified and unidentified sa local health officer. Then, yun po, in coordination sa other agencies, the local health officer shall determine also kung sino-sino ba yung possible na claimant ni identified human remains or identified remains ba no claimant. So, kung sakali po na identified na si deceased, ibibigay po yung kanyang katawan dun sa rightful claimant. Then, sila rightful claimant po ang bahala na po na magpalibing kay deceased. Okay? However, kung sakali na si deceased ay identified naman pero walang kumukuha sa kanyang katawan, si LGU po ang magbabahala na magpalibing sa katawan ni disease. Tapos, ilibing po nila ito sa temporary burial site. However, for the unidentified human remain po at walang claimant, si LGU pa rin po ang responsible dun sa pagpapalibing kay disease sa kanilang temporary burial site. Okay. What are the distinction between identified remains and unidentified remains? So, pag sinabi nating identified remains, ito yung mga human remains or cadaver na retrieve ng SRR team. At there is a proper documentation at in-undergo sila sa DVI process, and after undergoing the DVI process, nalaman po natin kung ano yung kanilang pagkakakilanlan. So kapag nalaman natin yung pagkakakilanlan, malalaman din natin kung merong mga rightful and legitimate claimants dun sa bangkay ni disease. Then, for the unidentified remains naman is, ito yung mga human remains na nakuha ng SRR team dun sa disaster-stricken areas, but after undergoing the DVI process, hindi pa rin po malaman yung pagkakakilanlan ni disease at hindi rin malaman yung kung sino-sino yung claimant ni disease. So, as much as possible, si identified remains, yung pwedeng magpalibing kay identified remains if there is a claimant is yung legitimate and rightful claimants. But for the unidentified remains, si LGU po ang magpapalibing sa kanya sa temporary burial sites. Also, in determining the identity of the human remains po na na-retrieve dun sa disaster-stricken area, usually parang yung DVI team po ay ginagamit nila yung primary and secondary identifiers. Ano itong mga primary and secondary identifiers? Yung primary identifiers po, pwedeng gamitin po dito ng DDVI sa pagdedetermine yung identity ni cadaver is yung DNA profiles po na nakuha kay cadaver at sa alleged family niya, yung dental records, fingerprint, and other biometric information of the alleged disease. Then the secondary identifiers naman is the visual identification. Kung ano po yung nakikita ng mga nagre-record dun sa katawan ni disease. Documentary evidences such as the recent photos, apparels, obvious specific marks on the skin, etc. Like for example, yung mga tattoo po na nasa katawan ni disease. Then copy of the identification card of the disease and claimants po. Then proof of affiliation or relationship po ni disease at ni claimant such as the birth certificate, marriage certificates, and other information po na pwedeng makapag-establish ng identity ni disease. Okay? Then, pag sinabi, tingin nyo po ba, pag itong si legitimate and rightful claimant ay isa po ba or may pagkakaiba po sa kanila? So, ito po yung natin. Pag sinabi nating legitimate claimant, there must be proof po of affiliation or relationship with the disease. Must be established by the claimant. Okay? Paano po ito malalaman natin na itong si claimant ay legitimate claimant? Ano ba itong sinasabi nating proof of affiliation? Kasi pag sinabi nating proof of affiliation, ibig sabihin, ano ang pruweba ni claimant na kanya po itong kamag-anak talaga si disease at may karapatan siya na kunin ang katawan ni disease at i-facilitate po yung pagpapalibing kay disease. So, tandaan natin, dito sa Pilipinas po, may dalawang uri po ng pagiging magkamag-anak dito sa Pilipinas. Ito po yung sinasabi nating relatives by consanguinity or naging magkamag-anak ang dalawang tao dahil sila ay magkadugo. Like for example, ang anak sa kanyang anak, ang magulang sa kanyang anak, yung kapatid sa kanyang kapatid, then anak dun sa parang mga pinsan, ganon. Pag sinabi naman nating relatives by affinity, ibig sabihin po, yung dalawang tao, after po undergoing the prescribed procedure po na sinabi ng ating batas ay sila po ay nagiging magkamag-anak. For example po ng relatives by affinity is yung dalawang tao po na nagpakasal legally, either civil po or sa simbahan. So kapag nagpakasal po ang tao, yung husband and wife ay nagiging magkamag-anak po. Tapos yung mga magulang po ng both spouses at kapatid nila ay nagiging magkamag-anak din po. Also, another example po ng relatives by affiliation is yung sa affinity is yung sa adoption process po. Once po na na-approve yung petition for adoption na final ng adopter at nag-grant po ito ng korte, nagiging magkamag-anak po yung bata tapos yung adoptee and adopter. Okay? Also, in the legitimate claimant po, the claimants must be either of the following: spouse, children, legitimate or illegitimate, parents, legitimate or illegitimate, brothers and sisters, legitimate or illegitimate, other relatives, then state in which the deceased was a citizen. Yung state po, pumapasok lang po kung sakali po na talagang wala ng relatives talaga si deceased, or the LGU kung saan po nakatira si deceased. Okay, then the rightful claimant po is the rightful claimant also is the relatives or the relatives of the deceased po. Kaya lang pumapasok po si rightful claimant kung sakali po na yung case po ni deceased ay yung katawan po ni deceased ay pinag-aagawan na po siya ng kanyang ng iba-ibang grupo ng tao. Okay? So in order to determine the rightful claimant po, the claimant must establish the following: proof of affiliation with the deceased, obligation to give support. Sino-sino itong may obligasyon na magbigay ng suporta? Like for example, yung pamilya, yung mga magulang, anak, kapatid po ng may obligasyon na magbigay ng suporta dun sa taong sinusuportahan, and other persons. Then the right to have custody over the human remains of the deceased. Ito po yung mga kamag-anak po ni deceased. Pero sino sa mga kamag-anak ni deceased yung preferred na makakuha dun sa katawan niya? Then, who has the right, from the relatives po ni deceased, who has the right and duty to prepare for the burial arrangement of the deceased? Then, sino-sino ba sa mga claimant na to yung pwedeng magmana sa katawan, sa ari-arian ni deceased, at sino yung mas preferred sa kanila in terms of succession po? Then, the rightful claimants, ito po yung mga rightful claimants in case po na si deceased po ay single and he has no child. The parent, the brother and sisters, grandparents, uncles and aunts, cousins, other relatives, the LGU or the state. Then the following are the rightful claimants if the deceased is single with a child. Child, the legit parent, tapos ito po ay kung halimbawa single po siya at hindi po siya legal na kasal sa kanyang kinakasama. Okay? Yung preferred claimant po natin ay si child, si parent, brothers and sisters, other relatives or state. So, kapag halimbawa common law spouse lang ang claimant, hindi po siya pwedeng mag-claim sa katawan ni deceased kasi hindi po legal yung kanilang relasyon. Sinabi ko kanina, para sa mga mag-asawa, para maging legal or maituring na magkamag-anak sila, dapat po ay legal silang nagpakasal. Either sa huwes, sa simbahan, or sa isang politiko. Then, the following are the rightful claimants if the deceased is married: the legal spouse, children, parents, brothers and sisters, other relatives, or state. Then, lagi nating tandaan, sa pagdetermine sa rules of preference ng mga rightful claimants, laging mananaig po itong 5 na rules na guidelines natin. The legitimate relatives are more preferred over the illegitimate relatives, the spouse over the ascendant, or yung asawa over dun sa magulang nung namatay, or the paternal or over the maternal. Halimbawa, yung namatay ay bata, so mas preferred po yung side ni tatay kaysa kay nanay na. Sila yung mag-facilitate sa pagpapalibing kay deceased. Then, if the descendant is of the same age or brothers and sisters, the oldest shall be preferred. Then the citizenship of the deceased over the country of his residence. So we must always remember that not all legitimate claimants are rightful claimants. However, all rightful claimants must be legitimate claimants. Okay? So ito po yung mga possible na documents na pwedeng i-present po na legitimate and rightful claimants po natin sa pagkukuha sa bangkay ni identified remains. So the primary documents that they must present to the MDM team is the certified true copy of birth certificate, certified true copy of marriage certificate. Sa mga Muslim po, the Sharia law po or documents po na prescribed under the Sharia law or other documents po to prove po na talagang magkamag-anak po si claimant at si deceased. Then the secondary documents are the baptismal documents, barangay certification for residency or relationship of the claimant with dead person, affidavit of corroborating individuals, pictures of the victims, certificate of membership from religious organization. The following are the considerations when human remains will be released by the LGU. A release form shall be secured by the bereaved families from the LGUs. Then ethical considerations shall be considered in conferring with the bereaved families. Then kung halimbawa nakikipag-usap si yung employees po ng SWDO sa family, ensure lang po na yung data privacy po ay i-observe, tapos dapat sa mas secured po na place sila at parang friendly environment din. Then identified body must be turned over to the claimants in isolated releasing area, kasi may mga relatives po ng namatay na parang nagiging emotional po. So this is to give them privacy and to allow them also to address their yung paghihinagpis po nila. Then media control must be observed. As sinabi ko nga po, official information must be released only ng LGU concern or ng NDRRMC. So hindi po tayo obligado na magbigay ng information sa media, lalo na kung ito ay mga sensitibo po na information. Then the local SWDO shall assist the bereaved families on the benefits and other legal claims po sa LGU. No human remains shall be donated for or scientific purposes. Kasi di ba sinabi natin, lalo na kung halimbawa si human remain is hindi pa rin na-identify, may possibility kasi na after the disaster ay may mga mag-claim po dun sa katawan ni human remains. So baka po tayo ay makasuhan kung sakaling wala po tayong may turnover na katawan dun sa family. Okay, ito po yung mga features ng temporary burial site. Okay, for the burial site, it must be properly marked and accurately mapped, indicating the body bags. Tapos yung mga serial number po ni cadaver or unique code po na binigay ng DVI team at ng SRR team kay deceased. Then the bottom of the grave or pit must be at least 3 meter distant to the groundwater table or not subject to seasonal high water table. This is to observe din po na lagi nating tandaan na yung mga sementeryo po ay dapat hindi siya malapit sa mga ilog or dagat para po hindi po siya yung parang katas ng mga bangkay ay hindi po mapupunta sa mga residential area at magamit ng mga tao. Then the trenches must be shallow or less than 1.8 meters if post-mortem examinations are forthcoming. Then the arrangement of body bags. The cadaver must be buried in orderly rows of 10 to 20, then should be side by side and not piled up. Then the body tags should include basic information such as sex, age, and etc. Then the remains. If ever po, there must be a photo documentation. Yung clothing, jewelry, and other personal effects must be left po sa katawan ni deceased. Kasi ito po ay ginagamit din as identifiers po sa pagdetermine sa identity ni deceased, especially if dumating po later on si claimant po. Then, katulad po ng sinabi natin, pwede po nating ma-exhume or hukayin ulit yung katawan ni deceased, but after a certain period. Then, it must be later and a post-mortem examination performed, even if the body is already decomposed. At yun nga po, yung health protocols is dapat po natin na i-observe kapag tayo ay nag-exhume ng isang katawan ni deceased. At tingnan po kung ano yung cause of death talaga ni deceased para po malaman natin kung anong health protocols po yung ating i-apply. Then, ito po yung mga temporary burial site po na ginawa ng MDM team sa Marawi City, sa Ituogon, Benguet. Then, sa Naga City. Then, in cases of burial site, defined bodies, the final arrangement shall be done within 72 hours after death or occurrence of disaster. So, sa period po ng burial ng cadaver, ito po yung lagi nating tandaan. 12 hours po kung sakali po na si deceased ay namatay due to a dangerous communicable disease. 24 hours po kung sakali na by request of the immediate relatives po ni deceased or due to the religious affiliation po ni deceased, ay nire-require po na siya ay may living within 24 hours. Like for example, yung burial rites po na in-observe sa Muslim community. Then ito po, under ordinary circumstances po, si deceased po ay pwedeng may living within 72 hours po after the death or occurrence ng disaster, as also provided na nag-undergo sila sa DVI process. Then if there is an absence of refrigeration facilities, the unidentified remains shall be contained in a temporary burial pending proper identification and final arrangement. For unembalmed remains, the embalming procedures for identified remains shall be done without permission from the nearest of kin of the dead or the bereaved families. Then unidentified, ito po yung sinabi ko sa inyo na period po kung saan or kung kailan natin ililibing si deceased. 12 hours po if due to a dangerous communicable disease. 24 hours if there is a restrictions due to a religious or cultural or culture. Then 48 hours for unembalmed, 78 hours for embalm and for further examination or investigation by the DVI team or medical legal examiner. Then absence of refrigeration facilities. Unidentified remains shall be contained in a temporary burial pending proper identification and final arrangement. Then for exhumation of human remains, appropriate documents shall be secured to the local health office concerned po ng LGU. Then notify the appropriate authorities, then observe the proper sanitation or health protocols to prevent the spread of disease in the community. So, i-confirm ko lang sana, meron bang copy ang participants natin dun sa parang narration po ng module exercise number 2 or babasahin ko na lang po yung facts ng case natin sa module na exercise 2.
And attorney, yung atin pong training manual ay naibigay din po doon sa mga participants.
Okay.
And I think kasama na din po ito, attorney.
Opo. Sige. Okay, sa mga participants natin, gusto ko pong i-check nyo yung facts po ng It's Complicated. Habang binabasa nyo po yung facts ng module exercise number 2 natin, babasahin ko po yung kanyang facts din. Okay? Tapos after po na mabasa po natin yung kanyang yung facts po ng kaso, may mga ipa-flash po akong questions, then possible po na magtawag ako ng mga participants po natin. Okay? Based dito sa chat box po natin. Okay? So, ang facts po ng case natin sa module exercise number 2 is that Anton XXX is the legitimate child of Buddy and Boy and Mila. Anton became a lawyer and a partner in the Mag Law Office, married Rina on November 15, 2000. The couple had 2 sons, Franz and Arvin, 3 daughters, Raisa, Vina, and Matilda, and one Lina, a child whom they raised as their own child, but is still waiting for the court to grant the petition for adoption that we have filed in 2007. Okay? The marriage of attorney Anton and Reina, however, turned sour and they were eventually separated in fact. Years later, attorney Anton courted Rona, one of his clients, until they decided to live together as husband and wife without contracting a marriage in 2010. Despite such arrangement, he continued to provide financial support to Reina and their children. Sometimes in 2012, attorney Anton was diagnosed to be suffering from a lung cancer. Rona asked attorney Anton to undergo a series of treatment to get rid of his illness. Attorney Anton asked Reina and his children if they can give him money. Reina and his children refused to give him money. Okay. Attorney Anton was declared free from cancer years
Attorney Ann, if I may excuse lang po, Attorney Ann.
later.
Medyo
Attorney Anton indicated therein that Rona shall have the duty. Opo. Sige. Sige, ulitin ko na lang ulit yung pagbabasa. Or I will just briefly explain yung personal information muna ni Anton. So, yun po, based po sa unang binasa ko kanina, si Anton XX po ay anak po nila Boy and Mila. Tapos, si Anton po ay nakapagtapos ng abukasya at naging abogado. Then si Anton po ay nagpakasal po, pinakasalan po ni Anton si Reina noong November 15, 2000. Kaya lang po, hindi po naging successful yung marriage po ni Anton at Reina. Kaya nagdesisyon po sila na maghiwalay. O yung sinasabi nating separated in fact. Then, si Anton po ay habang nagtatrabaho sa Mag Law Office, nakilala niya po bilang kliyente si Rona. At yun po, noong 2010 po, si Anton po ay niligawan niya po si Rona at napagdesisyonan po nila Anton at Rona na magpakasal po. Si Anton at Rona ay nagdesisyon na magsama nang hindi po nagpapakasal noong 2010. So, yun po, kahit na nagsasama na po si Anton at Rona, ay binibigyan pa rin po ng suporta ni Anton sila Reina at ang kanyang mga anak na sila Franz, Arvin, Raisa, Matilda at Lina. Kaya lang, after 2013 at habang nagsasama si Anton at Rona, na-diagnose po na may sakit si Anton. At yan po, si Anton po ay humingi ng tulong sa pamilya niya kay Reina at sa kanyang mga anak para suportahan po siya sa pagpapagamot. Kaya lang tumanggi po yung unang pamilya niya na siya po ay ipagamot. Kaya po si Rona po ay nagdesisyon na tulungan po si Anton sa pagpapagamot. Siya po yung nagbayad ng kanyang mga medical bills po. Okay? Then, yun po. Tapos also, balik lang ulit tayo kay Anton Andre. Si Anton Andre na po ay nag-file ng petition for adoption sa Regional Trial Court noong January 5, 2007 para po i-adopt si Lina. Tapos after some time po, Attorney Anton was declared free from cancer years later. Then, Attorney Anton decided to draft his last will and testament and indicated therein that Rona shall have the duty to arrange his burial rites, and he wants to be buried in the latter's mausoleum. Okay. Then, while waiting for the grant of his application to become a U.S. citizen, in May 2019, Attorney Anton decided to travel in Metro Manila. Super Typhoon Miding struck Metro Manila and had caused heavy rains, flooding, and tsunami. Attorney Anton was trapped inside his house for days. Then in Marikina po, a few days later, the SRR team was able to retrieve the human remains of Attorney Anton. After undergoing the DFI process, the NBI moved the body of Attorney Anton to the city of Marikina. Upon a series of inquiry, it has come to the knowledge of the city of Marikina that first, Attorney Anton and Rona is living as husband and wife for years po. Reina was in the United States spending summer with her children. As none of the family members was around, Rona took it upon herself to shoulder the funeral and burial expenses of Attorney Anton as long as the city of Marikina will release Attorney Anton's body in her favor. Then, when Reina learned about the death of her husband, she immediately called the city of Marikina and Reina and requested to hold the release of Attorney Anton's body and delay the interment for a few days hanggang sa makabalik po si Reina dito sa Pilipinas. So first question po, nandito ba si, wait lang, si Drr-Cca Manalon? Si Arjo Escolana, nandito ba? Arjo Escolana? Or si Avon Leo Banson ng MDRR mo o Rojas, Palawan? Okay? Or para mas mapabilis po natin ang ating pagsasagot dito sa
Ann?
Hello? Yes.
Si Ma'am Jackie po ay on board.
Si Arjo Escolana, nandito po kaya siya? Or kung sakali po nawala si Arjo Escolana, I would like to encourage po yung participants na sagutin po yung question po na fina-flash natin dito sa ating screen. Tapos i-discuss ko po yung sagot. I think wala po ngayon si Arjo Escolana.
Sabi po ng OCD Mimaropa po ay yung legal wife daw po. And sabi naman po ni Ma'am April ay si Reina daw po.
Opo, okay. Sige. Si Reina po. Tapos children and the wife. Okay. Tama po si MDRRMO Coron. Okay. Ang inaano niya po ay ang magiging claimant po natin sa bangkay ni Attorney Anton is si Reina po yung legal wife at yung mga anak niya po. Yung legitimate children niya. Kasi katulad po ng sinabi natin kanina, ang in order for the claimant po na makuha yung katawan ni cadaver, dapat po i-prove nila na may parang legal po yung relationship nila kay cadaver at sila po yung preferred claimant. Okay? Then next. Paki-type na lang po yung mga sagot nyo sa chat box. Wait lang. May technical difficulties lang. Second.
Hello, Attorney Ann.
Hello.
Apo.
Hello.
Apo, meron pong manifestation si Confront po sa chat box po. And
Opo.
yung mga Coast Guard daw
Sige.
po ay obliged to answer.
Okay. Sige po. Sige po. Para sa mga Coast Guard, palagay na lang po ang PCG sa sagot ninyo. Okay, pangalawang tanong is, who has a better right over the body of Attorney Anton between Rona and Rona? Between Reyna and Rona. So, sino po? Kila Reyna and Rona ang makakakuha sa bangkay ni Attorney Anton? Okay. Pwede bang magsalita si LGU, yung representative po from LGU Mugpog?
Mugpog daw po, pwede po kayo mag-unmute.
Bakit po si Reyna? Okay.
Anyone po from LGU Mugpog? Pwede po kayo mag-unmute po ng inyong microphone.
Okay. Okay. Sa tanong po na ito, okay. Kung ano po, okay, tama po ang mga nag-message po na si Reyna pa rin po yung pwedeng mag-claim dun sa katawan ni Attorney Anton. Kasi di ba sinabi ko nga, dapat po may legal po yung relationship ni claimant dun kay cadaver. So kahit po nahiwalay na po si Reyna kay Attorney Anton, sila po ay sa mata po ng batas natin, sila po ay mag-asawa pa rin po kasi yung kanilang kasal po ay hindi pa rin po pinapawalang bisa ni Attorney Anton and Reyna dun sa korte. So kahit nahiwalay na po sila Anton and Reyna, sila pa rin po ay mag-asawa. So si Reyna ang preferred claimant natin kasi siya ang asawa ni Anton. Then third, between Reyna and her children, who is the preferred claimant? Paki-chat na lang po ang inyong mga sagot sa chat box.
Majority
Yes
po,
po.
attorney, ng sagot ay Reyna, pero may mga children.
Yes po. Okay, so dito po sa tanong natin, si Reyna pa rin po ang preferred claimant po over the body ni Anton. Kasi bukod si Reyna ang legal wife po, we believe po na as a parent po, she exercised the appropriate parental authority po dun sa kanyang mga anak. So based po sa family natin, ang mga magulang usually ang nagdedesisyon po para sa gagawin dun sa kanilang pamilya. At yun po, yung mga acts po ng children, kung sila po ay minor, ay hindi po magbabind dun sa kanilang kanegosasyon na tao or agencies. Okay, so si legal wife and parent pa rin ang mas preferred over the children. Then third, then who has the duty to make the final arrangement of the human remain of Attorney Anton? So sa mga pinangalanan natin, sino yung mga may obligasyon na i-facilitate yung burial and burol po ni Attorney Anton? Pwedeng in general po, pwedeng dalawang tao po ito. Yes, tama po kayo. Si Reyna po kasi siya ang legal wife po ni Anton. Okay. Then, bukod po kay Reyna, pwede din pong, kung buhay pa po kung bukod po kay Reyna, pwede po yung mga anak niya po. Bukod po kay Lina. Kasi si Lina po ay hindi pa po legal na na-a-adapt po. Tapos kung buhay po yung mga magulang ni Anton, pwede din po yung magulang ni Anton or yung mga kapatid niya or ibang relatives. Then, next is the City of Marikina, may technical difficulties lang po. Medyo delay yung pag-flash ng slides ko. So I will be just asking po or read aloud yung questions po. Next question is, can the City of Marikina award the body of Attorney Anton to Rona, considering that it is Attorney Anton who gave Rona the duty to arrange his burial rites? Yes or no lang po. No? Yes, tama po kayo. Hindi pa rin po pwedeng ibigay yung katawan ni Attorney Anton kay Reyna kahit po na merong iniwan na last will and testament si Attorney Anton tungkol sa paano siya ililibing ng mga taong nakakakilala sa kanya. Kasi kung sakali po na merong last will and testament na iniwan si deceased at prinobide po ito sa ating LGU, kailangan pa rin po tingnan ng LGU or ng other government agencies kung itong last will and testament ay legal po. Wala pong vina-violate na kahit na anong batas or hindi po siya in violation dun sa custom po na meron tayo or yung mga rules po sa religion natin. So, kahit po sinabi ni Attorney Anton sa kanyang last will and testament na si Rona ang magpapalibing sa kanya kapag siya ay namatay, invalid pa rin po yun. So, walang visa pa rin yun. So, ang katawan ni Attorney Anton ay ibibigay pa rin kila Reyna. So, next question is, in case there is no claimant, who between the Philippines and the United States of America has the duty to arrange the final disposition of the human remains of Attorney Anton? So, sino sa Pilipinas at USA ang may karapatan na mag-claim sa katawan ni Attorney Anton? Okay, tama po si LGU PDRRMO Oriental Mindoro na Pilipinas pa rin po ang pwedeng mag-claim sa katawan ni Anton. Kasi nung siya ay namatay, considered pa rin siya na Pilipino kasi pending pa rin po yung kanyang petition na papalitan ng kanyang citizenship at hindi pa rin po ito nagagrant. So, Pilipino pa rin po si Attorney Anton nung siya ay namatay. So, end na po ang ano natin. Again po, balikan lang po natin kung na-meet po natin yung module objectives po ng module 5. Na-define po ba natin yung final arrangement of the dead? Then, had we understand the death in the legal in its legal perspective? Understand the organizational structure and identity. Identify the key offices or officers involved in the process. Then, understand the guidelines on the final arrangement of the dead. Then, explain the procedures to be observed in the key actors in this process. Then, enumerate the requirements for the claiming of remains, and describe the features of a proper temporary burial. May mga tanong po ba kayo sa Module 5? May technical difficulties lang po akong na-encounter. So, titigil ko na po yung share screen ko. But I will be entertaining po yung questions po ninyo.
Thank you very much po, Attorney Ann, for that very comprehensive discussion. Meron lang po tayong mga questions po na nakolekta po mula sa ating Zoom chat box. So, first question po, how about po kung if granted na po ng court yung petition for declaration of presumptive death at nakaklaim na yung family sa benefits, and then nag-appear after 2 years, magre-refund po ba yung family sa benefits po na na-claim nila?
Generally po, yes po. Kailangan po ibalik po ng family yung nakuha po nilang benefits po or death compensation benefits sa appropriate government agencies dun sa concerned government agency. Kasi kaya po nila kailangang ibigay yung pera na yon or yung nakuha nila sa government agencies kasi yung pagbibigay ng benefits na yon is parang naka-condition na dapat yung relatives nila na kiniklaim nila na patay ay talagang patay na. So kung sakaling nag-reappear po si missing person at na-declare as presumably dead, parang obligado po yung family na ibalik yung kanilang nakuha sa government agency na yon. Tapos yun po, katulad ng sinabi ko nga kanina, unlike sa actual death, sa presumptive death po, yung kamatayan po ni missing person na dineclare as presumably dead is temporary lang po kasi subject po ito sa condition na baka mag-reappear si missing person or may other persons na mag-i-inform sa government agencies or relatives si missing person na talagang buhay pa si missing person.
Ayun, thank you very much po, Attorney Ann. Follow-up question lang po doon sa nauna nating katanungan. Revocable daw po ba ang court decree? Halimbawa po, nag-issue na po ang court ng court decree tapos the following year, biglang bumalik po yung missing person.
Yes po, revocable po yun. Kasi basta po mayroong interested person po na mag-i-inform kay court or sa other government agencies involved na talagang buhay pa po itong si missing person na pinapa-declare as presumably dead. By the way po, ano ko lang din po na kapag nag-file po ng petition for declaration of presumptive death, yung relatives po ni missing person, usually po ini-inform po talaga si public na merong kasong final yung relatives si missing person to declare him as presumably dead. Para kung sino po yung may alam about sa whereabouts ni missing person, ay i-inform niya po si court para po hindi po mag-grant yung petition. Pero kung sakaling halimbawa na grant pa rin po yung petition for declaration of presumptive death kay missing person at nag-reappear po si missing person, parang obligado po si missing person na mag-file ng affidavit of reappearance or certain affidavit po dun sa local civil registrar kung saan po na-record yung kanyang yung court decree declaring him as presumably dead. So, hindi po, unlike sa actual death, temporary lang po yung status ni missing person na siya ay presumably dead upon a condition po na pwede itong ma-revoke kapag merong proof na may bibigay yung other interested person na talagang buhay pa si missing person. May question pa po?
Thank you po sa clarification, Attorney. For our last question po, paano daw po kapag, ito po, ayan, ask ko lang po sa manner of death kapag vehicular accident po ang cause of death due to flooding or typhoon. Consider po ba ito na disaster related?
Yun yung ano natin kasi kailangan natin malaman yung circumstances kung talagang kung paano namatay si deceased. Kahit na, di ba parang yung example ko kanina, parang baka kung upon initial gathering po, pwede natin masabi na disaster related siya. Pero kailangan pa rin nating mag-conduct ng further verification dun sa paano ba siya namatay, bakit siya nasagasaan. So, yun po. Kailangan pa rin mag-undergo sa medical legal examination si deceased para malaman kung ito ay hindi siya accident or parang purely intentional. Tapos baka that's the time po na after conducting po yung necessary verification, that is the time lang po na malalaman natin na talagang disaster related po yung cause of death ni deceased.
Noted po yun, attorney. And also, I guess, ito rin ay masasagot doon sa ating Module 8, I guess. Doon sa Module 4, report development. Kasama doon yung validation, yung difference ng validation doon sa verification. Ayan, so muli po maraming salamat, Attorney Ann. Although kung meron pa tayong mga ilan na unanswered questions, but due to the interest of time po, ay dito na po nagtatapos yung ating fifth module, yung final disposition of the dead. Again po, maraming salamat, Attorney Ann, at bigyan naman po natin si Attorney Ann ng virtual round of applause.
Thank you po.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Attorney. And over to you, Ivy, para naman ipakilala yung ating nagbabalik na RS.
Ayan, so thank you very much po, Ma'am Sydney, and thank you very much po kay Attorney Ann for that very comprehensive po talaga na discussion ng ating pong Module 5. So this time po, ayan po, katulad ng sinabi ni Ma'am Sydney, nagbabalik po ang ating unang resource speaker. So she is the first female general ng Philippine Coast Guard, and she is our first speaker po yesterday sa ating Module 1. So let us all give a virtual round of applause po to Commodore Fran Fernandez Eden. The floor is yours, Commodore Fran.
Thank you very much, and how are you guys? May I share my screen?
Yes po, Commodore Fran.
You cannot start screen share.
Now po, Commodore.
Yan. Yun. Let me just grab my number 1 slide. Yes. Can you see my slides, mga sirs, mga ma'am?
Yes po, Commodore Fran. You can see it po.
This is a 44 slide lecture. I'll go very fast doon sa mga unang mga slides because I would like to concentrate on the activity slides that will come in the middle of the PowerPoint presentation. So can you hear me, my voice?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. These are some of the official photographs sa Marawi on the left screen of the first slide. So there. So Module 6 is about reporting missing persons. Pag ito yung konteksto nito, mga sirs, kayo po yung relative. And since nawawala yung kamag-anak nyo, how would you report your missing person? So, i-describe ng Module 6 how we will do it. And eventually, pag maging responders kayo, hindi na bago rin sa inyo. Though I know yung iba review na lang ito kasi they have had their face-to-face MDM trainings before, lalo na sa Palawan. So, hi sa mga taga-Palaweños. So at the end of this session, the participants will be able to, number 1, define the missing person, 2, develop understanding in the process of reporting missing persons. Explain salient information found in the missing persons form. Meron po tayong form na ipapakita at gagamitin sa activity ng module na ito. And demonstrate proper process of interviewing relatives of victims. So ako yung magkukunwari na relative ng victim mamaya. And the students will act as my interviewers. Scope of presentation, we would talk about the overview, elements of reporting missing person, and the process of interviewing NOC. Ang NOC, guys, ay next of kin. So, mamaya, NOC tayo ng NOC. At least early on, I have emphasized that NOC means the next of kin of the missing persons. Missing person is defined as any reported person residing, working, studying, or sojourning in a community which is directly affected by a disaster, nowhere to be found thereafter, and has not been heard of since the disaster. So, naka-bold emphasize ang isang word dyan, mga sirs, mga ma'am, and that word is reported. So even before we act on the case, it should be initiated by a report of the next of kin na nawawala siya. Ano po yung hindi tayo masyadong sojourning? Ano yung sojourning? Namamasyal po. Namamasyal. So doon sa area, impact area ng disaster. So doon nawala habang namamasyal. Importance of reporting missing person. Bakit importante na rini-report ng kamag-anak? Number 1, to inform or appraise the next of kin of the missing person. Kung hindi mo rineport, walang feedback sa iyo kung ano na, kumusta na, ano nangyari na. So ito yung mechanism, feedback mechanism para you will be appraised or ma-inform of any new developments kung nahanap na po ba yung ating kamag-anak o hindi pa. Pangalawa, pag rineport mo kasi yan, na-reduce na yung stress or anxiety experienced by the affected communities because somehow they have done their part in reporting the missing person. Kasi habang hindi mo rini-report, halimbawa, maski na galit ka sa mister mo, no? Ayaw mong i-report, hindi ko nahanapin yon, eka ng iba. Pero naandun pa rin yung stress kasi may mga kamag-anak siya, direct relative siya na they will feel bad. At masistress ka kasi hindi mo inaaksyonan bilang isang legal spouse na i-report siya. Pangatlo, para ma-diffuse, ang lakas ng ulan dito, naririnig niyo ba mga sirs? Para ma-diffuse yung mga chismis. Dahil yung source of information ng mga developments would come from the proper authority. Alright? So wala nang chismis. Ay, yung nawawala mong asawa, balitado namin, nandun kay Maring Kunsing nung nangyari yung aksidente, yung insidente. So yung mga ganyan, aalisin na yung mga ganyan kasi mapapatunayan, maring hindi totoo yun. So again, that's the importance of reporting missing persons. Bumabagyo dito sa lakas ng ulan talaga. Hindi ko na marinig yung sarili ko So elements of reporting missing person. Ang first element, sino yung mga actors sino yung mga importanteng mga agency na mag-handle ng reporting ng missing person. Pangalawa, ano yung proseso na gagawin nila? And ano yung gagamitin nilang form? Yan yung 3 elements ng reporting of missing person. Actors involved in reporting missing persons, yung PNP. Bakit ang PNP? Kasi pag nalaman nila ng missing person, sandali lang excuse me lang. Excuse me lang po, sandali.
Commodore Fran. Information po of our participants, uploaded na rin po sa ating MDM2 toolkit yung ating pong presentation material. So you may browse, you may download po and browse po our presentation para masabayan nyo rin po yung discussion ni Commodore Fran. Thank you. And again, para po sa mga hindi pa po nakapag-attendance for today, yan, i-chat po ng ating training management team yung link sa ating pong chat box. Thank you. Over to you po, Commodore Fran, whenever you're ready.
Parang no? Parang may disaster dito sa lugar ko. Can you hear me, guys?
Yes po, loud and clear po, Commodore Fran.
Alright. Mag-o-off lang ako. Mag-o-off ako ng video para makasave. So the PNP... Ayun, hindi ko naririnig. The PNP, upon knowing that there's a missing person, would naturally act on it by informing the incident commander. Na part lang tayo sa MDM, maliit na part tayo sa overall operations on handling of the incident. And that would trigger search and hopefully rescue. Pero if we're talking about MDM, that's a retrieval part na. Pero usually, we do not use the word retrieval kasi masakit sa tenga yon ng mga kamag-anak. Now, the social welfare development officers of the local LGU would also be involved kasi meron silang master list ng mga tao doon sa sinasakupan nila na mga constituents. So, doon sa area kung saan tayo mag-entertain ng mga next of kin, there should be an inquiry desk. At usually, that would be initiated by the DSWD. And then, like dito sa picture na ito, nakalagay Missing Persons Center. So that's in Marawi. That's how they call it then. And kung may mga available sources of information, ay hinahanap natin yan para to validate any report on missing persons. Bakit importante ang validation? Kasi ano yan raw information yan that has to be validated. So the validated list of missing persons presumed to be dead shall be submitted eventually sa LCE for approval, endorsement sa chain of command papuntang sa region. At eventually, they would end up, as would be discussed sa Module 8, on the generation of reports. So I'll go very fast on this because I would not want to preempt Module 8. Now, the LGU is also involved and must submit to the NBI and/or PNP. Alam nyo naman kung bakit NBI, alam nyo na rin kung bakit PNP ang magiging mag-spearhead of updated list of missing persons. So ina-assume natin that the LGU would have taken the list of missing persons already, and that would be endorsed properly for NBI and PNP Perusal. The LGU shall be responsible also in updating the list of the missing person. So yung kahapon na missing person, iba ngayong araw na ito, bukas maring iba na naman kasi depende doon sa dami ng nagre-report sa LGU. Now, the DSWD, DOH, and the Red Cross, and yes, the Red Cross is can be and could always provide technical and resource augmentation because they have had trainings on this reporting of missing persons. So the DOH shall ensure that the interventions, the psychological interventions are according with the international standard of doing such. So we go to the process flow, guys. Very quick. Paano na nakakakuha ng information from, halimbawa, sa DFA or foreign embassies. Halimbawa, ang report ng missing person ay galing sa ibang bansa. And that would be coursed through the DFA, and even before DFA, yung kung saang foreign embassy, maaaring hindi lang Philippine embassy sa ibang country, baka ibang embassies, foreign embassies like US, kung naandun yung missing, yung next of kin ng missing person. Ang green naman, guys, yan naman yung kapag ang next of kin ay nasa ibang probinsya, ibang region, and they will be reporting a missing person. And the Philippine Red Cross can also, from the national level, can get in touch and facilitate between the next of kin somewhere else to the LGU or the MDM cluster doon sa impact site. So that's this is just an emphasis of the foreign next of kin pag sa Red Cross, and ito dun sa mga local government units na iba doon sa impact site. All right. So this shows you the process, guys. Tandaan nyo, di ba, there will be a center for missing person, and this should be established, the missing person center, and we call that the MPC, where it is a one-stop shop for every agency involved. DOH, PNP, AFP, DSWD, BFP, even the local civil registry may be there. Red Cross may be there. International Red Cross may be there. Even the Coast Guard can be there kung sea-based ang management of the dead. Nagbungguan ng mga dalawang malalaking barko, and we are talking about hundreds of cadavers floating around doon sa dagat. So this would be called the Missing Person Center. And whatever information that would be collected from the next of kin in that missing person center, it would be it will go down, consolidated, and they would go to the police station for verification with existing database. if they have warrants of arrest, yung mga missing persons, may criminal record ba yan, that would make us suspicious that maybe he's not really missing but wants to be reported missing para hindi na siya habulin ng batas. So, beyond that, sa pinakailalim, i-reconcile ngayon yung report ng next of kin with that of the information gotten from the postmortem, yung nakuha sa mga cadavers. I-reconcile po yan kung magka-match. Pag match yan, may indication na that would be the person, the missing person. So what form do we use for initial interview of the next of kin? That would be the Annex C, checklist for absent missing person, which is an annex of the PNP Memorandum Circular number 2016-033 dated 01 June 2016. And it is entitled Guidelines on the Recording, Monitoring, and Investigation of Missing and Found Persons and Identification of Human Remains. Ano itsura niyan? Ito po ang itsura niyan. This is the PNP Missing Persons Form. Annex C, it says Annex C. I hope you can see it. So now we go to the module exercise. We will try to fill up this form. So I will act as the next of kin. I will ask the Coast Guard students to act as my interviewer. Anybody can also participate as an interviewer. You may just open your mic. Pero baka nahihiya pa yung ating mga kapatid sa ibang agency. So let's keep this ball rolling with the participation of the Coast Guard, if you may allow us. So this is the first one you will ask. So would any of the Coast Guard ask me, how do you ask me this? Ako yung next of kin. Coast Guard.
Hello ma'am, good afternoon ma'am.
Opo.
Ma'am, Lieutenant John Guard Sabila lang ma'am.
Pakilakasan sir, parang bingi ako eh. Ako yung next of kin na. I'll be acting out as the next of kin guys ha.
Ay ma'am. Ma'am, good. Ma'am, magandang hapon po. Ako po si Lieutenant Junior Grade Sabila ng Philippine Coast Guard ma'am. Maaari ko po bang malaman po ano po yung pangalan niyo po ma'am?
Hindi yung pangalan ko, yung pangalan ng missing ko.
Ay ma'am. Ay, sige po ma'am. Matanong ko po, ano pong pangalan po, ano po ang apelyido po ng hinahanap po natin ma'am?
Yung hinahanap ko, yung si Cadogan.
Cadogan. Maaari niyo po bang ma-spell o maibigay sa akin letra by letra po para maisulat ko po ng maayos, ma'am?
Spelling?
Ay, ma'am. Opo, ma'am.
Sige.
As in...
N.
A po.
Cadogan.
Dogan po.
Ano pa po itatanong nila?
Maaari ko po bang mahingi rin po yun, ma'am, yung pangalan po ng nawawala po nating kamag-anak, ma'am?
Hindi kita marinig. Pwedeng malakas yung boses mo kasi parang nabibingi ako eh.
Ma'am, mahingi ko din po yung pangalan po ng kamag-anak po natin, ma'am.
Pangalan ko?
Nung nawawala po nating kamag-anak, ma'am, yung pangalan po.
Yung first name?
Opo, ma'am, mahingi ko na lang din po kasi nakuha ko na po yung apelido. Pwede ko po bang mahingi na rin po yung pangalan po?
Yung first name niya, Crichton.
Crichton po.
Crichton, opo.
Pwede po ma-spell nyo po, ma'am, para po maisulat po natin ng maayos po.
Spelling ulit. Ang hirap naman pala rito.
Para lang po may tama po yung records namin, ma'am. Opo.
R.
I. C.
As in.
Zebra po.
As in. Cucumber.
Okay po. Ano pong sunod na letra po?
H. T. Ba? Tulad ng tibak.
Opo. Christ. Opo. O-N po. Crichton po.
Ewan ko nga ba, sabi ko mali yan eh, Crichton yan eh. Sabi ng asawa ko, no baby, it's Crichton.
Bali po Crichton. Christian po.
Isang
Tama po.
T lang yun ha, T. Isang T. T-O-N.
Opo, ma'am. Crichton po. Isang T. Tama po. Hello po, ma'am.
Yung iba naman kasi, ayoko sa'yo, pa-spelling ka ng pa-spelling eh.
Pagpasensya nyo na po, ma'am, kasi kailangan lang po para tama po yung records po namin, ma'am.
Sige.
Opo, ma'am, pagpasensya nyo na po, intindihin nyo na lang din po, ma'am, na nandito po kami para tulungan po namin kayo.
Opo.
May tanong ko na lang din po, ma'am, yung middle name po.
Ikaw pa rin magtatanong, walang iba?
Ay, ibigay ko na po, ma'am. Pasensya na po.
Kasi mukhang may asawa ka na eh. Ayoko sa may asawa.
Sige po, ma'am. Sige po, ma'am.
So sometimes, guys, you get people like that, next of kins, na very, very not so educated, and you really have to be very, very patient with them. So let's deal with the middle name.
Ay, ma'am.
Tagal nang magtanong.
Ay, ma'am. Ma'am.
May rooster of truth man ako dito.
Ay, ma'am. Sabihan ko po.
Tagal ng tanong, naantok na ako.
Magandang tanghali po, ma'am.
Opo.
Probationary in San Barahan.
Opo.
Maari ko po bang malaman ang middle name ng nawawala? Maaari niyo po bang isulat?
Parang kilala kita. Ikaw ba yung nasa TV? Di ba ikaw yung nagligtas doon sa mga yung muntik ng malunod na motor bangka? What if you have to really address that kasi ang next of kin hindi nyo pwedeng yung hindi na lang pansinin you really have to be very, very accommodating with them. All right. Anyways, kunwari ikaw na nga yun. How do you,
Tama
sorry.
po, ako nga po yun. Narito po ako para tulungan kayo mahanap po natin ng maayos yung nawawala. Maaari ko bang malaman ang middle name ng nawawala po?
Yung middle name niya, yung gitna, yung sa nanay niya?
Tama po, tama po.
Kebel. Kebel yung middle name niya.
Maaari niyo po bang isulat para malaman natin ang ng maayos ang spelling
mo rin?
Kung maaari po sana kung may isusulat po natin. At kung di naman po, pwede niyo
Kala
po.
ko hindi na mag-i-spelling. Yung una, pa-spelling ng pa-spelling, ikaw din pala. Sige. K, E, B, L, E. Kebel.
Maraming salamat po. Yan po ay Kebel. Okay po. Babasahin ko po ulit. Yan po ay letrang K, letrang E, letrang B, letrang L, at letrang E.
Apo.
Okay po.
Kebel.
Maraming salamat po, ma'am.
Apo. So this is another question that you have to really ask. So anyone who knows ano yung qualifier? Paano niyo itatanong yung qualifier? Ma'am, meron bang karugtong yung pangalan ng asawa niyo? Ay, asawa niyo po ba? Ganon, bula-bulahin niyo, ha?
Ay, ma'am.
Oo, meron siyang dugtong yung pangalan niya. Ako na sumagot ako na nag-interview sa sarili ko, ano?
Ma'am, ano po ba yung dugtong sa pangalan niya? Meron po ba siyang junior o
Meron.
senior?
Meron. Galing-galing mo. Oo, nakalimutan ko na yun. Pero, oo, manggaling-galing mo. Oo, meron. Meron siyang junior.
Okay po. Kaano-ano niyo po ba itong nawawala?
Mister ko? So naging interested ka na kung ano yung relationship ko sa kanya, and that's good. And that's very, very good. That's a very important thing to ask. So may form para dyan, pero at this time, parang hindi nyo pa alam yung merong talagang ibang forms about the details of the next of kin. Pero given that situation, you asked me, and that's good, you asked me what is my relationship with the missing person. All right, next question. How would you ask that?
Ano pong tawagan niyo ni Mister?
Ha?
Ano pong tawagan niyo ni Mister nung hindi pa siya nawawala?
Hindi man yan ng alias.
O may mga palayaw ba siya sa inyo?
Yon, meron. Ang pangalan niya o yung kanyang alias, yung ibang pangalan niya, Charlotte.
Charlotte.
Opo.
Sige po. May iba pa po ba? May iba po ang tinatawag sa kanya ng mga anak niya, ng mga kapitbahay niyo?
Yan yun, Charlotte. Yung mga kaibigan niya, tawag sa kanila, ay sa kanya, Charlotte.
Okay, sige po.
Opo.
Sa pagkakaalam niyo po, may nakita ba kayong mga peklat sa katawan ng asawa nyo?
Ang galing-galing mo naman. Oo, meron. Paano mo alam? Paano mo alam? Yung dalawang peklat niya, na yun lang ang peklat niya sa katawan, nandun sa ilalim ng dede niya, magkabilaan sa ilalim ng dede niya.
Okay, ano po ba tong klaseng peklat na to? Ito ba'y
inoperahan yan kasi. Inoperahan
okay po. So,
siya. Oo, sa
Bali, tahi
Thailand.
po ito. Isa po itong tahi.
Ha?
Tahi po ito, parang tahi po. Tama?
Opo. Opo. Sa Thailand, siya nagpa-opera.
Okay po, nagpa-opera po siya sa Thailand kaya may tahi siya sa ilalim ng kanyang
Opo.
ng kanyang dibdib.
Opo.
Okay po.
Wala na. Oh, pwedeng pwedeng humingi ng kape. Yan yung katabi mo na lang ang susunod na mag-interview sa akin.
Sige po, ibibigay ko po muna kayo sa kasamahan ko po sa trabaho.
Salamat.
Sige po.
So, ang susunod na hahanapin nyo, marks sa katawan niya. Like birthmark. So, how would you ask that? Birthmark. How would you ask about the birthmark of the missing person? Paano Tagalogin yon?
Balat po yan, balat.
Balat.
Balat, pwede. Sige, i-reforma mo sa question po.
Nunal.
Ma'am, good afternoon.
Mahina po. Pakisigaw ng konti.
Ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. Probationary Ensenadatory, ma'am, ng Philippine Coast Guard.
Opo.
Ma'am, tanong ko lang, ma'am, kung yung husband niyo, ma'am, may balat ba siya, ma'am, or mga nunal?
Ano yung balat? Yung sa katawan niya?
Opo, ma'am, yung mga peklat, ma'am, or may nunal ba siya, ma'am?
Isa lang dalawa lang yung peklat niya. Yun yung sinabi ko kanina. Yung balat, ano yun? Yung sa katawan niya rin?
Opo, ma'am, yung mga nunal, ma'am, ganon.
Yung nung bebe pa siya, ganon? May bebe, may marka yung katawan niya nung bebe pa siya eh.
Opo, ma'am, nung baby pa siya. Yes po,
Opo,
ma'am.
meron.
Yes po,
Meron
ma'am.
po.
Pwede ko bang malaman,
Ang
ma'am, kung saan po
itsura
yun, ma'am?
ng kanyang marka sa katawan, malapit sa pusod niya at saka parang angat na pula-pula, parang isda, pero angat siya.
Yes po,
Mapula
ma'am.
siya.
Opo, ma'am.
Opo.
Bukod doon, ma'am, meron po bang iba, ma'am?
Wala na po.
Sige po, ma'am.
So the next thing you
meron ba
ask
siyang
is about this.
Ay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, may tattoo po ba si husband, ma'am?
May tattoo si Chrysem, si Charlotte. Oh, meron. Meron siyang
Yes po, ma'am.
parang tattoo sa kanan na kamay niya.
Yes po, ma'am. Kanang kamay, ma'am. Meron pa po bang iba, ma'am, bukod doon, ma'am?
Po?
Meron pa po bang iba, ma'am, bukod sa kanang kamay niya, ma'am? May ibang tattoo pa po si
Wala na.
Mr.?
Wala na.
Okay po.
Ang itsura ng tattoo niya, parang puso.
Yes po, ma'am.
Opo. Tapos parang hindi magkadugtong yung buntot at saka yung tusok.
Yes po, ma'am.
Parang arrow. Sabi niya, That's an arrow, baby. So may I have another interviewer?
Ma'am, ano pong kulay ng buhok ni Mr. Ma'am?
All right. Ano, ang kulay ng buhok niya, brunette. Brunette.
Yes po, ma'am.
Opo, brunette. Tapos itatanong mo yan, Riz.
Yes, ma'am.
Itatanong mo yan. Yan, tanong mo yan.
Ma'am, ma'am, nagpakulay ba siya, ma'am? O talagang brunette po yung kulay ng buhok niya dati pa, ma'am?
Hindi. Yun na yun talagang buhok niya. Sabi niya,
Yes po, ma'am.
ang sabi ko sa kanya, bakit tawag mo brunette? Itim naman yung buhok mo. Pero
Yes, ma'am.
mapilit man yun si Charlotte. Sabi
Yes,
niya,
ma'am.
no baby, my hair is brunette where I came from.
Yes,
Sabi
ma'am.
niya, oo.
Opo.
Next interviewer. Next interviewer, please.
Ma'am, pwede bang malaman yung kulay?
Next interviewer ka ako.
Ma'am, good afternoon, ma'am. Probationary in Sinalamia lang, ma'am. Philippine Coast Guard.
Apa.
Ma'am, tanungin ko lang, ma'am, kung ano po ba ang kulay ng mata po, ma'am, ng mister niyo po, ma'am?
Sabi niya, Hazel. Hazel daw ang mata niya.
Yes po, ma'am. Copy po, ma'am.
Ito yung classification ng ng ISA kasi may mga kuminsan mga foreigners tayong namamatay sa mga disaster incidents natin, and this is how you classify yung mga kulay na mga mata. Walang gray. Actually, walang gray na kulay. Kapag blue siya na nagmumukhang gray, blue pa rin po yon. So ang hazel ay very light brown. Very light brown ang hazel. So itatanong so I'll take charge from this point, Thank you very much for those who did the interviewing. You would have to ask kung merong prosthetics and implants sa katawan ng missing person. And this may include fake na mata, fake na paa, fake na limbs, implants like yung sa dila, yung dinalagay sa dila, at saka doon sa mga ilalim na mga skin. Tingnan nyo itong yung kabila, parang heart shape. Kasama sa implants, itatanong nyo very specifically in this case, kung merong idinagdag sa katawan niya. And I will say meron po. Kaya nga siya nagpa-opera sa sa Thailand, naglagay po siya ng dede. Nagpalagay siya ng dede. Mas malaki pa nga yung kanya kaysa sa akin Alright. So blood type, medications, clothing, and accessories. Ano ang sinuot niya nung araw na nawala siya? Hahanapin nyo rin kung may social media account siya para doon kayo kukuha ng mga pictures niya. And then, ito, very important, kung baka sakali, most recent na picture ng missing person. Tapos, pag meron, i-attach nyo yon o pipicturean nyo yon if permitted ng next of kin. So, bibigyan ko kayo ng example ng picture ng missing person. So, si Charlotte yung nasa kanan, si Crysen yung nasa kaliwa. So, ano siya, LGBT siya, no? Guys?
Very, very complicated. Kapag ang katawan niya ay mahanap at babae na siya, tapos ang hinahanap nyo ay lalaki, yun na, disgrasya na. Birth defects. Birth defects, kung halimbawa medyo may pagkabanlag ba, o mas maliit ba yung isang paa. Dental and fingerprint records, kung meron yan, hanapin natin yan. Kung ma-provide yan sa mga ID, yung mga fingerprint, mas mainam. And then, another form that is very important to be done together with the initial one-page form I showed you would be the Interpol antemortem form. Yung AM ay antemortem, which means before he died, before she died. Nung buhay pa, ito yung description ng missing person. Usually, it's the NBI or the PNP who would get this information kasi technical ito. Very technical yung form. Pero if we could train other responders who has medical backgrounds, mas mainam po. So, interview nyo lagi yung next of kin far from the morgue. Kasi kapag malapit sa morgue, mabaho yon. Pag malapit sa morgue, pag may pumasok na katawan sa morgue, baka takbuhin niya yan. Kung po pwede, kung walang matinong lugar, pwede ring mag-volunteer na sa bahay ng next of kin nyo siya interviewin. Lalo na kung napakaraming tao doon sa missing person center. Huwag niyong interviewin around public people, yung maraming tao, ibang tao na nakakapakinig, at lalong-lalo yung kanyang yung mga media, no, kapag nakarinig ng magandang pwedeng ibalita, yung kanyang sagrado ay nava-violate yon. And then it must be a private place and comfortable surrounding, with comfortable surrounding. So as a team who would be interviewing, you should arrive on time. Huwag niyong pag-aantayin ng next of kin. Kung ang ina-announce niyo, open na yung center to process next of kin. Pag sinabi niyo 8:00, huwag kayong darating ng late, no, nakakahiya. So introduce nyo lagi, no? Maganda yung example kanina, ini-introduce ng interviewer kung sino siya. Pwede ring sabihin nyo, ako si ganito, ganyan, pero tawagin nyo na lang po akong Jeffrey. Parang so parang may friendliness. Agad, out front, no? Friendly ka agad ang dating nyo. Tapos ensure willing yung next of kin o yung mga friends na kasama niya to actively participate in the interview. Kaya nga pag masungit ka, hindi magsasalita ng maayos yung ini-interview natin. So, guidelines lang natin, always refer the missing person potential in the present tense. Huwag yung yung nasira mong asawa. Aba teka, magre-react yun, magagalit yun. Aba teka, bakit naman nasira? Hindi nyo pa nga alam kung buhay o patay. Magagalit yun. Be very sensitive. And then ask general rather than specific. General questions ka muna. Ngayon, pag interested ka sa isang aspeto ng sagot niya, saka ka doon maging specific. Like kanina, merong scar sa ilalim. Hindi niya tinanong yung specific reason kung bakit nagkaroon siya ng surgery doon. So you miss that part. Dapat, teka ma'am, pwede po bang malaman kung ano yung pinaopera? And you could have gotten the answer na nagpalagay siya ng breast implant. no question should be ignored. Yung gusto nyo, kuminsan ganyan, gusto nyo nang matapos as interviewer yung session, tapos may miss ka na, wag ganon. Talagang you have to really diligently ask every question in the form. And then no leading questions, guys. Mrs. o ma'am, pula ba yung itim ba yung buhok niya o brown? Walang ganon. Huwag niyong pangunahan. Kasi baka mamaya nabuisi, oo lang ng oo yun, pero mali na yung yung ino-ooan niya na mga suggested na answers mo. And visits should be kept to a minimum. Huwag masyadong mahaba kasi lalo na very emotional yung mga yan at madaling mapikon, magutom kasi baka hindi pa nga kumakain yung mga yan. So you really have to also ask, nagugutom po ba kayo? Kasi it would affect her performance as the next of kin. So remember guys, be a good listener, stay calm, maski naiinis ka na, napipikon ka na, do not be intimidating sa kanila kasi maawa ka talaga sa kanila. Hindi yung dapat isipin mo mas superior ka sa kanila. Nandun tayo para magserbisyo and pakita natin na tayo ay malalambing sa pag-i-interview. Ma-appreciate nila po yun. Tapos walang condemning tone of voice. Ha? Ibig sabihin, bakla yung mo, yung misis, yung bakla yung asawa mo. Wag. Kung siyang magsabi, okay lang, pero wag magmumula sa iyo yun. So choose appropriate words when it comes to the next of kin. Ngayon, pag medyo makikita nyo na pagod na, bigyan mo ng time out, uminom, kumain, magkape, yung next of kin. At you should have that kind of facility, may ganun na pwedeng ipainom at ipakain para sa next of kin. And then you really have to know how to handle angry, bereaved relatives. Huwag nyo nang patulan. Kung kailangan mag-apologize kayo para agad bumaba ang temperament ng ating next of kin, you please do that. Hindi makawalan ng pagkatao natin yon. So at this point, do you have any questions, sirs, ma'ams?
Thank you very much, Commodore Fran, for that very interesting and engaging presentation. And for questions po sa ating mga participants, kindly type in po sa ating chat box kung meron po yung clarification sa naging discussion po ni Commodore Fran. So far po, Commodore, ay wala po tayong questions na na-receive. I'll be reviewing lang din po yung ating chat box. And checking po sa ating YouTube channel kung meron tayong questions. Ayan, sabi po ni LG Santa Cruz ay none daw po. Very enlightening daw po yung discussion.
Thank you very much for the very, very warm chats sa box. Thank you po.
Commodore Fran, even po sa ating Facebook channel po ay wala po tayong question. Ito pala po, incoming question from MDRRMO of Coron. Bakit po kailangan talaga 24 hours ang report sa missing person?
I think it would be the PNP who can, it's a PNP rule that you have to wait as much. But if it can be decided by the incident management team to welcome, if they would shorten that, for instance, if there is evidence na talaga namang nasa gitna ng insidente yung nila. So this is a rule of thumb kasi kapag sa ordinary na missing person, baka mamaya ay nalasing lang at nakatulog sa within 24 hours, baka makabalik na yan. Pero beyond that, that would be very suspicious already. So yun yung intention ng yung time na yon.
Clarification, Commodore Fran. Any other questions po sa ating mga participants? Mga paglilinaw po.
Thank you for that question. Paano po yung taong lang ang report? Paano po kung tawag lang ang report? Parang yun, mahirap kasi kung minsan sa disaster impact area walang walang communication. Depende case to case. For instance, kung nasa malayong lugar siya, halimbawa with the Red Cross, they facilitated it, tapos itinawag. Depende talaga kung dun sa reliability of the percentage of reliability of the information. Pero kung halimbawa nakakapagpadala naman siya ng mga birth certificate, yung ganon, let us look at the evidence at hand para lalo na ngayon na natututo na tayo magtrabaho online. I think that would be a great way of probably considering these cases of missing persons reported through online.
There's an additional info po regarding the initially raised question. Kasi daw po ay malayo po, lalo na kapag nasa isla. Considering
Correct.
Geographical characteristic.
Correct. And then if that next of kin can collaborate with the LGU in that island, na-strengthen yung reliability of information. So LGU to LGU na ang nag-uusap po dyan.
That is well noted po, Commodore Fran. Thank you so much. And from Ma'am Badet Lasik of the LG Buenavista, thank you for that question. Any other questions po from our participants? I guess this will be our last question. Kung meron pong any incoming question?
Thank you rin, ma'am. Babasa ako sa chat.
Sige lang po, Commodore. Parang na-enjoy po nila, Commodore Fran, yung inyo pong discussion as well as yung inyo pong acting po as nag-report dun sa ating missing person. And thank you so much po.
Welcome po.
And so very comprehensive daw po yung explanation ng module. I guess po wala na tayong questions and any other clarifications from our participants. So with that po, I turn you over again to our MC, Ms. Che, for our closing and other training reminders. Ms. Che, take it away.
So again, thank you very much po to Commodore Fran. That was a very really interesting and very entertaining po na discussion. Maraming salamat po. Sana po mapaunlahan niyo pa po ulit ang DILG sa mga susunod na DRR na mga seminars. So, and also we would like to acknowledge po the presence of Director Alan Tabel of the DILG Codex. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. Nakikinig lang ako sa idol ko. I have missed this Commodore Fran for the longest time, so I'm very happy you're here. Thank you, Commodore. And yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, so again, thank you very much po to our resource speakers for today. So we had 4 modules po, of modules 4, 5, and 6. So tomorrow will be our last day. And again, I would just like to remind po everyone to kindly po fill out or accomplish po yung ating login and log out forms. Kung hindi pa po kayo nakapag-log in kanina, okay pa po mag-log in ngayon and then mag-log out din po. This is for our certificate po because only those who have completed po the log in and log out for 3 days po will receive the certificate of completion. So, and tomorrow po, just like this morning, our registration would be from 8:30 to 9 a.m., but our Zoom would probably be open at around 8 a.m. So if you want to log in early, okay lang din po. And our our webinars po, our lectures are streamed at on our YouTube account. DILG Mimaropa LGCDD YouTube account. So nandoon po yung ating day 1 and also our day 2, and of course yung ating day 3 bukas po will also be streamed live on YouTube para po dun sa mga medyo mahina yung internet, especially now dito po sa NCR medyo meron pong malakas na ulan at kulog. So baka naapektuhan din po yung ating mga internet. So yun po. So that would be all po for today. Thank you very much and see you again po tomorrow.